Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by _Sovereign on AO3. Now, let's start. 2 KDX-111 destroyers, 2 KDX-IV destroyers, 4 DDH-975 destroyers, 1 DDH-971, and 12 frigates were all deployed near the north side of Jeju Island. All of them carried heroes of some type, and all were meant to handle any of the 𝐴𝐽 that tried to escape the island. Inside one of the helicopters that was deploying the S-rank heroes, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝, ma Dongwook, a massive man with matching strength, Choi Jong-in, Korea's ultimate soldier, Lim Tae-gyu, an archer, and Minute Byung-gyu, their healer, were joined by Mirio Tagata and Miruko, both of which had insisted on joining the main assault team. I never understood the whole hero name thing, Hain said to Miruko, who smiled wide at the girl 5 years her senior. Well, from what I hear, even you Koreans have some names. I don't understand. Miruko lightly punched Hanzum. Come on dancer, don't hide it. Hain's face went bright red and she had to resist the urge to hide herself away. She had earned the title of Blade Dancer or just Dancer from those who had seen her fight, but because she was greatly embarrassed by the title, the head of her agency had banned the usage of it amongst their employees. Unfortunately for Hain, the name appeared to have leaked out. I appreciate you joining us, Miruko, but I'd prefer if you didn't distract one of our most powerful fighters. Hey, sorry. That's what my guild does with each member before a dangerous raid. It typically distracts them from the fact that they could lose their lives to otherworldly villains. Mirio rested a hand on Miruko's shoulder, giving her a somewhat stern look and interrupting the conversation. You can call me Lemillion while we're on mission. Since we're about to drop, I figured we should go over the battle plan. The main reason the past raids on Jeju failed was because of the boss villain, a human type nicknamed Overhaul. His magic involved breaking down anything he touched to a molecular level, instantly killing them. It was for that reason that physical types were at such a disadvantage in his presence, which is why I'll engage him upfront while the rest of you make sure I can divert my full power to him. Beck shifted uncomfortably in his seat across from the cameraman. I'm not sure I can allow someone your age to handle that burden alone. Mirio flashed him a blinding smile. It's okay, with my quirk, there's no way he can touch me, I'm the best choice. And besides, All Might is entrusting me with everyone's safety while he's gone. If that means I have to fight him, then I'll gladly do it. Geez kid. You better not die on us. The world needs more people like you. Oh. Looks like the Japanese teams are in position. One of the helicopter pilots called out. This is Endeavor, all points check in. Endeavor held a hand up to his ear as Gang Orca came to a stop next to him, signaling this was their spot. Hawks and Musha are in position. Genist, Crust, and Fat Gum all set. Ryukyu, Darby, and Edgeshot are raring to go. I still have no idea how you talked me into helping, Kyu. Ryukyu chuckled. I promised you the opportunity to punch Endeavor in the face, remember? All points begin operation. Unleash it all. From the helicopter, a massive burst of magical energy could be felt from all 4 points. All right people. That's the signal. Beck called out, Japan's heroes will be able to hold that aggro for about an hour, so let's get this done. Hey camera guy. Miruko yelled out as they were about to leap out of the helicopter into the hollowed-out mountain that had become filled with 𝐴𝐽 tunnels. Just so you know, we're here to eliminate the boss and kill the 𝐴𝐽 type that's producing all of their offspring. Protecting you isn't included in that mission. He nodded, gripping his sword. I may not look like much, but I am an A rank. As they leaped out, Choi clearing a path with his insane fiery powers, the Navy activated their own special equipment, an electric jamming satellite that blanketed the island in a signal that cut off any communications between the 𝐴𝐽, as most of them had some sort of way to talk to one another or their queen. Well, let's get started. Choi placed his hand on the ground, spawning a couple dozen balls of fire that danced around the 100 different tunnelways. It took him only a few moments to stand once more and start down a pathway. They encountered the odd no-mu creature here and there, dispatching it without much difficulty, but upon reaching a massive hollowed-out cave, they were greeted with a real sight to behold. Rows and rows of hundreds, if not thousands of pure black, slime-looking bios. Unlike most other creatures, no-mus were not born from eggs or from a WMB, instead, their goopy, yet to develop bodies were simply plopped out anywhere the queen desired and they grew from that. It was rather disgusting. Well, after taking the girl, I was wondering when the next attack would be. Frankly, I'm disappointed. A guttural and raspy voice said, directing everyone's attention up to an outcropping of rock, where a man with 2 normal human arms and 2 dark unnatural arms rested. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Overhaul, and you're all my prey. 6 hours earlier, Izuku emerged onto the 100th floor of the Heavenly Palace. It was quite appealing. A peaceful garden with blooming flowers and a bright blue sky. 𝐸𝐵 and Izuku remained in place for a moment before realizing nothing was going to attack them right out of the gate, and they cautiously began strolling through the greenery, eventually coming to a plaza of sorts, a quiet and calm fountain spewing out water. It was so relaxing that had Izuku not known this was floor 100 of a dangerous dungeon, he would have laid down in the grass and taken a nap. Thankfully, he knew better, and as he exited from the slight thicket of trees that obscured a bit of the sky, he was grateful that he had not gotten pulled in. Hovering just above the fountain was a purely white being. His armor was completely unlike anything Izuku had seen so far. It was as detailed and as finely crafted as 𝐸𝐵's, but it didn't have the same sense of uniqueness he had seen in the other sets of armor. 3 sets of wings hung behind him motionless, seemingly having no impact on his levitation. He only had an upper half, the area below his torso fading into a milky white fog of sorts that was attached to him. His hands were pressed palm to palm in front of his face in prayer, eternally silent as he beseeched his creator. Skill, Army of Heaven as activated. What? Doors made from fine white marble burst out of the ground, opening to release hundreds of angels. He wasn't praying, he was activating a skill. The angel turned to face Izuku, confirming what he already suspected. The strongest angel, Seraph Lucifer. Izuku scoffed, why does everyone have the most wordy names? Lucifer's aura far surpassed anything else Izuku had felt inside the dungeon, but while there was a bit of apprehension in the air, Izuku wasn't necessarily worried. After all, on his climb to floor 100, he had obtained a few more pieces of the Olympian armor from the Angel Clan's armories. Item, Olympian Helm Item Class, S Item Type, Armor plus 40 Intelligence Set Effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Olympian armor pieces. Set Effect 1, plus 5 All Stats Set Effect 2, Locked Set Effect 3, Locked Item, Olympian Necklace Item Class, S Item Type, Accessory plus 20 Intelligence plus 20 Sense Set Effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Olympian armor pieces. Set Effect 1, plus 5 All Stats Set Effect 2, Locked Set Effect 3, Locked Item, Olympian Ring Item Class, S Item Type, Accessory plus 20 Strength plus 20 Vitality Set Effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Olympian armor pieces. Set Effect 1, plus 5 All Stats Set Effect 2, plus 10 All Stats Set Effect 3, Locked Level, 99 Strength, 253 Vitality, 190 Agility, 201 Intelligence, 245 Sense, 167 Mana, 25238, 25238 HP, 47395 47395 Shadows able to be extracted, 367 Shadows able to be saved, 221 in his rampage through the last dozen or so floor. Izuku had greatly expanded his army to include 49 angel archers, 20 angel knights, 30 angel mags, bringing his total soldier count to its maximum of 221 shadows. The angel knights were really the only ones with any true power to them, but Izuku decided that having some flying ranged attackers would be useful as he could always level them up later. As it turned out, 𝐸𝐵 herself was not an angel knight, but an angel noble, an incredibly rare and powerful species, which made sense considering she was the leader of the group that had attacked Smokey, but he simply hadn't expected someone like her to hold so much power. As Izuku looked around at the angelic army that appeared out of nowhere, the Seraph's arms spread out to either side, conjuring 2 massive maces from seemingly nowhere. Though Lucifer made no immediate moves, his face hidden by a helmet, his forces drew closer and closer, to the point where 𝐂𝐵 began to become nervous. Sir Midoriya. Not yet. Some of the angels hit the ground running, trampling the perfectly manicured grass as they charged towards Izuku. Not yet. 𝐂𝐵 began to regret having pushed so hard to come with him, but then a shadow spread out from under Izuku, spreading wide over the entire garden. Skill, Domain of the Monarch has activated. All shadows within the Monarch's range will have their stats increased by 50% come forth. The ground the angels were running over erupted with shadowy spears and other blades, skewering the white beings from below as the shadows pulled themselves up to the real world. The cool blue of their bodies replaced by a dark and menacing purple. Although, it did nothing to modify the red of the orcs or the white of the angels and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Tusk is using skill, Hymn of Giants on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is using skill, Divine Retribution. As 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grew to a size that was only comparable to a skyscraper, his maw opened wide, letting forth a beam of white energy that scorched the earth and seared the angels to a crisp. The ones that were too close to Izuku for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to hit, well, 𝐒𝐵RIS had something to say about them hurting his liege. Instantly, a battle between 200 and several thousand had shifted to a battle between 200 each. Lucifer crossed his maces in front of his chest, signaling to Izuku that he was about to use some sort of skill. He was too far away for a melee attack, so Izuku wrapped 𝐒𝐵 in his arms and turned his back to Lucifer, preparing to leap away as Tusk created a barrier between the two to buy time. Lucifer is using skill, God's Will. Slashing with both maces, Lucifer created an X-shaped artifact of solid light that carved a path through everything it touched. Izuku's mana dropped by about 2,000 as it tore through his army and slammed into Tusk's shield. The High Orc's eyes widened as he realized that for the first time since being summoned as a shadow, his shield was being broken. Roaring, Tusk poured as much of his energy into the Hymn of Protect as he could, succeeding in holding it back just long enough for Izuku to exit the blast radius, and then it exploded. The blinding fire enclosed at least a dozen shadows within its radius, stealing another 1,000 mana from Izuku. 𝐒𝐵RIS. Smokey. HYO. Tank. Get those maces out of his hands. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Clip his wings. HYO sent two separate waves of ice to freeze each arm as Tank dove at the right while 𝐒𝐵RIS and Smokey headed for the left, using the bear's weight to pull down Lucifer. The Seraph's 3 sets of wings went to flap, likely to unleash some sort of attack or attempt to escape, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was already on it. The massive serpent-like body swooped down from the sky, his talons flashing as they slashed across Lucifer's back, completely cutting away 2 of the sets. Izuku finally set 𝐒𝐵 down behind what seemed a safe spot. Stay as far away from the battle as possible. I've got to go help them. Skill, Sprint LV3 has activated. Even as he was weighed down by 2 elite knight shadows, a captain shadow, and restricted by the ice magic of another elite knight, Lucifer was managing to make progress, his arms pushing back against the enemies holding him down. The ice began cracking and 𝐒𝐵RIS and the others began losing any grip they had on the maces. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 circled back around, his jaws primed to snap down on the Seraph's head, but before he could, Lucifer's remaining wings got off one beat. 4 feathers fell from his back and became eclipsed by a glowing light as they shape-shifted to 4 white and gold longswords, all of which rocketed through the air, dicing up 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 like a blender and forcing him to pull back as his body was decimated. It all seemed to be going wrong, but Izuku finally joined the battle, charging forwards as nothing more than a blur and slamming into Lucifer's chest, denting the armor heavily and allowing his shadows to wrest away his weapons. Pulling out the juggled blades, Izuku sent them spinning through the air, cutting down Lucifer's 2 remaining wings and ending his assault on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Somewhat freed from the weight of the shadows, Lucifer stumbled backwards, finally breaking the ice as the milky white mist on his bottom half coalesced to form a solid shape. Without his wings, it seemed like he needed his legs to stay upright. Monarch. The angel muttered, "You intend to kill me. Take a good look before you do so. I am you, and am I what you will become?" His blinding armor creaked and cracked, twisting into a demonic form as it was overcome with a black color that spread up it like a virus. I, Lucifer, am the most powerful vessel of God, but I am also that of a fallen angel. Two new bat-like wings shot out of his back. "I am your past, monarch," he spat, "and I am your future." His gauntlets curled into hooked talons, looking sharp enough to tear through just about anything. "Yeah?" Izuku asked. "Well, the future looks pretty ugly." Leveling his long sword at him, he smirked, "So I think I'll just kill it." Rag! His claws slashed through the air, creating dark blades of energy that flew by Izuku, who had to jump and dive over them to avoid getting cut. Rolling to his feet, Izuku's arm hauled forwards, cutting at the ankle of the 20-foot-tall angel-turned-demon. It growled unnaturally at him as his fist clenched, ready to crush him into a paste, but Tank covered Izuku's body with his own, the blow crashing harmlessly into his back. Igris jumped from Lucifer's arms, aiming for his head as he flicked his WHP. Lucifer ducked at the last moment, the WHP continuing onwards to slice through his wings like they weren't even there. Landing behind the boss of the Heavenly Palace, Igris was buffed by Tusk, growing nearly as tall as Lucifer himself. Swinging his sword with the same power that would be given to a club, Igris cleaved into the side of Lucifer's armor, biting his skin and letting flow a spray of grey BLD. Lucifer's free hand batted aside Smokey as he rose to his full height to claw at the demon. At the same time, he gathered more of that dark energy into his foot, stomping on the ground and sending a shockwave strong enough to throw all the shadows and Izuku off balance, knocking them to the ground. He picked up Tank by the neck with his massive hands and flung him away. Apparently deciding that he was more trouble than he was worth spinning around, he slashed at Igris, cutting his body into 5 separate pieces. Mana, 8730-25238, how did it get so low so quickly? Looking back to the rest of the angels clashing with his army as he activated stealth, Izuku realized that on average, the angels outpaced his soldiers. So far, the only reason they had been keeping up at all was because of Tusk's AoE attacks, his shields, and his buffs. In fact, Tusk had been working overtime to help both teams and it was quickly wearing him down. "We have to finish this now. Hit him with everything." Tusk is using skills, Hymn of Frenzy, Hymn of Strengthening, Hymn of Giants, and Hymn of Combustion, and Hymn of the Fire Dragon Kakino's is using skill, Divine Retribution. The 2 beams of heat hit Lucifer from both the front and back at the same time, turning his dark armor into a white-hot mess of melted metal. He roared in pain, but wasted no time tearing off his armor like it was paper and manifesting a shield of dark energy that held back Tusk's blast for just a moment. That one moment where his hand was held out was just one moment long enough for Igris's WHP to sneak through, severing the arm at the elbow. At the same time, both blasts cut off, Tusk and Kakino's energies exhausted just as Izuku leapt forwards, driving his fist into Lucifer's chest, creating an unnatural crater in his skin and causing him to skid backwards. Lucifer fell to his knees, his withered and grey chest scorched with burns that would cause anyone to beg for mercy. But to the credit of the fallen angel, he simply reached up to his head with his remaining hand and pulled off the helmet that was quickly turning to slag. His head was full of once golden hairs, now turned pure white, and a face that had once seemed eternally youthful was old and decaying. "I have served as the guardian of this garden since my lord put me here. I did my best to protect its purity, even taking on the powers of the devil to make certain I would be strong enough when someone like you arrived, but it appears my efforts were in vain." Lucifer looked out over the scorched garden and the angels fighting shadows. "You have corrupted this place and I believe you will corrupt many more, so I have no choice but to..." Izuku had stabbed Lucifer in the chest, piercing his heart. "Sorry, I would have let you have your last words, but it sounded like you were going to do something dangerous." Lucifer croaked out a wheeze and his fist opened, releasing a blinding light attached to a golden sword. "Mo, Nach, what side will you both be on?" Izuku withdrew his sword, allowing Lucifer to collapse onto his back. "You defeat the strongest angel, Seraph Lucifer." Izuku collapsed onto his butt, breathing hard as he watched the body of the fallen angel turn into golden dust and float into the air, sprinkling itself over the melted armor, repairing a few pieces and turning them into the white and gold pattern Izuku recognized as the Olympian armor. "You have obtained Lucifer's soul. Normal quest, collect Heavenly Souls Part 2 has been completed." Turning around, Izuku saw that most of the angels had been dealt with, but he also saw one of his shadows sprinting towards him, a body in their arms, and Izuku went cold. He stood and dashed over, meeting them halfway, recognizing 𝐿's golden locks and perfect face. Where her stomach should have been, there was a long dark wound, and Izuku realized what had happened. Lucifer's energy slashes hadn't stopped at him, they had raced past, one of them heading for the area 𝐿 was watching from. Izuku felt around clumsily for a pulse. If she was still alive, the strongest potions from the store could maybe save her. But he felt nothing. She was as cold as ice. Damn it! Izuku's hand went limp, falling to his side as he clenched his jaw. Should I give her a burial? I could use... No. I wasn't given power over death just so I could bury someone. Izuku gave his shadow a solemn look, set her down. As if he was handling a newborn, the shadow gently laid her on the grassy ground. I'm sorry for this, 𝐿, but it's my only option, so please, arise. The shadow that had carried her to him was shot backwards as a mass of darkness erupted from 𝐿's stomach, encapsulating Izuku in a bubble of ink-like night. From inside that bubble he was shocked to see bits of that golden dust from Lucifer sprinkling the shadow. Moments later, two bright eyes gazed back at Izuku, blinking in surprise. The bubble began to shrink, condensing into a form, taking a humanoid shape with 3 sets of wings. Shadow Seraph LV9 Captain Grade. What would you like to ZZZT? Shadow Seraph has been renamed 𝐿 Radir. What? Sir Midoriya? The shadow asked, white accents tracing their way up her body, coming to a stop on her face as it mimicked the features of a specific angel girl. 𝐿. You can talk. The monarch's desires, the shadow's will, and the seraph's blessing have granted 𝐿 Radir the ability of speech. 𝐿 smiled at him. I don't think my father's going to be very happy with me, after all, now I have to spend all of eternity with you. Her voice was filled with pure joy. It was so much of a relief that Izuku nearly passed into unconsciousness. After all, he had been awake and fighting for the past 3 days straight, but he resisted, instead choosing to open his daily quest reward, accept status recovery. For some strange reason, unlike the other gates Izuku had been inside, this dungeon did not reset his daily quests every day, so he had saved the status recovery for an occasion just like this. As all of his exhaustion was washed away, he was left with nothing but a smile and a pile of loot. One item in particular catching his eye. You have obtained ingredient item, purified BLD of the Seraph. Hold on just a little longer, Mom, I'll be there soon. Back in present time, the 4 Japanese teams were busy handling all of the Nomu pouring out of the mountain. Come on, Musha. Hawks joked as he lazily hung back, leaning against a tree, his feathers swinging through the air, cutting the Nomu like they were paper. You're falling behind in kills. Not all of us care so much about simply looking good, Hawks, the old man inside the armor replied as he cut another Nomu out of the sky. It seems like far more Nomu have flight capabilities than we originally anticipated. If they have this many, then why did they only send the 1 Nomu to the mainland? Were they waiting for something? Or simply protecting their queen? Silence was the only thing that followed. Surprising Musha, Hawks never remained this quiet during raids. Even during the stickiest of situations, his mouth never stopped. Musha wasn't sure why, but it sent a chill through his spine, and as he dealt with the final Nomu nearby, he spun around, the only trace of Hawks left being his decapitated body. What? Musha reached up to his ear to signal the other points, but his arm never made it. It was torn off before he could even blink. The last thing he saw as before a fist punched through his skull was a dark black exoskeleton. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have obtained item, Olympian boots. You have obtained item, Olympian gauntlets. You have obtained item, Genesis blade. You have obtained weapon pair, Daybringer and Nightbringer. You have obtained item, Seraph's blessed ashes. You have obtained ingredient item, purified BLD of the Seraph. Item, Olympian boots. Item class, S. Item type, armor plus 40 agility. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Olympian armor pieces. Set effect 1, plus 5 all stats. Set effect 2, plus 10 all stats. Set effect 3, locked item, Olympian gauntlets. Item class, S. Item type, armor. The weapons plus 200 attack when wielding weapons in both hands with the Olympian gauntlets equipped, those weapons will gain a 25% bonus to their attack. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Olympian armor pieces. Set effect 1, +5 all stat set effect 2, +10 all stat set effect 3, skill, Guardian Angel. There's so much loot, I can barely keep up with all of it. Normal quest, collect Heavenly Souls Part 2 has been completed. Rewards, highest quality runestone, +30 bonus stats, hidden reward received runestone, shadow exchange. Received 30 stat points. Received title, Angel Hunter. Title, Angel Hunter requirements have not been met. I think I'll put all the points into intelligence. Level, 102 strength, 256 vitality, 193 agility, 244 intelligence, 278 sense, 170 mana, 25738 25738 HP, 47395 47395 shadows able to be extracted, 372 shadows able to be saved. 252 Izuku had no idea what the issue was with the Angel Hunter title, but upon crushing the runestone in his hand, he forgot all about it. Skill, Shadow Exchange LV1 job-specific skill. No mana required. Exchange locations with any selected shadow soldier. This skill has a cooldown of 3 hours. The cooldown will change depending on the skill level. Holy CRP. It's like teleportation. Shaking his head, Izuku realized that by now, he was only wasting time. I'll look at everything else later. World Trees Fragment. Spring Water of the Echoing Forest. Purified BLD of the Seraph. Would you like to craft consumable, Holy Water of Life? Yes. Sir Midoriya. Ecil asked, her shadowy body moving around behind him as she tried to fruitlessly peek over his shoulder and look at whatever he was looking at. Crafting Holy Water of Life. The success rate and number of items crafted will be dependent on the crafter's intelligence stat. I guess it's a good thing I plugged all my stat points into intelligence. 5 4 3 2 1 Crafting successful. Crafted item, Holy Water of Life X6. Izuku felt like jumping into the air, but he refrained. He didn't want to jinx himself and risk the fact that this water might not cure his mother at all. He still had some of the purified BLD and a chunk of the World Tree Fragment left, but the spring water of the Echoing Forest was entirely gone. Oh well, I've got 6 of the things and I supposedly only need 1, hopefully. Due to the death of the dungeon boss and the clearing of all 100 floors, you will now be booted from the dungeon. Wait, what? Izuku looked over to Ecil, but dash. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision went dark and when it reappeared, he found himself standing just outside the Endeavor Agency, all of his shadows surrounding him. 63 Shadow High Orcs, 49 Angel Archers, 20 Angel Knights, 30 Angel Mags, 25 Shadow Bears, 19 Shadow Infantry, 6 Magicians, 3 Shadow High Orc Bodyguards, Smokey, Tank, Igris, HYO, Tusk, Kakino's, and Ecil all standing in front of what should have been a busy agency and street. But Izuku ignored the fact that there seemed to be no one around and he turned to Ecil. I'm sorry that you didn't get to say goodbye to your father. Ecil shook her head. It's not exactly what I would have wanted, but from here on out, as long as I'm with you, I'm at peace with whatever happens. A calm smile was stretched across her face, surprising Izuku as he called back in all of his shadows except for Ecil and Kakino's. Well then, he said, climbing up to Kakino's head, as long as you're certain. He paused, looking in the direction of the hospital his mother was slumbering in. So, you want to meet my mother? Ryukyu team, have you been able to make contact with Hawks or Genis team? Endeavor said over the Japanese comms. Negative. We've cleaned up some of the Nomu around here, but most of them rushed back to the mound. We're heading to Hawks team now. Good, I'll be heading for Genis. Once you rendezvous, begin your evacuation of the island. What? But what about Miruko, Lemillion, or the Koreans? They've got their own orders, now follow mine. Ryukyu grumbled to herself, but since Endeavor was number 2 and All Might wasn't here, the Japanese government had given him the reins of the operation. As Darby ran alongside the Dragon Girl, he gave her an odd look. Something doesn't feel right here. You sense it too, don't you? Ryukyu sighed. Yes, But just because we get a chill down our spine doesn't mean we get to abandon the mission. We figure out what happened to our teams and then we leave. Where's the girl? 𝐼𝐼𝐼 shouted, pushing off the floor with such force that he stumbled the other S-ranks inside the tunnel. He shot upwards, heading for Overhaul, who stood calmly on a ledge. Ducking at the last second, Overhaul avoided a strike that would have taken his head off. For now, she's safe. Maybe not comfortable, but she's safe. 𝐼𝐼𝐼's fist decimated the wall behind him as he leapt backwards. After all, an enhancement type like herself is too valuable to lose. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 almost froze in place. You're using her. Overhaul tilted his head. What? Did you expect us to treat her with love and affection? No. I mean, you didn't try to kill her. 𝐼𝐼𝐼's eyes narrowed. The 𝐒𝐽𝐽 that kidnapped her was under orders and gate villains never take prisoners. Their only goal is to kill. You're not a human-type gate villain, you're just a human villain. That explains your power to break things down and rebuild them. It's not magic, it's your quirk. But then, how'd you manage to ally yourself with the 𝐒𝐽𝐽? Overhaul chuckled. The League of Villains are quite helpful when it comes to human-gate relations. After all, they have some special connection to the gates, just like you, I see. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 scowled and launched himself right back into the fray, doing his best to kill Overhaul. But the human villain was too nimble, and every time 𝐼𝐼𝐼 got too close, he would place one of his 4 hands on the ground, destroying it and reforming it as a massive wall, obscuring 𝐼𝐼𝐼's vision for just a second as he used his permeation quirk to pass right through it. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and Baekhyun looked around in shock. There's no 𝐒𝐽𝐽 anywhere. Isn't this their nest? Do they not care about it? Choi asked. It doesn't matter, just so long as Lemillion is able to kill Overhaul, then we can move on to the queen herself. I bet that's where we'll find all of her guards, Miruko said, itching to jump into the battle, but holding herself back for the sake of 𝐼𝐼𝐼, who had requested the one-on-one to make sure he didn't have to worry about anyone else getting hurt. She didn't normally hold herself back from a fight, but the way 𝐼𝐼𝐼 was moving and the power he was suddenly putting off made her reconsider her longing to fight Overhaul. There was something about the both of them that just didn't sit well with her. Overhaul slapped his hand on the ground, creating a forest of spikes that hindered 𝐼𝐼𝐼 for just a moment, allowing him to avoid another devastating strike from the blonde boy. I know I can't beat you. You have the full power of a ruler on your side and I only have the power I was born with inside of me. But Overhaul created a perfect box around himself and 𝐼𝐼𝐼, thinking it was a poor attempt to hide, dove right through it. But I have the support of all the monarchs. 𝐼𝐼𝐼's eyes widened as Overhaul's lower right arm shot out, a glowing stone held in it. He turned his torso intangible, but it changed nothing. Overhaul's arm passed into his chest, dropping the stone there and pulling out his hand. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 collapsed to the ground, his body burning with pain suddenly. He tried to activate his quirk, but for some reason, all the strength had left his body. As Overhaul took down the box shape that had obscured them from the rest, he laughed. How'd you like that? 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽 made that for this specific occasion. Unfortunately, it's the only of its kind, so we can only seal away one of you ruler pieces of SHT, but I think sealing away AIC, the largest fragment of brilliant light, is a good choice. What do you think? Miruko and the Koreans rushed forwards, intending to kill the villain, but Overhaul made another forest of spikes, slowing them down. No. The ruler was my only prey. You 8 can be the prey of my newest experiment. Lemillion. Beck called out, his body becoming completely covered in a white fur as his body shapeshifted to mirror the aspects of a tiger. His power increased dramatically and he began crashing through the spikes with no concern for his own health. But the young hero weakly waved them away. 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Then, he was overcome by a massive amount of orange light, blinking out of existence just like that. UBSTRD. Beck shouted, his fears suddenly a reality. I'll kill you for that. I reckon you could, Overhaul said lackadaisical. I was prepared for AC after all, not you. Beck jumped into the air, his body heading straight for Overhaul's. Within moments, they would collide, but a blur interrupted Beck's attack. But I believe this one will be more than enough to kill you all. He's already had some fun with your Japanese comrades. The half-tiger man was slammed into a wall of the cavern, a deep gash appearing from his shoulder down to his pecs. The culprit of the attack. A humanoid ant with the most powerful aura any of the heroes there had ever felt. Beck fell forwards out of his crater, the one attack nearly enough to push him into unconsciousness, but Minute Byungju was there to pick him up with his healing magic. As an S-rank healer, his friend's wound was closed within an instant. As the tiger got back to his feet, Miruko and Hen rushed the ant, one kicking with enough power to decimate a building, the other slashing with enough force to cut a mountain in half. The ant only needed one hand for each. He caught their attacks in each hand, crushing Hen's sword and Miruko's foot like they were made out of paper make. Then, with both of them put off balance, he drove a fist into the side of both, crushing multiple organs at the same time. The two fell to the ground, unconscious as Choi Jong-in and Lim Taiju launched their respective projectiles at the ant. It brushed off the fire and caught the magical arrow with little effort, throwing it to Beck, injuring him yet again. By that point Ma Dongwook was the last physical hero left, but as soon as the ant noticed a glowing green aura of healing surrounding the two female heroes, it punched him in the gut, breaking several bones and sending him flying to the side. It dashed behind him, stabbing his clawed hand through a space that appeared to be occupied by nothing, and yet, BLD spurted from that empty air as Byungju's camouflage skill was broken. Byungju. Beck shouted, unable to comprehend what was even happening as the ant lurched forwards, his mouth tearing off the head of the healer and swallowing it whole. He tore the magic arrow out of his chest and leapt at the ant, his claws ready to tear him to shreds, but the ant caught him by the throat, squeezing hard enough to interrupt and cancel Beck's transformation. "You are weak," the ant said as it seemed to adjust to the new language it was speaking. "Where is your king?" Choi and Lim tried to launch another barrage, but the ant dropped Beck and slashed each of them across the chest, forcing them to the ground in pain, BLD spurting out. The ant seemed to sniff the air. Outside. "He's there, the strong one." Blurring away, the ant disappeared, racing for outside of the caverns. The strong one. Is it heading for Endeavor? Does that mean that some of the Japanese heroes are still alive? "Did you like him?" Overhaul asked. "He tends to do his own thing, but he weakened you all enough for me. He may look like an ant of some sort, but is actually a gnome, you believe it or not." Overhaul lorded over Beck's shaking body, growing weary from the injuries and from BLD loss. "Took me a couple of years, taking apart and reconstructing those things before I landed on him. He's this nest's ultimate warrior. Even that Endeavor you have waiting outside is no match for him. So, which one of you should I kill first?" 2 hours earlier, Izuku stood by the side of his mother's hospital bed, Esil standing behind him with her hands clasped. The doctors somehow hadn't noticed the two ride in on a massive dragon, their attention perfectly glued to the news channel. Izuku thought it weird, but once again, decided to ignore it. He had more important matters. Holding the holy water of life in his shaking hands, Izuku took a deep breath. The system has created at least a dozen miracles so far, there's no way it can't do this. Forcing down the butterflies in his stomach, Izuku uncorked the fancy bottle and held it to his mother's lips, forcing the liquid down her throat. Almost instantly, the color began returning to her face, but even as Izuku urged for her to wake, she did not, and he sighed tiredly. "Well, it was worth a shot. I've done what I could. At the very least, with my new power, I have more than enough to keep her comfortable now." Esil rested her hand on Izuku's shoulder, surprising him with its warmth. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she said, using that name for the first time. "I'm Su-ri." Izuku's brow furrowed as she trailed off, and he looked up, surprised to see his mother sitting up in bed, her long dark hair flowing down her back. "Izuku. Is that you?" Izuku's voice caught in his throat. "You've grown so much. How long have I been asleep?" Izuku cleared his throat. "It's been 4 years. And how's little Sakura doing?" Izuku's voice warbled. "Good, Mom." Inko Midoriya took her son's hand, completely ignoring the shadowy figure of Esil behind him. "It must have been hard, doing it all on your own." She smiled with enough pride to block out the sun. "But you did do it. You kept your promise and took care of her for me. I couldn't have asked for a better son." At that, Izuku lost whatever nerve had been holding back his tears, and he began bawling as his arms wrapped around his mother, squeezing her in a tight hug, something he had not been able to do since he was 12. For several minutes, they remained like that, mother and son, sobbing into each other. 𝐒𝐿 even wiped away a tear. Somehow an 𝐒𝐿 manifested next to her, resting a hand on her shoulder, as if to say, "We are his knights, he is strong for us when we need him, so it is now our time to be strong for him." 𝐒𝐿 nodded and a small giggle escaped her. "Why no, for such a quiet night, you know how to say a lot with one look." It was just then that 𝐭𝐴 and Midoriya separated, each getting another good look at each other. So, his mother laughed, "Who are your friends?" "Oh, Izuku contemplated how to tell her for a moment, but before he could even begin to explain, the door to his mother's room burst open. Young Midoriya. "Oh!" Izuku spun around. "Might." Instead of the massive muscular man he was used to, all Izuku saw was a skeletal figure, no fat, no muscle, basically just skin and bones. Izuku almost apologized and said he sounded like All Might, but then Izuku took a closer look. His hair was the same blonde and his eyes were the same deep and sunken craters. This couldn't actually be All Might, could it? "Young Midoriya." He called again, running into the room, only to realize the fragility of the situation. Izuku's eyes were red and puffy, as were his mother's, not to mention 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 had drawn actual weapons to prevent the intruder from ruining the reunion. "Oh, my deepest apologies for ruining this." He bowed quickly, so quickly that it barely looked like he had done so. "Young Midoriya. I've been looking for you for several days now. Where have you been? Or was school not off for the week? I could have sworn no. It's not about that." All Might paused to take a breath. "At first I was looking for you for your specific ability, but things have changed now." "What's going on here?" A male nurse said, rounding the corner to see two shadow soldiers with sharp weapons, and they ran off screaming. "Ugh." Izuku muttered, "What is going on?" "I can't say everything here, but you need to get to Jeju Island right now." "𝐤𝐻, the island is about to be raided by most of the top 10 and Korea's top S ranks. I don't see why that requires are you or are you not Ashborn?" All Might's suddenly desperate tone only forced the two shadows to get their blades closer to his throat. "A monarch!" he squeaked out. "Monarch? Does he know about the system? My job? If you are, then the Jeju Island raid team will desperately be needing your help." Izuku scratched his head. "And, how do you know that?" Listen, I'll explain as much as I can on the way. Please. We have to get on a helicopter now." "Izuku," 𝐭𝐴 said calmly, doing her best to defuse the situation, "it sounds like you're needed." "Mom, I can't just 𝐭𝐴 interrupted him with a shake of her head. "Heroes don't get to choose when they are needed. And I know that my boy has become a strong hero. So please, allow the doctors to watch over me while you go save whoever needs saving." Izuku was frozen for a moment, his body ready to move, but his mind telling him that he needed to stay. However, his mother ruffled his hair like she used to and snapped him out of his dilemma, her eyes telling him everything. He sighed, "All right, fine." Izuku walked over to his mother's window, opening it wide. "But just so you know, we're not taking a helicopter." A smile crossed his face as he watched All Might's eyes widen at the sight of Kakino's. Hopping onto the dragon, pulling All Might along with him, Izuku gave his mom one last wave as doctors and nurses rushed in. "Let's go Kakino's. To Jeju Island." 50 minutes before Mirio is defeated. "All right," Izuku said over the rushing wind, "spill it. What does being a monarch mean? Who's Ashborn? And why do you look like that? We've got about an hour before we reach Jeju, so tell me everything you know." All Might sighed as he prepared for a long-winded exposition. At the beginning of time wait, is this just gonna be some fairy tale or a real thing? All Might pouted for a moment. "It's real. Considering what you've seen, does anything really seem that far-fetched?" Izuku shrugged. "Anyways, at the beginning of time, there was a being, an absolute being. Nowadays, people would call him God. But he was not the benevolent creator that most religions depict him as. He created all of the universe and their many realms. The earth, which houses humans, heaven and hell, which hold angels and demons respectively, the dark caverns from which all 𝐻𝐻𝐽 come from, and many more. But he swiftly became bored, so he took the forces of light and dark and broke them up into 8 pieces each, creating the rulers of light, whose goal was to safeguard existence no matter the cost, and the monarchs of darkness, who were tasked with destroying all of the universe however they could. Izuku shifted uncomfortably from atop Kakino's head. So, I'm one of those monarchs. I'm meant to destroy all of reality. All Might shook his head. As the war between the rulers and monarchs waged on, the rulers begged the Absolute Being for help in destroying the monarchs. The Absolute Being refused, and soon after, the rulers learned that their gruesome and unending battle was just for the amusement of their god. 7 of the 8 rulers banded together and rebelled against the Absolute Being, with Ashbourne being the only one to remain loyal. Okay, you've officially lost me. I'm a monarch and some sort of reincarnation of Ashbourne, who was a ruler. Ashbourne, the greatest fragment of brilliant light, was betrayed and killed by the other rulers when he attempted to save his creator. But what no one, not even he, knew, was that the Absolute Being had implanted a failsafe in him. He had granted him the power of death itself. Upon waking, his army destroyed by his once thought to be allies, Ashbourne tore off his wings and forged an armor of pure shadows. As he brought up a new armor of shadow soldiers, Ashbourne joined the monarchs, wishing for revenge against the rulers. All Might looked sad for a moment, as if he had experienced it personally. Of course, he wasn't safe with the monarchs either, and 2 of them betrayed him out of fear, the rulers joining the fight against him. He nearly died, but once the 2 monarchs were pushed away, 4 of the rulers kneeled to him, asking for his forgiveness. Instead of accepting it, or denying it, Ashbourne made a simple request. He asked for the rulers to kill him. He had fought for both sides and been betrayed multiple times. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for, well, apparently himself. Ashbourne was not granted his request and instead decided to disappear, remaining neutral as the war waged on, now targeted at the subjugation of one particular planet. Earth. Izuku answered, they want to kill us all. And they have. 7 times now. S7. Each time the Earth was destroyed by the monarchs, the rulers brought it back to life. This is the 8th war, and the rulers, in an attempt to save the Earth, gave us the gates, imbuing humans with mana and powers that we never would have had before. Sometime after those wars began, Ashbourne rejoined with the monarchs, and Antares, the monarch of destruction, welcomed him back. Since then, the rulers and the monarchs realized that in order to win over Earth and end the war between them, they would need hosts. The monarchs, being the pure evil they were, decided that instead of granting their hosts power or assimilating with them, they would be taken over fully, prisoners inside their own bodies. Meanwhile, the rulers went around, testing humans that could handle their power and were worthy of it. Does that mean Ashbourne will take me over one day? All Might was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. I have no idea. This was all the information that AEIC, the ruler who granted me power, gave me. Izuku nodded, doing his best not to panic with that information. So if you're the host of E, then how come you suddenly are all skinny? I passed the power of IC on to someone I thought worthy, Mirio Tagata, a classmate of yours. Since the beginning of the school year, I've only been relying on the power that was left over. It's for that reason that I couldn't sense your status as a monarch until late. It takes a great deal of practice and skill to sense that specific type of power, and I've been distracted. Why'd you pass it on? All Might lifted his baggy shirt, showing off a gruesome scar over his stomach. I got in a fight with Antares myself and, well, I could no longer handle AC's power like I used to be able to. How many rulers and monarchs have hosts then? For the rulers, well, they take longer to choose more suitable hosts, so right now, if we count you as a ruler, then we have 3. You, Mirio, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴. 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Ah, right, you were inside the gate when he acted. It appears that he's become the host to the weakest fragment of brilliant light, Pulra. And the monarchs? There's no way to be certain. I did some pretty substantial damage to Antares as he did to me, which leads me to believe that Tomura Shigaraki, the one who invaded the USJ, is to be his future host. Kurogiri, their teleporter, appears to be the monarch of Frost, Iruit. Other than that, The other 6 could either already have their forms and are in hiding, or any number of them have yet to find hosts. All Might shook his head. There's too much that is unknown. Izuku let out a heavy sigh, digesting all the information. Oh, he said, remembering a much more normal topic, how do you know that I would be needed at Jeju Island? You told me Mirio was already part of the raid team, right? If that's the case and he's as strong, or stronger than me, then why are we running over there? All Might's eyes narrowed. I had a vision of sorts. I cannot be sure what caused it, or what I saw in it, but I'm certain that whatever is happening there now, it's nothing good. Demon, Endeavor muttered, gazing down at the torn-apart bodies of Crust, Best Jeanist, and Fat Gum. All of them were powerful fighters. No normal Nomu could kill them. Endeavor. A voice buzzed in his ear, not one of the people on the island Matsumoto. Endeavor responded to the official who was overseeing the Japanese's involvement with Jeju Island. It appears we've suffered some casualties. That's a shame. Oh well, are the Koreans engaging the Queen? Endeavor nodded. I believe so, sir. A little while back, the jamming signal seemed to fail and all the Nomu went rushing back towards their queen. Well, what are the chances the Koreans, Miruko, and that boy will survive the coming storm? Endeavor thought for a moment. I've seen all of the Koreans in practice matches and I know Miruko's strength from experience. If it was just them, I'd say they'd have a 0% chance to survive, but that Mirio boy, he has insane potential. With him there, I can't be certain. That's no issue at all, as the live broadcast from inside the Nomu nest just showed off the boy getting killed. Then all is going according to plan, Endeavor said. Correct. As soon as we are certain of the Koreans' deaths, then we will send in the rest of our forces and eliminate the threat, declaring you a national rank hero and ridding ourselves of Korea's strongest. It's a shame we have to waste Miruko though. She seemed so promising. Perfect, Endeavor replied, ending the call abruptly and turning to Gang Orca. For now, we just have to wait until the live feeds catch Dash. He spun around as a massive pressure assailed his body. Creating a wall of flames, he deflected whatever blow had been sent his way, sending it crashing into Gang Orca instead and destroying his entire upper body. Are you the king? The attacker asked as the flames cleared, revealing an ant-like Nomu. Endeavor, clad in the strongest armor money could buy, smirked as the ant asked this question, am I the king? He chuckled, flames exploding from his body as his aura expanded. Why yes. I am the king. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, the ant chirped, releasing everything he had been holding back, freezing Endeavor in place with his power. It was at that moment that Endeavor realized just how utterly screwed he was. He was one of the strongest in Japan, but only All Might had ever come close to this. Of course, that was only the power All Might had let him feel. Just this aura from the ant felt like it was enough to shatter his armor. It moved fast enough to be a blur even to Endeavor, and he knew that his life was about to end, but before it could make contact, a shape dropped down from the sky. Crashing heavily into the ground in front of Endeavor, Izuku allowed his Olympian armor to appear on his body, making him decidedly more intimidating with its white brilliance and gold accents. Unfortunately, manifesting it did not give him any buff like the Shadow Steel armor did, but he decided that he didn't need them. In each of his gauntleted hands he held a mace. One dark, one light. Item, Daybringer item class, S item type, mace plus 200 attack when equipped alongside Nightbringer. Daybringer will have a chance to inflict bonus burn damage. Item, Nightbringer item class, S item type, mace plus 200 attack when equipped alongside Daybringer. Nightbringer will have a chance to inflict bonus frost damage. On top of these top-tier maces, his gauntlets boosted their attack by a full 25%, making their actual attack 250, a higher number than anything he'd ever wielded before. Igris. Make sure the heroes inside the tunnels survive at all costs. Take all the angel units with you. Endeavor looked around in shock as 100 shadow soldiers manifested around him. He shouldn't have been in shock because he'd already seen this power at the sports festival, right? In reality, Endeavor was shocked by the fact that the knight in front of him, Igris, had grown to such heights in just a week. It shouldn't have been able to grow at all, and yet, Here was a being that could likely solo several S-ranks like they were newborn fawns, stumbling around his feet. If Izuku Midoriya controlled someone like him with ease, then just who the hell was this kid? Endeavor, you should run, Izuku said without turning his back. But know that if you try to hide, I will find you and hold you accountable for what you have tried to achieve today. What? I heard you, every last word. It seems that my sense stat has given my ears quite the upgrade. No. No one will believe you. Maybe not, but they might believe him, Izuku said, nodding his head backwards, causing Endeavor to realize not only that All Might was behind him, skeletal and all, but he was also riding atop a massive dragon made of shadows. This power, it's not natural. Kakino's, do me a favor and keep All Might safe while you provide some air support. Kakino's roared in understanding, swirling back into the sky as it prepared to eliminate any Nomu that left the cave. You are the king. The ant screeched out, running up to and getting in Izuku's face, his mere presence enough to crack the very ground they stood on. Izuku smirked. That's right, I'm your king. So be a good peasant. He activated Dominator's touch, forcing the ant to its hands and knees with the blue telekinetic energy, and kneel before your monarch. So, which one of you should I kill first? Overhaul asked. He stepped over the bodies of the girls. They're basically dead already, so that's no fun. Looking over to Choi and Lim, the ranged fighters, he smiled. You two look like you still have some fight left in you, unlike your physical fighters. I was hoping my perfect Nomu would leave you just alive enough to fight, but it appears he's stronger than I anticipated. Choi flung a few weak bolts of fire and Lim attempted to draw his bow, but one arm was too weak, so he lifted the one he could, manifesting a few mana missiles. Overhaul batted it aside with his upper arms, which looked to be completely black, like it was nothing. Maybe he wasn't too strong, maybe you were all just too weak. Oh well, I'll just finish it. No point in playing with something too weak to play along. You killed Byungju, Beck weakly muttered from his position on the floor. I suppose I did. Overhaul crouched down to the shapeshifter, but don't worry, you'll be joining him. His palm reached forwards, ready to touch Beck and turn him into nothing more than a BLD splatter. Igris couldn't let that slide, as allowing any of the heroes to die would disappoint his liege, so racing into the room, he chopped off Overhaul's arm at the shoulder. Before he could even realize what was happening and reach out another of his 4 arms to kill his target, Essil's spear shot through the air like a bullet, stabbing him through the chest and pinning him to the floor. Just then, as Overhaul began screaming in rage and pain, the rest of the nest came to his aid. Hundreds of Nomu began appearing from every possible tunnel, surrounding the heroes and 2 shadows within moments. SHT. Beck muttered. He realized that even if these 2 were powerful beyond belief, they couldn't protect all of the heroes at once. Don't worry. Essil said to the ones that were still conscious, you're safe now. Essil is using skill, Heavenly Barrage. From her 3 sets of wings, dozens of feathers fell away, beginning to hover in the air as they shifted to dark blades. Most of them raced to kill the Nomu, but a few of them diverted, doing the best they could to gently gather up the heroes and place them against a rounded alcove, allowing Essil and Igris to more easily defend all of them. They're going to get overwhelmed eventually, Ma Dongwook realized. He figured they'd survive and continue on killing, but it boded poorly for their ravaged group. Oh, we're not the only ones here to protect you, Essil said, smiling back at the group. The others were just a bit slower. As that last word left her mouth, 100 separate angel shadows poured through the same tunnel Essil and Igris had come from. Beck's eyes widened as arrows and magic assailed the Nomu by the hundreds. The 20 or so actual sword wielders somehow managed to do even more damage. All of them zipped around on wings that made them an equal match for any Nomu, flying or otherwise. Are any of you healers? Essil asked, crouching down next to Miruko and Zihin. These 2 won't last much longer and it's too hectic to move them now, the trauma will kill them. We did. Beck muttered, his eyes inexorably drawn to his friend's headless corpse. Essil nodded. Then for now, all we can do is hope they hold out while we clear the nest. You. Overhaul finally got a good grip on the spear piercing his chest and destroyed it with his quirk, freeing himself from the ground and allowing him to wrap his fingers around his severed arm, destroying the remainder of it and building it back up to what it once was. "You're ruining Dash." Igris cut Overhaul in half with a flick of his wrist, Craze WHP doing the rest. He dealt with him just like that. What the hell are these things? Izuku made a show of holding down the ant with Dominator's touch, but in reality, it was taking a hell of a lot of effort. Of course, from the ant's perspective, it didn't know this. All it knew was that Izuku's strength was equal to itself. With a bout of strength, the ant shoved off the ground, breaking Izuku's hold on it as he kicked at his armor. It was such a small blow that Izuku was surprised to find himself skidding backwards as the ant's wings snapped out, carrying it quickly back into the caves it had come from. "You're not getting away that easily." Skill, Sprint LV3 has activated. The tunnel was winding and sometimes it curved so sharply that Izuku had to run on the walls to take a turn and keep up with the ant. But what confused him the most was when he took the final turn, the pathway opening to the massive cavern that currently held the war between Shadows and Nomu. In that last turn, the ant had completely disappeared from view. "Above you!" Beck weakly shouted, sending Izuku into a roll forwards, narrowly avoiding the ant as it dropped from the ceiling, crashing into the ground and sending shockwaves throughout the chamber. Pulling himself to his feet, Izuku saw that the ant was simply staring at him as the world around them continued to devolve into chaos. More Nomu poured from the tunnels and more shadows began emerging from Izuku. "How about this?" Izuku said over the din of battle, "Just you and me. No more tricks, no more running." The ant seemed to tilt his head, as if considering the proposal before walking right up to Izuku. This time, calmly, and when both stood chest to chest, neither made a move. The air rank, who was simply there as a cameraman, was trying not to freak out. He'd never felt anything like this before. Who is that? And what is he doing? I think he wants to fight it head on, a fair one-on-one. Is he crazy? Choi shook his head. No. I think he's just strong. For a moment, the world seemed to go quiet as the two sized each other up fully. The ant stood a full head and a half taller and possessed considerably more mass, but Izuku was undaunted as it threw the first punch, slamming into the side of his head with the force of a bunker buster. The wind forces it generated were enough to even buffet the heroes being protected by Esil, and they had to shield the two girls in order to keep them from becoming any more damaged. By the standards of humanity, Izuku should have been a stain on a wall. Instead, when the dust cleared, Izuku stood tall, his head only turned slightly to accommodate the blow's power. "So, is that all you can do?" "What dash my turn?" Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. Swinging with all his might and then some, Izuku sent Daybringer crashing into the ant, a concussive blast hurtling out of his left side as it passed through the right. Like Izuku, the ant did not move from his spot, but unlike Izuku, his right side was cracked, bleeding, and steaming from his opponent's blow. It looked like Daybringer's burn damage had kicked in. But Izuku didn't stop there. As the ant stumbled from such a heavy blow, Izuku swept its legs, knocking it onto its side, and while it was still in the air, perfectly horizontal, Izuku brought down Nightbringer on its chest. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. "This is impossible. I was supposed to be the strongest," the ant thought to himself as the exoskeleton on his chest cracked loudly and he smashed into the rocky floor. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. Again and again Izuku slammed his maces down on the Nomu, continuing to damage his exoskeleton, but it seemed like it was never enough to fully break it off. "Gotta finish this up. Miruko and that Korean girl won't last much longer in their condition, and my potions can't heal someone that damaged." Izuku raised Daybringer for one last attack, aimed right for the head. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. The ant rolled to the side at the last second, a purple tongue-like protrusion jutting out from his mouth and scraping against Izuku's exposed cheek. "Poison?" Izuku asked. The ant took that to mean that he was scared. How unfortunate human. "It looks like I win." He raised a fist to punch at the supposedly paralyzed Izuku. "Why?" Izuku turned to the side, showing off that the poison that had tried creeping through his veins was already gone. And before the ant could change course, Izuku swung Daybringer, still charged up with the skill, smacking him across the face and launching him away as Izuku remembered just why he had missed his gauntlets so much. The overwhelming strength skill required that gauntlets were equipped to be used, but it never said anything about using weapons alongside the gauntlets. Sprinting over to the space where the ant had crashed, Izuku was surprised to see it shoot out of the rubble, faster than it had been before. "Hey!" Beck shouted suddenly, overhauls running to the Queen's chambers. "The girl's gotta be in there." Apparently, in all the commotion, Overhaul had reconstructed himself and escaped from his shadows. "SHT Go get H-. Izuku froze. There were razor-sharp claws inches from his face. They would certainly hit him and they would certainly do too much damage. Reactive skill, Guardian Angel has activated. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Transparent yellow wings appeared just in front of Izuku's face, the claws glancing off of it and the ant rushing past Izuku. Where did this sudden burst of speed come from? He asked himself as his eyes did his best to track the flying villain. When he finally caught a glimpse of it, he realized what had happened. Knowing that a battle of strength was impossible and that his poison didn't work, the ant decided to push everything he had into speed. His body mass shrunk, arms, legs, and torso thinning out to become insanely quick. Even his hands thinned out, making his claws longer with a smaller point. They were far sharper now. Izuku threw his maces back into the inventory as he leaned backwards, narrowly dodging another slash. "It's surprising, you're as strong as the Seraph, or maybe even stronger, but you're still not stronger than me." Sprint LV3 has activated. Without the weight of his weapons, Izuku was beginning to catch up to the ant's speed. Trading blows with just his fists, Izuku found that the ant had made a grave mistake. It thought itself to be the fastest, an insurmountable force of speed, so it sacrificed its raw power, but without that strength, it could now stand up to Izuku's attacks even less than it could before. Skill, Overwhelming Strength LV3 has activated. Izuku punched at the ant's head, but he sacrificed his arm to block it, the limb practically snapping off. Skill, Overwhelming Strength has been upgraded to its final form, Infinite Strength. I must flee, the ant thought to itself, I must survive. If I continue to eat and grow, then maybe one day I can surpass him. Did you think I'd let you leave? Izuku asked, appearing just in front of the ant, his fist ped back. Skill, Infinite Strength LV Max has activated. Overhaul sprinted through the tunnel with heavy shaking breaths. Those things, they aren't normal, no summon should ever be that strong. The tunnel once again opened up to a massive cavern, where the 𝐿 Queen, essentially just a giant mass of black matter, rested. Her royal guards remained vigilant, but they let Overhaul past. He didn't stop running though. The guards were strong, A to S ranks were needed to kill them, but they couldn't hold back what was coming. Towards the back of the room, there was a small room Overhaul had formed with his quirk, blocked off by a rather large boulder. He lifted it like it was nothing, revealing the shivering form of a small girl with white hair curled up on a bed of greenery. Overhaul wasn't sure why, but the 𝐿 insisted on attempting to furnish the girl's room. They gave her whatever they could to make her comfortable. In truth, the 𝐿 did it because anyone that was allowed inside their nest freely was one of them and they took care of their own. Unfortunately, the girl was still there against her will and the 𝐿 certainly weren't going to do anything to save her after they themselves had kidnapped her. Overhaul roughly took her in his arms and began making for the wall the queen rested against. It was the closest to the outside and he needed to escape now. With the girl, he could continue his work, improving his creations and making villains strong enough to even take down the shadows that chased after him, or so he thought. Upon opening the wall, creating a massive hole to the outside, Overhaul was beset by two disturbingly close sounds. One was the distinctive sheeing of a blade tearing through flesh. The other was a roar that could only be described as Godzilla-like, and it was right outside the cave. You have defeated your foe. Izuku's fist was piercing the ant's stomach, gross purple fluid spilling from the wound as its body went limp, its short reign of terror finished. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The ant's body fell to the ground as Izuku removed his gauntlet from its guts. Hey! Beck shouted in Korean, confusing Izuku for a moment as he looked back just in time for him to switch to Japanese. Miruko. Izuku handed healing potions to everyone but the two girls. Drink these. He crouched down next to S-ranks. Both of their faces had gone completely white and sweat ran down their faces as they desperately clung to life. We can't move them and they are too damaged for my current skills to heal them, he said, referring to his potions, and the holy water of life was reserved for disease only. It couldn't cure wounds from what Izuku understood. Where's your healer? 𝐻𝐻's dead. Shadows. Find and bring me the body of their healer. Beck looked up in shock, completely recovered by the potions. Why? What are you doing? The only thing we can do. I don't have any healers amongst my shadows, so I need to borrow yours. Izuku raised a finger to point at the A-rank cameraman. You, turn off the camera. He obliged almost immediately when he saw the gleam of light in Izuku's eyes. Within 15 seconds, a high orc had Byungjiu's headless body in his arms and he set him gingerly on the ground. Izuku, Esil said, Igris is struggling with overhaul, he's using the girl as a shield. Neither Kakino's or Igris can do anything. Then go help them. I'll follow you soon. At the very least make sure overhaul remains trapped inside the cave. Esil nodded. Kakino's is making sure of that. Good luck here. His head is missing, but since I managed to revive Tank from a pile of flesh, it should still work. Shadow extraction is possible on this target. Thank God for that. Arise. For just a moment, darkness oozed from Byungjiu's body, but it quickly faded back into him. Shadow extraction had failed. 2 attempts remaining. Arise. Shadow extraction had failed. 1 attempts remaining. Why? With my intelligence stat, this shouldn't be a problem. It's almost like he doesn't want to come back, like it's reinforcing my belief that extracting the shadows of humans is wrong. Izuku shook his head as his eyes landed on the pale broken forms of the two girls. Well, too bad. The living take precedence. Arise. Shadows exploded from the body as Beck finally grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and screamed at him, What are you doing to my friend's body? Izuku ignored him as a hand shot out of the shadows, pulling together a mimicked form of the healer. You. Choi breathed out. Is this the source of your power? All of those shadows, they are enemies you have killed and brought back as your allies. The shadow of Byungjiu didn't even wait for orders from his liege, instead choosing to brush past him and lay one hand on each of the girls for direct and powerful healing. Izuku smiled. My shadows are not the same as what they are mimicking, but they do take on qualities of those they are extracted from. Which tells me just how kind he was. He acted before I could even ask him to. Almost immediately, the color returned to the faces of both heroes, their bones returned to their proper posture, and their wounds closed completely. With the job done, the shadow healer stood looking over the rest of the room and ensuring no one else was harmed. Beck's hand was still holding onto Izuku's shoulder, but the grip was looser, and Izuku could see hints of pleading in his eyes. It didn't take him long to understand what that pleading meant. Cancel extraction. As Byungjiu faded away into nothingness, leaving only his physical body as a reminder, he and Beck gave each other a warm smile. Thank you. Izuku nodded and began walking to the same tunnel Esil had gone down. Tusk, Tank, HYO, see them outside, protect them at all costs. Using his gigantification, Tusk easily scooped up both of the still unconscious heroes in his hands, allowing them to rest comfortably with him. What about you? Ma Dongwook asked. The immediate threat is gone, but the girl, Eri, is still trapped by overhaul. I'll finish it. Izuku said with confidence, sprinting away into the darkness of the tunnels. At the end of Overhaul's tunnel, a giant shadowy dragon head peeked into it, white light flowing from its mouth as it prepared to unleash the breath attack. Of course, for now, neither Kakino's nor Igris could do anything as Overhaul held his hand over Eri, threatening to turn her into nothingness if they came any closer. Igris understood that Overhaul had taken her for a reason, and because of that reason, he was unlikely to kill her, but at the same time, it was his mission to ensure her safety. He nor Kakino's could take any chances. The same was true for Esil and for a time, The three simply stood there, a Mexican standoff of otherworldly proportions. But then, just like that, 𝐂𝐸 disappeared from Overhaul's hands. Skill: Sprint has been upgraded to its final form, Quicksilver. Izuku hugged the shivering 𝐂𝐸 tight to his chest, having removed the visual effects of his armor so that she could comfortably feel his warmth. Tears had been leaking from her eyes, but her fear had kept her from fully releasing those sobs. But when Izuku's hand went to pat her head, all the tension in her body was released and she bawled loudly into his shirt. What? Overhaul shouted, earning a threatening glare from Izuku. You shut up. Now with the shadows holding him at blade point, and with 𝐂𝐸 safe, Overhaul could do nothing to stop the monsters that were surrounding him. Eventually, 𝐂𝐸's cries faded to tired breaths as she passed into unconsciousness in Izuku's arms. Now, I want to ask you some questions. How many monarchs have hosts? What do you know of the monarchs? Here's a hint, Izuku said, I am a monarch. Overhaul stumbled backwards in fear, suddenly realizing why this boy had been so dangerous, so powerful. There are 4 of them that I know of, but they spoke of another like he had already found a host. Would that be in reference to me or another monarch? That Kurogiri seemed to recognize me in some way at the USJ. What are their plans? What? Their plans, their next move, what is it? I don't. Izuku sighed. The villain Overhaul, who had confidently taken down a ruler-enhanced being and boasted in front of 7 different S-rank, was now shaking in his boots. They probably gave him the task to eliminate Mirio and that's it, which means he's useless. Izuku thought for a moment about having Igris kill him right then and there so he could be converted into a shadow soldier, but he changed his mind quickly. He didn't want someone like this in his army. He didn't want to leave a single trace of his disgusting corpse remaining. So as he turned around, beginning to walk the way he came, he gave the only appropriate order, Kakino's. Once me and the girl are at a safe distance, turn this BST into ash. No. Igris and 𝐸𝐸 jabbed their blades through his multiple arms, pinning him in place, making him helpless. They too could kill him without any trouble, but their liege had asked for this vile man to be utterly eradicated, reduced to atoms, and they were going to do everything in their power to make sure his request was granted. It only took Izuku a few minutes of walking, re-entering the cavern where the 𝐸𝐸 corpse laid, to hear the massive thrum of energy that undoubtedly came from Kakino's. You have defeated your foe. You have leveled up. You have reached the necessary level for your job-specific skills to increase. Shadow Extraction LV2, Shadow Storage LV2, Monarch's Domain LV2, Shadow Exchange LV. It took me reaching level 105 to get here. Does that mean I have to get to 210 just to get them to the next level? Izuku hoped that wasn't the case. Igris and 𝐸𝐸 appeared next to him moments later, standing at the ready behind their monarch as he looked over the corpse of the ant. Shadow extraction is possible on this unit. Izuku nodded to himself and turned around, gently passing 𝐸𝐸 off to 𝐸𝐸. Make sure she gets out of here and if possible, try to hand her off to one of the Japanese destroyers. All might already spread the word that my shadows were an ally. Why do we need to hand her off? 𝐸𝐸 asked, honest curiosity in her voice, to which Igris responded by directing her attention to the massive pile of Nomu bios behind him and the other Nomu that still attempted to escape from the Shadow Army. Igris is right. We still have a job to do and this one doesn't deserve to be put into any more danger. He handed 𝐸𝐸 to 𝐸𝐸, who took her gently, enveloping the girl with her arms and one pair of wings, as if they were a blanket. You go. Kakino's will be blanketing the island soon with his attacks, so it'll be safer for her. 𝐸𝐸 nodded and shot off into the sky, her feathers creating blades of darkness that eviscerated anything even remotely close to her. Well, I suppose we should get started. Arise. Like all of his previous extraction events, the ant's shadow rose from his body, pooling into a sphere in front of Izuku. Izuku couldn't be certain, but it felt far denser than any other shadow he had obtained before. Would you like to use Seraph's Blessed Ashes to enhance the extraction? Seraph's Blessed Ashes, those were the particles that surrounded 𝐸𝐸's extract, evolving her from an angel noble to a full-on seraph. Does that mean I can make this guy even stronger? Izuku nodded, yes. Shadow Nomu Commander grade has evolved to high-end Shadow Nomu General grade. 2 new grades. So now the list in order would be Normal, Elite Knight, Captain, Commander, and then General. I am aware that Commander and General are the same grades just from different sources. Commander is in the novel and General grade is used in the webcomic, but like I did with Captain grade, I simply wanted to add more grades for more possible progression. The ant manifested suddenly, its body looking far larger than before, with an additional set of arms slightly lower than its other pair. It looks like the ashes evolved the creature, so I can't expect the same thing if I just upgrade my Shadows grade only. It's too bad that I've only got 2 more uses out of the ashes. The ant's aura was far stronger than before, causing Izuku to worry for a moment that he had created something even stronger than himself. But then the ant kneeled to him. My liege, 𝐒𝐻, its mandibles clicked, it is my honor to serve you. He can speak, just like 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Does that mean Commander or General grades give Shadows the ability to speak? If it's Commander, then Igris only needs to rank up once more to be able to talk. Shadows able to be extracted, 222,734 Shadows able to be saved, 222,504. Izuku's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he read over the numbers. It appeared that leveling up his job-specific skills had doubled both of the maximum shadow values. What would you like to name this shadow? The system message slightly distracted him from the insane jump in power he had received, and he began thinking as quickly as possible, not wanting to waste any time. Well, he looks like an and so something around that, right? Oh, what was the name of that author who wrote that novel, The Ants? Bernard Werber. That's kinda a lame name. So how about You Are Baru? 𝐒𝐻. A shrill shriek of happiness escaped Baru's lips. There's still a lot of Nomu remaining out there. My sense tells me there's at least a couple thousand. 4,036 to be exact, my liege, Baru stated, still kneeling. That's a lot for the rest of the heroes to deal with, especially since they can fly. Kakino's can catch a decent chunk with his wide-range attacks, but... Looking over to Baru, Izuku asked a simple question. If it's you, can you kill the rest? Baru stood, a clawed hand held over his chest. If you give the order, it shall be done. Izuku smiled. Good, now exterminate every last Nomu that once lived here. He disappeared from Izuku's sight the second the demand left his mouth, rushing off at full tilt to fulfill his liege's wishes. Izuku gave Igris a worried look. Don't you think he's just a little too strong? If Igris could sweat, Izuku was sure he would be doing so. Baru possessed an asinine level of raw power and speed now that he had evolved. Oh well, it was my decision to enhance him. As long as he remains loyal, the only thing I should fear is underusing someone like him. Then the only things left, Izuku turned to the pile of Nomu bios, are to finish this off and to bolster the army. Using shadow extraction, he pulled out as many Nomu corpses as he could fit into his shadow save, ending up with 282 new humanoid Nomu, all with wings. Geez, even if these things weren't at night grade, they'd be great as just basic manpower, Izuku realized as the Nomu got to work, recovering magic cores from the bodies of the villains. We're not taking any of those cores, Izuku ordered. We should leave them so that Korea can use them to rebuild Jeju Island. The Nomu dropped the crystal-like objects immediately. Besides, this magic core I got from Baru should be more than enough for my financial needs. He looked down at the onyx black core he had recovered, its color, for some reason, suddenly reminding him of Yorozu. Geez, I haven't talked to her in over a week, and then I'm going to show up on the news having cleared an S-rank gate. I hope she isn't too upset about anything. I'll worry about it later. Izuku reached into his inventory, pulling out a white and gold sword. Item, Genesis Blade Item Class, SS Item Type, Longsword plus 350 attack. A longsword imbued with the greatest power of the Seraph. A cleansing fire effect will activate with each swing. Effect Cleansing Fire, summons blazes of white fire that will burn anything in its wide path. An SS rank. I've never seen an item with that class. Well, I suppose now is a good time to test it. Making sure his shadows were behind him, Izuku stepped up to the massive pile of black flesh and swung his sword, a ginormous blast of powerful exiting it just as it had said. Within mere moments, the entire breathing pile had been turned to ash. Reveling in the insane power stored within the sword, Izuku smiled, walking off deeper into the caverns to eliminate any other nests he could find. Kirataihu was starting to become bored. Stationed on board one of the Japanese destroyers, she was meant to be a stopgap alongside the dozens of other heroes against any escaping Nomyu. But she thought her talents were being wasted here. She was ranked at a low A, but thanks to her quirk, she was able to break through the S-rank ceiling. In her opinion, she should have been amongst the Japanese heroes drawing the attention of the Nomyu for the Koreans, or even hunting down the queen with the Koreans. But no matter what her opinion was, she was still stuck on that DMN boat. It was for those reasons, her boredom the main one, that when she saw a dark shape flying in the sky, heading for them, that she became excited. Charging to the front of her agency team, she readied her katana, practically shaking with anticipation, but then a call came out from the captain of the destroyer, "Hold your fire. That's one of ours." Kira began to wonder how such a dark shape could be mistaken for one of them. It was clearly a Nomyu, right? But as the figure grew closer, she changed her mind. White patches of light ran throughout their vaguely feminine shape, and 2 sets of feathery wings sprouted from her back. All Might says it's one of the hero's summons. So is that what people saw when people reported a giant shadow dragon? She wondered to herself. She had been below deck when 𝐭𝐴𝐻 had flown overhead. The angel, no, the seraph landed on their deck without making a sound and looked directly to the captain. "Is there a quiet place I may stay?" she asked, unfurling her 3rd set of wings just barely enough to show off the silver hair of 𝐴. The entire deck's eyes widened as they recognized the identity of the girl. Absolutely. The captain waved over one of his underlings and ordered them to SA the shadow to safe quarters. "All right people, we've got the girl. We're retreating to Japan. The other destroyers can handle it from here." "What?" Kira complained to herself, the cheers of the other heroes overshadowing her disappointment. She was happy that the girl was safe, but she also wanted to fight some Nomyu. "Tich, there it is." A voice suddenly shouted, pointing to a huge WYM that was circling around the mountain, discharging beams of energy seemingly at random. "Looks like we might have some action after all." The captain reported, "The closer destroyers have already engaged some of the Nomyu. Ready yourself." Kira once again got ready, ecstatic when she saw a legitimate Nomyu heading their way. First one is a blur shot by all of the destroyers with such speed it appeared to be in multiple places at once. "Mine." Kira finished just as her eyes caught up with the phenomena, watching as the Nomyu dropped into the ocean, sliced in half. "Oh come on." But Baru felt no remorse for taking the girl's kill. He only felt joy as he continued fulfilling his liege's request, carving through thousands of enemies within just 20 minutes. And so, just like that, with the help of Izuku Midoriya and his shadows, the Jeju incident came to an end. Eventually, the flood of Nomyu was massacred and all the surviving heroes were safely on the decks of their country's respective destroyers. Ryukyu and Edshot in particular were deep in mourning when it came to the Japanese team. While the Koreans had only lost one of theirs, Japan had lost over half of their top 10. Hawks, Best Jeanist, Fat Gum, Crust, Gang Orca, and Musha were dead, along with Mirio whose true fate remained unknown. Miruko was still unconscious, recovering below deck after the Koreans had dropped her off. She would make a full recovery. Darby stood awkwardly behind Ryukyu, his presence being the only comfort he was giving out. Finally, Endeavor sat on deck with his back against one of the massive cannons, his expression slack and unfocused. With 6 body bags laid out across the deck, it was impossible to ignore how much of a loss this had been for the Japanese, and the shock showed on most of the faces there. These were S-rank heroes, the top of the world, right. But instead of triumphing and standing atop their enemy's body, they had been turned into nothing more than a statistic. After the 20 or so minutes of Nomyu killing, it took only another 5 minutes for Izuku to begin retreating to his country's navy. As 𝐭𝐴𝐻 brought him close, allowing him to hop off the dragon, onto the deck of the destroyer, he noticed Ryukyu's slackened expression. Unbeknownst to him, this was because of her obsession with dragons in relation to her quirk. She rarely got to see any up close as they were always trying to kill her, so one that was peaceful and under human control made her practically drool over it. "Should I be jealous?" Darby asked teasingly. It was perhaps the wrong time for humor, but it was also the only way he knew how to handle tragedy, so believe it or not, it was his best attempt at consoling Ryukyu. Upon helping All Might down to the deck alongside him and calling back Kakino's into his shadow, Izuku realized that Ryukyu was stomping towards him. Should I be nervous? Her expression looks pretty serious. She's not going to blame me for coming in at the last second, is she? But instead of words of indignation and anger, Ryukyu stopped 1 meter from Izuku and with the most perfect posture he had ever seen, bowed at a 90-degree angle. Please. Use your power and bring my friends back. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and surprise as Ryukyu made such a loud and pleading declaration, essentially revealing the source of his powers to everyone on the boat. For a moment he panicked, unsure as to how to react, but thankfully All Might covered for him. Tatsuma. Young Midoriya's powers do not extend that far, he is only capable of healing, not resurrection. Ryukyu was about to shout back a retort, she had seen Izuku extract Tusk's shadow after all, but then she looked into All Might's eyes and saw a stern request buried within them. Almost immediately she understood her mistake. Whatever this boy's power was, he was doing his best to hide it, and by exposing it, she decreased the chances that he would actually help her. Why don't we go get you some coffee? You've been on your feet for some time now. Attention shifted from Ryukyu's odd outburst and Izuku's appearance to All Might's less than muscular form. Is that really All Might? What happened? Is this the reason he didn't show up for this raid? All of these questions and more assailed the minds of the lesser ranks, distracting them from the fact that Izuku had disappeared from sight, following close behind All Might with stealth. Darby apparently had a similar idea and followed suit. After the captain of the destroyer had given them a private soundproof room reserved for top government officials, Izuku sighed and let go of his stealth, eliciting a small squeak from Ryukyu and no reaction from Darby or All Might. Do the others just have a really good poker face, or is she just really jumpy right now? Sorry, he apologized, but I don't really want the nature of my army to become public knowledge at this time. And no, it would be my place to apologize now, but you still want me to bring back the 6 that died, Izuku finished as he shook his head. Are you aware that most of my summons are not capable of speech and that all of them are merely copies of the original, not the original? Ryukyu nodded slowly. I figured as much. Then, why bring them back? Izuku, while still very much interested in bringing those 6 S-rank heroes into his army, was not about to disgrace their bodies and take what was essentially their soul for himself. He had been unsure of his decision to not take human shadows before, but after seeing Byungjiu's reaction to his extraction being cancelled, that being one of bliss, Izuku was certain. Taking the shadow of a human was like denying them peaceful rest and forcing them to be his slaves. Ryukyu's answer was shockingly simple, because the world needs them. The world needs as many powerful heroes as it can get its hands on. She sighed, wringing her hands out. Before we left for Jeju, all the heroes wrote up their wills just in case. On all of the top 10s, except for Endeavor, there was a simple request. Find a proper heir to replace me, so that the world does not know fear. Ryukyu nodded as Izuku began to understand her heartfelt request. I still intend to find replacements for the top 10, but, those 6, nothing would make them happier than the ability to continue serving as protectors. Remembering just what the second-ranked top 10 member had planned to do, Izuku asked Ryukyu if she had been aware of Endeavor's scheming. By the way her eyes widened and her heart began speeding up, Izuku could tell she was filled with rage. Is that my sense stat? I'm not just able to sense people, but their emotions too. That BSTRD. Ryukyu's fist clenched and a part of the table they were sitting at broke under her pressure. It appears that I owe you an even bigger debt for saving Miruko from his schemes. One of Izuku's eyebrows raised. Oh, are her and Miruko close? Darby scoffed. Tej, I'm still not a fan of you, kid, but if you messed up my old man's plans, then I guess we're a little closer to being even. So, this is your honest request? Izuku asked. Had Ryukyu been knowledgeable about Endeavor's plans, he would have refused to extract the 6 shadows on principle alone. But if she was innocent and truly wished for it, then yes, please. She bowed her head a little lower and Izuku nodded. Very well. The upper deck of the battleship had been completely cleared, only Ryukyu, Dabi, All Might, Izuku, and the 6 dead heroes remained. Actually, there was one more, Edgeshot, who Ryukyu had told of Izuku's powers before he had agreed to extract their shadows. Before anything could get started, however, a figure appeared next to Izuku as if he was moving around via teleportation. Instead, it was just the fastest Nomu alive. Baru kneeled. "My liege, the small human has been delivered by 𝐿 and the other humans are currently taking care of her." Izuku rested a hand on Baru's shoulder. "You've done excellently, but I have one more task for you before you can rest." "Anything, my liege." "Please inform 𝐿 that I wish for her to reside in the girl's shadow until further notice. Eri has some sort of enhancement power, we can't be too careful when it comes to her protection." "It is as you say, my liege. I will depart at once." Baru left much in the same way he had appeared, shocking the surrounding heroes. "That thing is your summon?" "Yes. I'm sorry if he disturbed you." Baru's aura may have grown quite a bit, but it was still unmistakable as the abomination that had torn apart Ryukyu's team members. "It's all right." Izuku stepped forwards, the body bags of all the heroes opened up. Some resided without much of their body, none had their heads intact. Ryukyu wanted to tear her eyes away, but she could not ignore even a second of the process. "I will begin. Arise." Without fail, all 6 shadows emerged from their respective hosts on the first try, as if they were attempting to prove Ryukyu right. These 6 weren't done yet, they weren't ready to give up the fight that easily. Shadow Human LV-12 Elite Knight Grade. 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 They came out as Elite Knights even though they were weaker than one of my Elite Knights. I wasn't even given the option of using the Seraph's ashes on them, so does that mean this is a reaction of my shadow extraction skill reaching LV2? What would you like to name your new soldiers? Izuku went by one, assigning them the same names they had in life. Hawks, Best Jeanist, Yoroimusha, Gang Orca, Crust, and Fat Gum. "Stand," he commanded, calling them to their feet. "Can any of you speak?" It was a far-fetched question. It seemed that so far only commander or general grades could speak by default, but 𝐿. Existence proved that it wasn't an impossibility for another grade to speak. But, just as Izuku expected, all 6 shook their heads in unison and he turned back to Ryukyu. "Have you changed your mind? I can dispel them at any time." Her face was frozen in an expression of shock, but that quickly morphed back to relief at the carefree smiles she saw on her comrades' faces. She had indeed made the right choice. Hawks even offered her a small wave, and at that moment a single tear leaked down her face. "No, thank you, you have done more for me and for them than anyone would have ever thought possible." Just like that, Izuku had obtained 6 more beings of great power to stand among his other generals. At the same time Korea was holding a funeral to commemorate the passing of their fallen heroes, that of Minute Byungju and a dozen or so who had perished on board the destroyers from the Nomu. Japan was doing the same. Hundreds if not thousands had gathered to see off the 6 top 10 who perished on the island, living on in Izuku's shadow. One of the main people missing, however, was Endeavor. Izuku wasn't sure what had happened to him, but All Might assured him that both the agency association and the government would come down HD on Endeavor and the government official he had been working with. The news of such a betrayal to both the Koreans and 2 of his own people had yet to reach the public. In total, 52 of Japan's heroes had perished, and 20 civilians had lost their lives from the Nomu that Baru did his best to catch up to. Mirio Tagata was among those counted, though truthfully, no one had been completely certain as to what happened to him. All Might, after watching back the video recorded from the cameraman, similarly concluded that he wasn't sure. While it was apparently possible for rulers to perish, just as monarchs could, it seemed unlikely that AIC, the largest fragment of brilliant light, could be killed with a simple artifact, even if it was a result of the monarch's work. Of course, perhaps most interesting of all, Izuku was suddenly receiving attention that was reserved only for celebrities of the highest status. Dozens of news networks contacted him at once, asking for interviews. He turned them all down, but that didn't stop them from reporting on him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐫, Japan's newest heroic calamity. Upon further research, it appears that he is barely 16 years old. Still pursuing his studies at UA, the school continues to reinforce the belief that if you want to be a hero, go there. There were hundreds of reports like that on the news, on the internet, and there were even more forums discussing him. I'm glad he saved everyone he could, but that amount of summons isn't natural, doesn't matter what quirk or what skills he has, it just defies all reason. If he had this much power, why wasn't he involved in the raid? Wasn't his upperclassman part of it? Do you think he's single? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shook his head as he realized just how many comments there were about his love life. The service had ended quite some time ago and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was retreating to his motorcycle after conversing with All Might for a moment. He could have easily run home, Quicksilver carrying him far faster than any motor vehicle, but he didn't want to ruin this nice suit he had bought with his sweat. The day 𝐒𝐭𝐴 returned, he had deposited Baru's core at one of the many high-end auction houses. Within the hour, it had sold for an exorbitant price, nearly 100 million yen. Around 900k in USD. Adding on to his quickly growing monetary value, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 began to realize he could be considered far more than wealthy. He hadn't just sold Baru's core, but a few of his old weapons and leftover materials from the Heavenly Palace. He could buy anything he wanted now. With his mother awake, his monetary troubles thrown into the wind, and his power far surpassing that of most S-ranks in the country, 𝐒𝐿 felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his desires. By now, going back to school sounded like a ridiculous thing to do. What should I do? Mom will probably want me to go back to UA, and I can't exactly disagree with that sentiment. Dropping out of high school sounds too disgraceful to me, even if the goal of that school is to turn me into what I am now. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. These are some pretty lame concerns compared to what my week has been like. Oh well. Looking down at the time on his phone, 𝐒𝐿 realized that his mother was scheduled to be discharged about an hour from now and Sakura would be there visiting with her. Guess that's my next destination. He climbed onto his motorcycle, no helmet secured on his head. After all, even if a car slammed into him head-on, it'd be more prudent to worry about the car, not 𝐒𝐿. But before he could start up the machine and head off, a voice stopped him. Excuse me. 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 had half a mind to ride away regardless. The pleas of the approaching man sounded all too much like the reporters that continued to hound him. But then, the man's appearance stopped him. He was dressed in rather formal clothing, befitting of a governmental agent. I'm Ensign Matsu, with the Japanese Navy. The Navy? What do they want with me? 𝐒𝐿 dutifully shook the man's hand. This is in regards to the girl you rescued from 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫. Sir, he added on, likely feeling weird about calling a 16-year-old sir. Is she okay? 𝐒𝐿 had heard nothing from 𝐒𝐿, so it was unlikely that something had happened, but he had to be sure. She's physically well. Due to her immense potential and, well, or to be frank, lack of family too, she's being watched over on one of our naval bases. The man combed his hand through his hair. Well, the true issue is her psyche. She's being treated by our best doctors, but even then, the girl refuses to sleep and she barely eats. It's starting to wear on her quite a lot. The doctors are fearing that, we're worried about her to say the least. 𝐒𝐿 scratched at his cheek awkwardly. Well, excuse me for saying this, but what can I do about it? Every now and again, some of the hallways can get a bit rowdy and it scares the girl. One of those times, a shadowy angel left her room and slammed one of the guys against a wall, threatening him if he didn't quiet down. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but let out a chuckle at 𝐒𝐿's natural motherly instincts. He had instructed her to keep her safe from any physical threats, so her actions were almost certainly her own. She didn't hurt anyone, did she? A few bruises, but nothing serious. That thing is one of your summons, correct, sir? 𝐒𝐿 nodded. I put her there to protect 𝐸. That's a relief to hear, because she's been the only thing comforting the girl. Whenever your summon shows up, 𝐸 actually manages to get an hour or so of sleep and sometimes, she'll even eat. We asked her why she only does it with the angel around and she told us because she knows the monsters won't get her while your shadow is around. 𝐒�l's heart beat out of rhythm for just one moment as the depressing reality of that belief sunk in. She was so terrified that it took the aura of a shadow that surpassed S rank to comfort her. Well then, I can instruct my summon to stay out with her as much as possible. Matsu nodded. That is one solution, sir. Izuku tilted his head. What's the other? We would like to ask you and your family to take in this girl. Izuku's eyes widened as the man bowed low to him. Please, sir. It is no good for the morale of our men to know they can do nothing as they watch this girl waste away, so please save her. The next day, Izuku went back to school. He was still mulling over the request Matsu had given him, so in the meantime, he had instructed 𝐂𝐿 to remain out at all times and act as motherly as she could. Just the fact that 𝐂𝐿 refused to disappear was enough to allow 𝐸 to get a full night's sleep for the first time. In the meantime, he had his hands full with his return to education. Orozu treated him about the same as always, although after explaining the situation he'd gone through, she seemed even more bold and insisted on holding hands as they walked through the hallways. The rest of the school, on the other hand, was not nearly as inviting. Some of his classmates still treated him the same, having known him before for a bit of time, although there was always some sort of tension when talking to them. While before he had been a powerhouse even among his peers, now he was basically a god with an army at his disposal. Of course, not everyone was as disturbed as some. Bakugo went on to treat him as he normally did, shouting about how he would kill him and all that. Most would probably be annoyed by this lack of change in the bully, but Izuku found it almost reassuring. Just because he had changed didn't mean everyone else would. Mina, Kaminari, Mineta, Todoroki, Gyro and a few others, much to his shock, only seemed to grow friendlier towards him. He didn't think much of Gyro, Kaminari or Mina's reaction as they were generally all really nice to begin with. Mineta at first, like others, appeared to be frightened by him, but as Izuku quickly learned, his remarks about his strength were merely banter between peers. Todoroki surprised him the most, forcing him to come up with a few theories. The most likely of which was that Dabi had informed his younger brother of what Izuku had done to mess with his father's plans, and if Todoroki was anything like his older brother, he hated his father. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Of course, there was also the possibility that Todoroki held no ill will towards his father and was merely relieved that Izuku had saved him. Regardless of why they were comfortable around him, Izuku welcomed it. This was exactly what he'd been looking for, something a bit more normal that reminded him he was still human. You're gonna be a dad? Mina asked just a tad too loudly as the rest of the lunchroom stared at Izuku like he was some sort of alien. What? No. I mean, I'm not sure, not right now. Izuku shook his head. Besides, my current apartment is way too small to accommodate a little girl. So just get a bigger apartment, Kaminari suggested like it was the simplest explanation in the world, which is because it was. I mean, with your strength, getting that much money shouldn't be that hard, right? He was right, Izuku already had more than enough money to buy a mansion. Great idea, Dofus, Gyro said, punching his arm. It completely ignores the fact that he's 16 and still in high school. Who in his position would want a kid? Mina hesitantly raised her hand, and when greeted with a few surprised looks from Ida and Todoroki, she explained, "Oh, come on. Who doesn't want a kid? A little bundle of joy running around your house." I concur that a child is indeed a blessing, Ida said, but one must not underestimate the effort and care that is needed to raise one. It would be irresponsible of Midoriya to accept responsibility for this child when he is away at school for most of the day and taking care of gates or homework in his spare time. Izuku tilted his head awkwardly. Actually, that wouldn't be a huge problem. Aries already become really attached to one of my summons, 𝐿. She takes care of most of Aries' needs already at the base, and since she's one of two of my summons who are able to talk, it makes her a perfect stand-in for a mother. When he noticed some of the odd glances he was getting in response to suggesting that a summon raise a child, he changed the subject. Anyways, it'd be weird for me to move into a place just me and her. My mom won't ever leave that apartment, he refused to explain why, and my sister's school is right there, so unless I moved into a smaller place, myself and a little girl would be too few people for a home. Then have Yorozu move in with you, Kaminari once again suggested out of the blue, receiving another punch from Gyro. Oh, will you quit that? They're already dating, it kinda makes sense. Oh. And did you ever consider the fact that they didn't want to move that fast in their relationship? Don't try to pressure someone into that. Sorry mom, Kaminari responded, receiving another punch. All right, that's it. Stop punching me. Gyro went to throw one last punch for good measure, but Kaminari had actually been goading her into it, and just as her fist made contact, he turned his electric powers up to minimal charge, shocking her in return. As those two continued to bicker, Izuku and Yorozu were exchanging curious glances, as if gauging what the other thought about Kaminari's idea. Their silent exchange went something like this. What do you think? I've been wanting to get a new place for a while now. Kaminari didn't pressure you, did he? I'm fine with moving in together, but a child. Esil is doing a good job as a mother, nanny. Do you really want to put the growth of a child in the hands of a summon? Granted it's your summon, but still. My mother could visit every now and again. Or I could drop out of school. What? Yorozu accidentally blurted out loud, startling the table and herself with just how in-depth their silent conversation had become. I'm serious, Izuku said to Yorozu as they began walking home from school. It hadn't even been a possibility in my mind the other day, but now with Eri in need, I feel like dropping out is the right choice. Yorozu bit her lip. With the strength you've reached, I don't doubt you're making more than enough to support 3 people, but I just wanted to make sure this is what you want to do, not something you feel like you have to do. Izuku smiled. I get to live a luxurious life at home with an adopted daughter and my girlfriend and don't have to worry about school. What's not to love about that? Yorozu couldn't help but smile at that. Before now, I didn't think I'd have any reason to drop out, and my mom wanted me to stay, so I figured I'd just go along with it, but now I've got a real purpose behind it. Then I'm going to do the same. Yorozu declared, giving Izuku's hand a squeeze as his eyes bulged out. What? Why? Well, as a hero of your current status, school has kinda become irrelevant. It's designed to help people handle their quirks and get them scouted into high-ranking agencies, but if you've got a direct line to All Might himself, then forget joining an agency, let's create our own. About that, Izuku said, nervously looking down, we can't, not yet. I talked to All Might at the funeral about this. He said he could waive something simple like the necessary amount of heroes needed for a raid since my shadows were so strong, but he simply couldn't allow a minor to undertake the running of an agency. He said it had to be someone 18 or up. It was something the rest of the people in charge wouldn't budge on. So then, let's just hire someone. Izuku shook his head. It's not that simple. We need someone who is an S rank or someone has an agency license. Basically everyone who meets those requirements already have an agency of their own, or they're part of a substantial agency and they're not likely to give that sort of thing up for 2 kids. Then I guess we just have to wait until we're 18. Yeah, Izuku said, sighing. Well, we've got all these plans, but it's probably to sleep on them for a few days before we decide for certain. Esil is certain she can handle Eri for a few more days. Yorozu agreed. As they came to the point where they had to head opposite directions, she planted a small kiss on his lips as her goodbye and headed off, her long hair waving behind her as Izuku sighed once more. Although this time, he sighed as his heart melted. For some reason though, he could have sworn he felt some sort of emanation of jealousy from his shadow. Was that Baru, or Igris, or all of them? Izuku shrugged and shook his head with a smile, completely unaware that at his school, someone with the face of Okako Uraraka was placing plastic explosives all over the school's structures. I'm home, Izuku called out as he walked through the door, setting down his bag on the couch and strolling into the kitchen for a snack, his jaw slightly slackening when he saw who was there waiting for him. His mother was holding a cup of coffee, Sakura was sipping on lemonade, and Miruko lifted her tea in greeting. Hey! Hey! Miruko called out in the small apartment, raising her small cup of tea to him. She was dressed in a relatively simple outfit, a white t-shirt, shin-length jeans, and boots. It seemed like she dressed more for practicality than to impress. And Miruko? Izuku asked, surprised by the presence of the teenager, what are you doing here? Or rather, how'd you find out where I lived? What? Am I not allowed to thank my savior? She asked with a massive smirk as she lightly punched him on the shoulder. Well, maybe lightly was the wrong word for it. It looked light, but their attack was enough to stumble the unprepared Izuku a tiny bit. Is she bad at holding back? No, she would have broken a normal person's arm with strength like that. She's testing me, isn't she? That thought ran through his head as an unexpected event occurred. Baru leapt from Izuku's shadow, grabbing at the hero's wrist with more than enough force to break it. Izuku's eyes widened. He must have thought she meant to harm me in some way. Izuku's gauntlets wrapped around his hands and he stopped Baru's fingers moments before they were about to crush Miruko's wrist. Then he grabbed the bug by the head and dragged him back away from Miruko. You ever try to hurt someone I know ever again, and I will cancel your extraction. I don't care how strong you are. The threat was quiet, but it held considerable weight for Baru. Within the blink of an eye, Baru was kowtowing on the floor, his head pressed up against the hardwood. Forgive me, my liege. It will never happen again. Izuku sighed heavily and called the bug back to his shadow, storing away his gauntlets at the same time. Sorry about him, he's hasty. But Miruko only smiled in response, while his mother and sister seemed surprisingly relaxed. Why aren't you guys freaking out? Inko smiled warmly. Honey, your father was an S rank before, well. Anyways, I saw plenty of exchanges like that when I went to his agency, back when we were younger. I just think he's cool, Sakura responded. And I'll never turn down a good fight. Miruko looked at Mrs. Midoriya sheepishly for a second. But I'd also hate to ruin your home. Inko chuckled as she began dragging away Sakura. Well, we'll let you two have your chat. What? No. Sakura cried out. We just started talking with her, it's Miruko for crying out loud. But Izuku's mom was having none of that, and easily dragged away her daughter. Izuku did feel a slight pang of guilt for his younger sister. After all, S ranks, especially the top 10, held more fame than any other celebrity. Getting pulled away from the Miruko, who had entered your house for a chat, well, it was simply unimaginable. As soon as the two were out of the way, Miruko set down her cup and got within a few centimeters of Izuku, mirroring the first time they had met at the UA Sports Festival, or rather during its incident. Her nose twitched imperceptibly as she got uncomfortably close. Silence enveloped the two of them for a few moments before Izuku asked, Why are you really here? Something tells me you wouldn't track down my family home just to thank me. Miruko's serious gaze disappeared, replaced by her trademark smirk. I want two things. Quite demanding towards her savior, Izuku thought with amusement in his eyes. Number one, I want to go on a date with you. The first declaration was made with such seriousness that Izuku couldn't help but bark out a laugh. It didn't dissuade her in the slightest. Second, I wanna fight your strongest summon. Now that's an interesting request. He thought to himself, prepared to respond as Miruko opened her mouth a third time. Finally, hold on, didn't you say I want to start an agency with you? Once again, Izuku felt like belting out a laugh, but he restrained it, only because this conversation now served to go his way. Well, I can't say I'm against your last two requests, but I am already seeing someone. Miruko shook her head. What, is she the jealous type? I don't think so, but when a guy in a relationship goes out on a date with another girl, then if she's not the jealous type, I see no problem in sharing you. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. Sharing me? What's up with this girl? You don't even know me and yet you're already willing to share me with another girl. Miruko gave him a teasing glare. Hey, if there's one thing that turns me on, it's strength, and you're just about the strongest person I've met that doesn't stink like a rabbit's turds. I'm beginning to regret the entirety of this conversation. Izuku shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not about to risk something good I've got going just cause you've got compatibility issues. Alright, then how about this? I fight your strongest summon. If I win, I get a date. If you win, you get to form an agency with me. Hold on. Wasn't that one of your requests? Why do I have to suddenly fight for it? Miruko's lips curled up into something close to evil. These bunny ears aren't just for looks, you know. I know that you want an agency with your girlfriend, so I might as well turn it into a leveraging tool if I can't get my first request. Well then, regardless of what happens, it sounds like you win. Miruko shrugged. You've also got a chance to earn something you want, don't you? It just so happens to be something I also want. I suppose it's not like I have anything to lose in this situation. Even if she manages to win, then what's the harm with one date? Doesn't mean it'll become some sort of regular thing. Izuku smiled. Deal, but where are we gonna fight? If we clashed anywhere around here, it would just turn everything to ash. The agency association has a gym that can withstand most attacks. We can head there. Izuku murmured to himself as he sent out his perception, searching for the soldiers he had stored within a few particular heroes. Ah! He exclaimed as he found just the dragon lady he was looking for, and she was right where he wanted to be. Miruko gave him a few odd glances, but a cute squeak escaped her lips as Izuku grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her close. Mom, I'll be going out for a bit. Okay. You and Miruko have fun on your date. It's not a date. Before Miruko could wonder any further about why Izuku had pulled her close, he spoke one word. Exchange. Skill, Shadow Exchange has activated. Inky black shadows crept up Miruko's and Izuku's legs as their world went dark, and they appeared just behind Ryukyu, storing away some practice weapons that had been used by some of her trainees. As appropriate of her S-rank status, she quickly felt the presence of someone behind her, someone with immense power that hadn't been standing there moments earlier. She spun around rapidly, one hand outstretched to attack the presence with her growing claws. Izuku caught her wrist like he was lightly snatching a leaf out of the wind as he wore an embarrassed smile. Sorry to startle you, we were just here to use the gym. Ryukyu's eyes widened as she realized who she had just attacked. When did you? Her lips curled upwards into a small smile. Actually, never mind. I should know by now that you don't follow any sort of normal logic. She trailed off as she saw Miruko was blushing bright red pressed up against Izuku's chest. Like I said, not logical. Miruko pushed herself away from Izuku as he asked, do you think the association president would be fine with us borrowing the gym for a while, even though we're not part of any agencies? Ryukyu chuckled at his request for permission. His power makes me forget he's still young. As she walked past the two, resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder, you're Japan and Korea's golden boy now, you can basically do whatever you want. Korea's? Wait, did you seriously not know? Izuku tilted his head curiously. Jeju Island was one of the biggest disasters in Korea's history, and without you, it could have been considered one of the worst raids in history, with 𝐭𝐽𝐽 being the only possible exception. In one fell swoop, Korea would have lost all of their S-rank heroes. And it's likely those Nomu would have continued on to devastate the rest of their country. Ryukyu shook her head. By that point, it didn't matter that you were a foreigner to them, it just mattered that you won. And now that you have, you've got more pull in Korea and Japan than most countries do. It was a dizzying revelation to Izuku. He knew that he had become a celebrity of sorts, and that people were talking about him, but this, it sounded like he had gotten far more than he had wished for. For just a moment, a brief moment, he considered what he could do with this. He could start a bidding war between nations and become so rich he'd never have to work another day in his life. If the Americans, Russians, or Canadians became interested in him, he might have even been able to leverage his power enough to get a hold of some of their most powerful magical artifacts. But of course, this sudden rush of greed wore off pretty quickly. Izuku could make all the money he needed off of Gates. The store and the Gates provided him with all the magical equipment he wanted, and he didn't like the idea of a country essentially owning him. Although Izuku once heard of special authority rank heroes in America, or national rank as most people called them. People like Thomas Andre or Christopher Reed who were so powerful that they were considered as entire nations on their own and completely free of the influence of any government in the world. What an existence, Izuku thought to himself as he thanked Ryukyu for her information and for her understanding with their sudden intrusion. The pleasure's all mine. A final warning though. With your power, you're going to be approached soon about joining the top 10. Sometimes the process is painless, but since we're filling so many spots right now, there's bound to be fierce competition between veterans. Some of those vets aren't going to like a teenager like yourself stepping in. It's true, Miruko said, the blush on her face having faded substantially. I wasn't even that close to his spot, but Endeavor and a few other people who hadn't made it onto the top 10 that year tried to harass me about it. So, what did you do? I kicked everyone except Endeavor into the side of a building, she answered like it was the most nonchalant thing in the world. Here. Ryukyu made her farewells after that, having some agency business to attend to. Izuku and Miruko stepped up to the sparring space. Basically, a giant rectangular platform made of magically reinforced materials. So, how do you want to do this? Like I said, you bring out your strongest summon and I fight it. Izuku smiled, are you trying to lose? After witnessing him while he was alive, you don't think you can handle Baru now that he's stronger, do you? Baru. Is that what you named that Nomu Bstrd? Miruko showed no anxiety however, and before Izuku could say anything, she went to take off her shirt. Thanks to his powerful reflexes, he looked away before he saw anything. What a dash, I'm wearing a sports bra, doofus. It's much easier to fight like this. She then removed her boots and then her jeans. Thankfully, she had spandex shorts on under that as well. It seemed that she wore this sort of get-up at all times, just so that if she was off duty, she could strp down to the bare necessities and fight. As she began bouncing on the ball of her feet, Izuku realized something that he hadn't noticed during the Jeju Island raid. That's right. I meant to ask you. Do you just not use a weapon? Nope. My legs are my biggest asset, so I like to only focus on them. Izuku nodded. If she was a swordsman I'd probably lead with Igris, at the very least as a warm-up, but since it's a hand-to-feet brawl, Baru is definitely the right choice. I just hope she's not frightened by him. He raised his hand to about chest level, as if he was lifting something up. Come forth. Baru emerged from his liege shadow, still with his head on the ground after feeling remorseful about the earlier incident with Miruko. Forgive me my liege, I did not intend to harm the weakling. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Mind your manners, that weakling is standing right behind you. That is correct my liege. Oh, so he knew she was there, he just didn't care. Miruko sneered at the ant. Come on. Stop groveling and fight me. My liege. Baru asked, looking up at Izuku, as if asking for permission. Izuku tilted his head forwards in acknowledgement. Fight to win, but don't do anything that'll cause permanent damage. Miruko felt a slight chill permeate her body as Izuku gave Baru that sincere order. And at that moment, a faint memory from when she had first woken up on the helicopter from Jeju Island. Her Korean wasn't perfect, so she hadn't caught the full meaning of the conversation then, but now part of her mind was piecing it together as Baru rose to his full height and looked down on her. As Beck trembled in his seat, adrenaline and fear beginning to leave his body, that power, was I hallucinating? Choi shook his head, cleaning his glasses with a disturbing amount of focus. No. I saw it as clear as you did. Just who is he, Ma Dongwook began, to control the force of life and death? Keek. Miruko snapped back to reality just in time to see Baru's arm heading for her side. It was the same place he had struck her back on Jeju. This time though, Miruko knew its strength and speed. Leaning back far enough that her back was perfectly parallel with the ground, she braced one palm on the concrete-like surface, lifting her right leg off the ground as Baru's hand swept over her torso. She kicked at the opposite side of the spot he was aiming for on her. But her leg only grazed open air. That speed, that's not right. Her face was now starting to show a bit of concern, not for her life of course, but for her pride. Miruko the hero was supposed to be undaunted by everything, right? So why was an ant suddenly filling her with such an instinctual response? Growling, she lifted her other leg off the ground mere milliseconds after her first kick, now supporting her body with only one arm. To any normal observer, it might look like she was trying to perform a handstand of sorts, but to Izuku, it looked like a death blow. Using the momentum from her first kick, Miruko's leg, now supercharged with mana, headed straight for the ground. Lunar fall. The platform exploded, a shockwave effect rapidly approaching the somewhat stunned Baru, not expecting to be confronted with such a technique after the human had shown no such signs of strength on the island. The shockwave was enough to off-balance both Izuku and Baru for just a moment. It was such a brief moment that only 22 other people on Earth could have taken advantage of it before Baru's wings snapped open. Miruko was one of those people. Lunar ARC. It was a kick so powerful that she rarely got to use it during normal raids, for fear that she hurt the other raid members with its backlash. Unfortunately, to Baru, it was barely more than a passing breeze. Forgive me, weakling. I wasn't taking you seriously at first, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐽. It seems I gave you too much of an opening. Baru's arm was held up leisurely, Miruko's leg desperately attempting to break through it. Baru's free arm shot forwards, his fingers, and their retracted claws, wrapping around Miruko's torso and slamming her into the ground, just hard enough to not knock the wind from her lungs. Undaunted, Miruko's legs whipped up with an impressive amount of flexibility, wrapping around Baru's neck as she pulled to the side with all her might, attempting to slam him into the ground beside her, but he didn't budge. It was like she was trying to move a marble pillar with her legs. No, it would actually be easier to move a real marble pillar with just her legs. This was like trying to move a mountain. Then, if I have to move a mountain, so be it. Izuku's gaze went wide. She's not seriously thinking she can still win, right? Perhaps it was a leftover instinct from his time as a Nomyu, but Baru knew in that moment that this woman was his enemy and that he had to kill her to protect his liege. With one arm holding her down, two of his other arms reached up, prying her legs off his neck like it was barely an inconvenience. She only made things worse by continuing to pour mana into her legs to strengthen them. Raising his fourth arm, razor-sharp claws emerged from his fingertips. Keek. That's enough, Izuku said calmly, grabbing Baru's fourth arm by the wrist. I think we both know who lost that. Baru realized what he was doing and relaxed his grip on everything he was holding to, allowing Miruko to weakly fall to the ground, breathing heavily, sweat running down her forehead. Please forgive me, my liege. Izuku shrugged it off and recalled Baru into his shadow. After all, this likely wouldn't have happened if Miruko hadn't pushed herself so far. I still don't get it. Even if you somehow thought I was the love of your life from the moment you met me, it doesn't make sense to go this far for it. Because... She spat out, you saved me. Izuku shook his head. It's what anyone would have done in my position. If you really feel like you owe me, then just say thanks. You don't need to devote your life to me for something like this. No, you don't get it. Miruko shifted her brilliant red irises from the ceiling to Izuku. I'm a solo hero. I don't have any agency or team. I just run around the country, helping in any raid I can. I've always been the one to save others. I never had the liberty of having someone save me. Miruko pushed herself into a sitting position. I know that, well, it's shallow, but that part of me just can't help it, being attracted to that strength. It makes me feel like I'm safe. And even though that's the only part of you that I know right now, I want to know more. I want to get to know you, so I can. Miruko looked down, her face turning bright red, so I can know the deeper reasons why I feel like I love you. Ah geez, Izuku brushed a hand through his hair, a warm smile on his face as he gazed right back into Miruko's embarrassed eyes. You're a handful, you know that. He offered her a hand up, but I don't dislike you either. Miruko's heart skipped a beat. So, if you truly feel this way, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly for a moment, and if Yorozu's okay with it, then I think I'd like to get to know you more as well. Miruko's smile returned in full force. But this time, it was not teasing or arrogant, it was one full of joy. She took his hand. Then I guess we should get started on that agency of ours. Midoriya. What's bothering you? Yorozu asked as the two walked down the halls. We've gotten our wish of being able to run an agency of our own, alongside the... Yorozu took a moment to calculate which place Miruko was at now, number 2 hero. Wait, wouldn't she be 3? I'm not counting Endeavor. Ah. News of Endeavor's betrayal, of both his own team and the Koreans, had broken just the other day, and rather understandably, the public was up in arms about it. Some of the more patriotic Japanese citizens understood what he was trying to do and barely blamed him, or even defended him, but for the most part, the country basically wanted him dead for shaming them so incredibly. Korea, much to the surprise of all, handled it much better. Perhaps it was because Japan lost more heroes, or because they had made up for their mistake with the appearance of Izuku. Regardless, this understanding completely melted into fury when Japan announced they'd be keeping him on the top 10. Endeavor has made a grievous mistake and we are working on a suitable punishment as I make this announcement, but gates continue to appear and we continue to rely on the strength of heroes. As such, we have no choice but to let him remain as a hero. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad had they simply removed him from the top 10 and left the announcement at that. Unfortunately, someone thought the correct decision was to keep him up there as a symbol. I'm serious, 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 declared with conviction. You've been acting strange these past 5 days. Did something with the system happen? She made sure to whisper her question. Until Miruko could guarantee the setup of their agency, they were essentially on standby and continued school as if nothing was changing. Izuku paused. He'd been wondering for the last couple of days how he should tell her about Miruko's attraction to him and how their conversation had ended. I think I'd like to get to know you more as well. God, that was so stupid. Why would I say something like that when I'm already dating 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿? 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighed and pulled him off to the side, hiding in a corner partially obscured by lockers. I swear, Izuku, this is how relationships end. If you can't act normally around me because you have this on your mind, then you should just let it out. Izuku fidgeted for a moment under her gaze before he felt Baru's presence at the edge of his mind. My liege, I believe it would be best to tell her. Nothing will be resolved if you continue to remain silent. Wow, that's actually some really mature advice for once, Baru, thanks. Your gratitude pleases me to no end, my liege. And if the girl is not happy with your new relation with the prey, then your valuable army is always here to execute whoever deserves it. And you've officially lost any brownie points you just earned. Also, stop calling Miruko prey. It's creepy. The conversation between the two, which happened at the speed of thought, was over before there was even time for an awkward pause between 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 and Izuku. Izuku sighed. All right, you're right, I'm sorry. So Miruko likes me. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 tilted her head. Wasn't that obvious? For some reason, 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻's calm demeanor scared him. She said she wanted to get to know me better and I said I'd like to get to know her better as well, on a more personal level. The onyx-haired beauty let out a small giggle that made Izuku's heart flutter. I've known she was going to be a rival since she showed her face. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 leaned close to whisper into his ear. But that doesn't mean I'm going to lose in this battle for your love. That bunny can try as hard as she wants, but you're mine. A shiver ran through Izuku's body, but not from fear, rather from excitement. The excitement that someone cared that deeply about him to make a declaration like that. Now, 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 said, pulling away, everyone get down. Izuku shouted suddenly, diving forwards to cover 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 with his body and Tank emerging to cover Izuku with his body just as explosions began rocking the school. Through his sense stat, he felt as all the gyms were blown up, then the faculty center, then they reached the main building. Tank and Izuku were buffeted by the multiple detonations that blew out the windows and filled classrooms with pressure waves. Come forth. As the structural integrity of the bottom floor they were on continued to fail, Izuku's shadows poured from his back, each taking positions along the area to support what the explosions had destroyed. My liege! Baru cried, preparing to throw the brutish Tank off of his MSTR. He didn't trust the shadow as much as he trusted his own ability to safely secure their liege. Tank stood, revealing that both Izuku and 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 were perfectly unharmed. Though the explosions were violent and surprising, they weren't dangerous, at least, not to heroes of their caliber. I'm fine, worry about everyone else. Izuku stood amongst the dusty hallways as many screaming students ran past him. All shadows not holding up the school, evacuate the upper floors as quickly as possible. He turned to Baru. I want you making sure that each and every injured student is properly healed. Why is my liege? Baru, it appeared, had not just gained mastery over the Korean language when he ate Byungju's head, but also his healing ability, making him an insanely versatile shadow. Hundreds of shadows poured off his back and into the stairwells, making for anyone who was trapped above. Izuku picked up 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐿 and began running. Come on. We've got to get to the cafeteria. What? Why? As soon as Izuku sprinted out the school's front doors, Kakino's shadow leaked from him, swirling into the sky as he prepared for air evacuations. Because that's the only place that wasn't bombed. And because I feel something strong in there. 2 minutes earlier, Bakugo had woken up late today and was forced to miss out on his breakfast as a result. Growling to himself, he stalked through the cafeteria, heading for the counter where all students were served. Entering the line, he was disappointed to see that icy hot 𝐵𝐵 standing in front of him. Even more unfortunately for him, Todoroki's senses were probably the most attuned to mana, meaning that as soon as Bakugo appeared, he felt it. "Good morning, Bakugo," he greeted with the same dead expression he held every day. "Did you have a nightmare last night?" Bakugo was taken aback for just a moment before shouting back, "What are you on about, you half and half 𝐵𝐵? You look tired." "I've been feeling tired recently as well." A nightmare coincided with each exhausting morning. "𝐻𝐿, what a load of bullcrap," Bakugo scolded outwardly, but on the inside, he felt just a little relief that he wasn't the only one who had been losing sleep over creations of his mind. "Honestly, what idiot part of my subconscious comes up with a name like Baron, the monarch of white flames, and boasts about it in a dream?" Indeed, these past few nights, Bakugo had been kept tossing and turning in his bed as a demonic being with red eyes, grey skin, and 2 massive horns accosted him in his sleep. "What a load of bullcrap," he repeated to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself. In front of him, Todoroki tilted his head. "Did you feel that?" Bakugo cut off as a feeling all too similar to intense nauseousness assailed his body and he dropped to his knees. He was about to worry about looking stupid, but then he noticed Todoroki collapsing in front of him, and all the students around them either stumbling forwards or passing out altogether. "This mana, it's like a grizzly bear sitting on my back." Just then, as explosions began taking place all over the school, a figure at least 3 times the size of a normal human came crashing through the skylight of the cafeteria, landing with a force capable of killing the dozen or so students unlucky enough to be near the figure. "Hey, just like stepping on ants," an aged and husky voice spoke out. "Now, which one of you ants is my prey?" The dust cleared and Bakugo managed to tilt his head up enough to see a blond man with muscles the size of a hydraulic press staring right at him. As the man's lips curled up to form a demented smile, Bakugo realized this man had a massive scar tracing its way down the left side of his face, and where his left eye should have been was an orb of pure steel. "Looks like you're my prey." Suddenly, the pressure wore off and Bakugo shot back to his feet, his hands crackling with explosions. But it seemed that Todoroki was quicker and a mound of ice shot out from his foot, expanding outwards to cover the villain's entire body. "Hey, icy hot. That one was mine." He trailed off as all the color drained from Todoroki's face. "Why you have to run?" Todoroki said, his knees quaking. "He's after you, I'll slow him down." "What are you?" Bakugo's mana sense finally caught up to his classmates and he felt like puking once more. "Hey prey," a voice said from right behind Bakugo, "are you gonna fight? Or are you gonna roll over and play dead?" Without even making a noise, the villain had somehow escaped from the icy prison. Bakugo answered with a roar, spinning around and detonating his quirk in the man's face. "That wasn't an attack, was it?" the man asked, his inhumanly large hand reaching out to grasp Bakugo's forearm and with barely any force, snapped it in two. "Ah!" Bakugo collapsed, his shattered arm still in the man's grip. "Whoops. I guess I used a bit too much force, but then again, I'm sure Baron won't mind repairing such a simple wound." Even in his pain-addled state, Bakugo was still able to make out that name, Baron. "What are you?" The man's still human eye lit up with happiness. "Well, this body belonged to one of your human criminals. I believe your police called him muscular. But that man is gone now. My name is 𝐒𝐿, the monarch of the iron body. You guys have dumb names." 𝐒𝐿 gave a hearty laugh. "Oh, you and Baron will bind just fine, you're both insufferable whelps." Bakugo suppressed the urge to scream once more as 𝐒𝐿's grip on his arm only grew tighter. By now, his bones were nothing more than powder. 𝐒𝐿 reached behind him, mana pooling in his hand as a small hole in space, a gate, began appearing. As it reached about the size of a basketball, he felt a small warmth tickle his back. Hey, even this one could generate stronger heat than that. DMN. I even gave in and tried using my flames. Who is this guy? Who can withstand attacks from 2S ranks like this? You bore me, 𝐒𝐿 said from mere inches away from Todoroki. When did he get that close? The back of the giant's fist slammed into Todoroki, sending him spinning through the air, crashing through the walls of the cafeteria and ending up outside, vomiting up blood as pain eclipsed his entire being. Try picking on someone your own size. Two voices cried out as thick tentacles and swirling energy waves slammed into his back. It was 𝐔𝐬𝐽 𝐻𝐸 and Tamaki Amajiki, two seniors whose talent and skill showed boundless potential. They were the only other 2S ranks at the school aside from Izuku and the only other present forces capable of standing up to this beast. They were swept aside like flies. The monarch's arm expanded, forming a steel-like substance over it before he punched at the teens, both still at least 50 feet away. The metal exploded off his arm, forming magical shrapnel that pierced the two. And although Stellion was aiming for Tamaki and 𝐔𝐬𝐽, the shrapnel spread far and wide, tearing through the flesh of every other student in the room. Stellion frowned, as if he was disappointed by the absolute lack of power, and simply sighed, going back to form his gate only to get interrupted by a loud bang followed by a sharp pain on the back of his head. Impressive, Prey. You're the first one to actually make me feel something. Looking over his shoulder, Yorozu stood by the entrance of the cafeteria, holding her antimaterial rifle, charged with mana-enhanced bullets. She chambered another round, aiming for his head once more, but he simply smiled and leaned into the bullet as it slammed into his forehead. At the same time, he raised his forearm to the sky, as if preparing to block something, surprising the invisible Izuku, who was in stealth mode. Both of Izuku's maces slammed down onto Stellion's arm, which had turned to steel. The ground beneath the monarch cracked heavily under the pressure, and he appeared to be exerting some amount of force to shrug off the attack. Using his leverage on the arm, Izuku vaulted over Stellion, dropping both of his maces into the inventory and pulling out the Genesis blade, swinging it with all of his might into the mountainous man's side. Skill, infinite strength has activated. The gold sword dug into his flesh, managing to sneak past his steel exterior. But unfortunately, it stopped only a few centimeters in, as if his flesh was just as durable as his metallic skin. Stellion grinned, more prey. The arm that hadn't been hit by the maces swung down, the fist slamming into Izuku's gut, forcing him to let go of the Genesis blade as he was pushed backwards, his feet digging into the ground. Collapsing to one knee, Izuku desperately heaved, trying to get any air to enter his lungs as Stellion stalked over to him. Ashbourne. What the hell are you doing here? He paused. You've yet to take over your human. Well, if that's the case, I'm sure none of the other monarchs would mind if I just killed you right here. His fist enlarged. I know we're supposed to be allies, but I really just can't stand your presence. It reminds me too much of the rulers. He raised his fist to cave in Izuku's skull, but before he could, Izuku's figure blurred, his quicksilver skill allowing him to move out of the range of the enlarged punch, a shadow spreading out from below him. Skill, Domain of the Monarch LV2 has activated. All shadows will have their stats increased by 75%. What did you just do? Izuku was too busy recovering the air in his lungs to respond, but there was one warrior willing to say something to Stellion. Keek. Stellion disappeared from Izuku's view, Baru crashing into him with the force of a mob and shaking loose the Genesis blade that was biting into the monarch's side. Keek. Izuku shakily stumbled over and recovered the sword, storing it in his inventory as Baru continued to slash apart Stellion's skin with his 4 sets of claws, managing to scrape through even the metallic cover. The monarch and the king of the 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 danced through the sky, their impacts like thunderclaps. If anyone in the room had still been conscious aside from Izuku and Yorozu, they might have appropriately thought it to be the end of the world. Each time their attacks connected, they sheared away another part of the ground and the buildings around them. Izuku was grateful that he had spent part of the Seraph Ashes on resurrecting Baru as he watched the two clash. With that and the domain of the monarch, the ant-like 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 had far surpassed the strength that even S-ranks would consider godlike. In fact, even as a monarch, Stellion found himself getting pushed back, Baru's attack strong enough to lift him into the air and knock him around like he was flying of his own volition. Looking back to the rest of the cafeteria, Izuku was stunned by just the sheer amount of blooded bodies on the floor. Each one had at least a few nickel-sized or larger holes somewhere on their person. Stellion's magical shrapnel was now responsible for the 50-plus still bodies on the floor, most dead, but some still alive, if just barely, as they bled out on the ruined floor. Izuku was frozen in shock by the number and almost didn't notice Yorozu shouting at him as she did her best to take care of Nejiya and Tamaki. "Izuku! Your potions!" Reason returned to banish the fog from his mind, and he jumped into action, pulling dozens of potions from the store and pouring them into the students' mouths, closing up most of their wounds. Unfortunately, before he could get to Bakugo, the ceiling broke open in a different spot, Baru and Stellion crashing to the ground, Stellion using his massive weight to slam the bug-like 𝐻𝐼 into the concrete. "I grow tired of this prey," Stellion said, wrapping his hands around Baru's throat and pouring massive amounts of mana into his frame. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt Baru's essence being erased. His shadows could infinitely regenerate as long as he had mana, but it appeared that Monix didn't play by the same rules. He no longer even seemed to mind as Baru tore his flesh with his claws. Stellion grinned as the 𝐻𝐼's legs began to fizzle away, the shadow breaking off in chunks. In fact, he was so caught up in the action he didn't notice Izuku swinging Daybringer with all of his might into the side of Stellion's head. Skill, Infinite Strength has activated. Daybringer made a clang against Stellion's head as it flung him off of Baru and through the cafeteria walls, trampling the grass of the courtyard as rubble settled around him. Growling, the monarch pulled itself to its feet as Izuku helped Baru do the same. "My liege, he seems to have become stronger. I can no longer handle him by dash." A cracking noise filled their air as Izuku pulled away from Baru, ice encompassing his body entirely. "Come now, Stellion, leave alone the boy. Ashbourne and the architect will not be happy if it takes them another 10 years to find a host." Izuku spun around, seeing a collection of dark purple mist hovering around Bakugo's prone form. "Kurogiri." The misty figure bowed. My apologies, human, but Kurogiri is the name of my host. I am the monarch of Frost, Iruit. It appears that Stellion has started a rather unnecessary fight with you." He waved his hand and one of his purple gates swallowed the steel monarch whole. "We are just here to collect Baron's host. In the meantime, we look forward to your rebirth, O Shadow Monarch." Izuku began sprinting towards Iruit as he laid a hand on Bakugo's back. "Until next time, human." Skill, Infinite Strength has activated. But it was too late. By the time Izuku's fist reached the place where Iruit had been standing, he was gone. The strength from his skill diffused into the air, creating a blast of wind that tore apart the back of the cafeteria, breaking the massive building into two. It was such a strong blast that Yorozu, who had been busy healing everyone behind him, was nearly thrown into the air. It even smashed open the ice prison of Baru, letting him free. "My liege, are you heal the others?" Izuku said, his voice low and despondent. "The goal of the monarchs was achieved. They're not coming back, so you can focus all of your effort on healing all of the students here." Baru bowed his head and went to assist Yorozu, knowing that there was nothing more he could say to his liege to aid him. Izuku took a moment to sk in a heavy breath and curse himself for failing to stop the monarchs before turning around, pulling out his potions once more. He could worry about his failures later, for right now, he needed to save as many as possible. It wouldn't be wrong for someone to claim that Izuku disliked, or even hated Bakugo. However, as much as he hated him and would like nothing more to beat him to a pulp for all the years of bullying he suffered at his hands, the prospect of another monarch being given a host was a terrifying one. Being that host sounded far worse. It was hard enough to even stand next to Stellion or Iruit. What would happen when another one was given form? If All Might is right and Antares is still in this world, that means that they at least have 3 monarchs, with Baron on the way. Izuku dropped to one knee next to Nejiya Heido and Tamaki Imagiki, DMN. Holes covered their entire body. It was a miracle none of the shrapnel had hit them in the head. They were somehow still alive, but Izuku wouldn't be able to save them with his potions. Baru, focus on these 2 for now. Perhaps it was immoral of him to assign treatment based on the victim's ranking, but Izuku knew that with the threats that were beginning to appear, keeping the strongest alive was their best chance at handling it. Nejiya groaned as her eyes opened, surprising Izuku as he poured more potion down another student's throat. "Not many would regain consciousness that quickly. She must be stronger than I thought." Unfortunately, as Nejiya forced open her eyes, the first thing she was greeted with was Baru's insectoid face. A shrill scream escaped her throat like rising steam as she scrambled weakly away from the shadow bumping into Izuku. Whoa whoa. It's okay, it's okay. Izuku grabbed her shoulders and obscured the view of Baru, waving him off to tend to the next batch of students. He's with me. But it's a bug. Is that what she was worried about? Izuku shook his head. Sorry, but he's the only healer we have right now. Please try to remain as calm as you can for the sake of the others. Nejia's eyes widened a bit as she looked around, noticing the number of bodies. Oh my god. I need to go help the others, so just stay here and rest for now. But Nejia shrugged him off and did her best to stand. And oh, the other buildings were hit, I need to go make sure everyone's okay. Izuku cursed inwardly, knowing he couldn't waste any more time arguing with her, and nodded reluctantly, jumping back into his efforts. It took 30 minutes to evacuate all of the main building. During that time, several of the upper floors collapsed altogether. The only reason it didn't result in the death of 36 people was that Kakino's and the Nomu cleared out those floors first. It was thankful that his shadows didn't tire because it took another 30 minutes before the rescue teams came to Izuku once more. As he sent more shadows into the building to make sure it didn't collapse, one of the rescue workers walked up to him. How long can those guys of yours hold that thing? They don't tire, so indefinitely. Why? Have you not found 𝐒𝐿mentos yet? We have. He didn't need to say more for Izuku to get the idea, and his expression hardened. Well, we can't just let this thing collapse. The worker shook his head. To fix the damage? The only ones who could do that would be 𝐒𝐿mentos or an army of construction workers. And no construction team is gonna step inside a building like that. It doesn't matter how many summons you've got supporting the thing. Then where's the body? The body. The man shook his head. Kid, you don't want to see something like that. It's... He trailed off, unable to say more. I've seen men with most of their bodies gone, people missing their heads, and much more. I can handle it. The man huffed. Well, why? Izuku grimaced. How good are you at keeping secrets? What? My liege asked you a question, human. Can you keep your mouth shut? Yes, the man replied with a pale face. Izuku nodded. We need 𝐒𝐿mentos, so that's who we're going to get. Maybe it was the undeniable essence of death pouring off Baru, who was standing directly behind the worker, or the glow in Izuku's eyes. But some way, somehow, the man seemed to grasp the deeper meaning of what Izuku was saying. It's this way. Izuku had already experimented with the shadows of the 6 heroes he had taken. He knew that their quirks still worked as shadows, so it was no surprise to him that the shadow of 𝐒𝐿mentos was no different. It only took the shadow 15 minutes to stabilize the entirety of the building with his quirk. Sure, the upper floors were still pretty wrecked, but now, the building itself was in no danger of falling. The worker who had assisted Izuku in finding the crushed body of 𝐒𝐿mentos looked on with something akin to a mix of fear and awe. Izuku had utilized 𝐒𝐿mentos's shadow inside the building itself, so now one had actually seen the resurrected hero and teacher working hard to save his school. In the same way no one saw that, no one would see Izuku rest a hand on the teacher's shoulder and nod, cancel extraction. Unlike the situation with the 6 heroes, 𝐒𝐿mentos had not been spoken for about his preference for remaining alive as a shadow, and as such, Izuku chose to release him back to his peaceful rest. With that, all 504 soldiers slunk back into Izuku's shadow, resting as their liege walked back outside, not another word said to the worker. Emerging into the sunlight, he noticed a wave of reporters swarming towards the building, but police and agents from the association stood in their way. All Might. Principal Nezu, it's a relief to see that you two are okay. Principal Nezu nodded, a small black cat in his arms. It was only thanks to my friend, Oho here. She seemed to sense the danger before it reached us, managing to convince me to get under my desk in the nick of time. Izuku ignored the odd explanation and turned to All Might. It was another monarch. All Might finished. I entrusted Principal Nezu with that information long ago. Right. It was that Kurogiri guy, who said he was the monarch of Frost, Iruit, and another villain, who said his host's name was Muscular and that he was the monarch of the Steel Body. All Might scowled. Stellian. Him and 𝐼𝐼𝐶 fought many battles against each other. Even with both sides despising the other, Stellion and 𝐴C held a special amount of hatred for their rival. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺 said they were taking Bakugo to become a host for Baron, the monarch of the White Flame. He's possibly the weakest of the 8 monarchs, but he still is a monarch and we cannot allow young Bakugo to be taken over. Did they give any possible clues as to where they may have been taking him? Izuku shook his head, allowing All Might to give a heavy sigh, as I expected. But there still is hope. A monarch cannot merely emerge from the gap between dimensions and take hold of a host. We have 7 days to find where they'll be building the gate for Baron to emerge from. 7 days, just like the amount of time it takes for a gate to break open and release villains onto the world. I'll send out every last shadow I have, they'll find him. All Might gave him a concerned glance, but nodded, knowing that his unrelenting force would be one of their biggest assets towards locating Bakugo. Well, until then, I think it would be best if you tried to relax for the next few days. You've had a rough day and you can leave the searching to us and your soldiers. Needless to say, school won't be resuming anytime soon. Izuku reluctantly agreed, but decided to ask one more question as his shadow army leaked out from under him and began their meticulous search through the city. How many? All Might lowered his head forlornly. Cementos was the only teacher we lost, but 10 other faculty members and 26 students died from the initial explosions, another 30 died from Stellion's attack. The number would have been higher had you and Yorozu not assisted in the treatment of your classmates. Speaking of Yorozu, the girl was currently in an ambulance, receiving nutrients and recovering from using her quirks so much to create healing potions and medical supplies. Izuku took a moment to let out a breath before nodding. All right, I suppose I'll rest for now. After all, tomorrow's a big day. I suppose, he said, his voice melancholic. In reality, tomorrow was a huge day, but now, it was harder to feel excited about it. If you learn anything, make sure to call me. 𝐵𝐵 floated through the halls of the naval base, 4 of her wings hanging out behind her, the other 2 cocooned gently around 𝐴RI. She smiled down warmly at the little girl who was shouting for her to go faster. Just a few days ago, this sight had raised the eyebrows of more than a few of the personnel, but by now, the men and women simply enjoyed the blinding smile of 𝐵𝐵. They enjoyed it, even if they felt a little jealous about the fact that it took a shadow creature to draw out that smile when they could not. 𝐵𝐵 saw how much happiness the smile of a child could bring to her surroundings, and with every fiber in her being she hoped that it would raise her liege spirits after the previous day's incident. Currently, Izuku and Yorozu were waiting outside, having ridden over on Izuku's motorcycle, and while they waited for 𝐵𝐵 to be granted permission to leave the base with 𝐵𝐵, Izuku looked over his stats. Level, 105 Strength, 259 Vitality, 196 Agility, 247 Intelligence, 281 Sense, 173 Mana, 26938 26938 HP, 4814547395 shadows able to be extracted, 782 shadows able to be saved, 557 remaining stat points, 30. I've been saving up some of the stat points from my daily quests because I was unsure of what to put them into. If I hadn't saved them up, would I have been able to stop the monarchs? Izuku tried to shake off those thoughts though. The beings were on another level. It was entirely unlikely that those stat points would have saved Bakugo. Well, since intelligence increases the strength of my shadows, I suppose I should put all my points into that. It'll be the first stat to surpass 302. Level, 105 Strength, 259 Vitality, 196 Agility, 247 Intelligence, 311 Sense, 173 Mana, 29473 29473 HP, 4814547395 shadows able to be extracted, 851 shadows able to be saved, 672 remaining stat points, 0. Izuku, Yorozu said cheerfully, bringing her boyfriend out of his thoughts. She's here. Looking up, Izuku's expression immediately brightened. Matsu, the ensign in charge of 𝐴RI's care, was holding the girl's hand as he walked out of the gates that bordered the naval base, 𝐵𝐵 floating along behind him. 𝐵𝐵, instead of the ragged clothing Izuku had last seen her wearing, was now dressed in a white dress shirt, with a filly red pinafore over it. Under that she wore white jeans with brown boots covering her feet. Izuku crouched down as she got closer, her eyes twinkling brightly as she recognized the face of her savior. "Hi Ei. Do you remember me?" She nodded furiously. "Auntie 𝐿 told me lots of stories about you." "Auntie 𝐿? Well, I guess she has been taking care of her for the past 2 weeks or so." He looked up to see pure joy on the shadow's face. "Hang on. 𝐿's only been around me to see a bunch of battles. She didn't tell Eri about that, did she? A child shouldn't hear about their adoptive parents slaughtering entire castles of angels." Just before Izuku could ask what stories she had heard, Eri asked a question of her own, pointing up at Yorozu. "Is she another auntie?" Izuku chuckled and looked up to Yorozu, who gave him a look of amusement before crouching down as well. "Well, you're coming to live with me and Izuku, right?" Eri nodded. "So what would you call him?" Eri thought for a moment before her entire face lit up with hope. "Here's my daddy." Izuku turned bright red, wanting to hide his face from the smirking ensign, but at the same time, his heart beat in response to the little girl's declaration and he couldn't help but feel like he was making the right choice in taking her in. Yorozu continued with her reasoning. "Then if Izuku is your dad, I'd be your mother." Realization filled Eri's eyes and she shouted out, "Yay!" as she leapt forwards, her small arms wrapping around Yorozu's neck to hug her. It was enough to catch her by surprise, sudden tears forming in the teen's eyes, surprised by how much she already cared for this little girl. Wrapping her own arms around Eri, Yorozu stood, holding her against her chest as she wiped away the small tears. "So, are you ready to go see your new home?" "Yeah." Ensign Matsu grew nervous as he noticed the motorcycle behind them. Yes, sir. I hope you don't plan on taking her home on that. If it's necessary, we have other vehicles that you could borrow." Izuku waved away his concerns. "Don't worry, that was just for getting me and Yorozu here." Igris. The Shadow Knight emerged, one of the 3 shadows that was not currently out looking for Bakugo. "Could you take that back to the penthouse garage and meet us there?" Igris held a hand over his chest and climbed onto the motorcycle, its exterior becoming larger and smoky as Igris adapted it to his own size and appearance. "Here. I had no idea he could do that." "Oh. I'll ride with him." 𝐿 volunteered suddenly, running over to board the bike behind Igris, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Here." Izuku asked, "Don't you want to come home with us? It'll be quicker." Well, if someone pulls Igris over, he can't talk, so I should be there to make sure nothing goes wrong." Izuku held a hand up to his chin. "I didn't even think about that. Thanks 𝐿, we'll see you at home." "So then, is your home close to here or?" Matsu trailed off, entirely confused by the unfolding events. Izuku shook his head with a smile. "Stop stressing, we've got our own way of moving around." He wrapped Yorozu in a hug, Eri sandwiched between them. "Thank you for your help," he said, saying goodbye to the man. "Exchange." "Hold on, what?" Matsu was cut off as shadows obscured the 3's view, and when it faded, they were standing just in front of a penthouse building complex. It stretched pretty high up, to the point where it looked similar to an office building in terms of size. Izuku had stationed one of his shadows outside the entrance just so he could instantly take Eri home. "This is your home?" Eri asked with disbelief, an expression that was mirrored by Yorozu, who had yet to see the penthouse apartment Izuku had picked out for them. "Our home now," Izuku corrected. "We've got the top 2 floors all to ourselves. So why don't we take a ride up there?" "Izuku, this is insane." Yorozu was at a loss for words. Even as someone who had spent her early years in luxury, the past few years had been less the same rich life she could have had, so something like this, it was insane. "The apartment stretches out for the entirety of both floors. We've got 5 guest rooms, one I've already decked out for Eri, a MSTR bedroom for us, like half a dozen bathrooms, a gym, a huge kitchen, our own personal theater and game rooms, and an indoor pool and jacuzzi. Are you sure this is something we can afford?" Yorozu asked, stunned as she walked over to the clear glass that stretched around the entirety of the floor, giving them a view of the city. Izuku chuckled. "Baru's magic core sold for a hefty amount, but believe it or not, some of the drops I got from the Heavenly Palace sold for far more. This place could be considered far below our price range, to be honest." Just one of the perks of being an S rank. He walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist as Eri clambered over the sofas and went running through the hallways. Feels pretty surreal, doesn't it? What? You mean the fact that two 16-year-olds are living like kings with an adoptive daughter at their age? Heh, yeah. Hirozu turned around and planted a light kiss on his lips. It does feel pretty surreal, but I hope this dream never ends, because it seems pretty close to paradise. Now, we've got a daughter to take care of and it looks like she's got way too much energy, so why don't we teach her to swim? Ah. Izuku froze for a moment, like a computer buffering. Well yeah. Why? She smirked. Do you not want to see me in a bikini? Izuku blushed. No, it's not that. I don't know how to swim either. Hirozu chuckled. Alright, then I guess I'll just have to teach you both. I'll go help Eri get a swimsuit on, so you do the same and I'll meet you by the pool if I can find it in this huge place. Izuku acquiesced with an embarrassed nod, watching Hirozu strut away to scoop up their new child. He was about to run to his own room, which was also Hirozu's now that he thought about it, but before he could, a ringing interrupted him. It was his phone, ringing with a special alert from the association. He answered it. Hello. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry to say this call has nothing to do with Bakugo, but an A rank gate opened just by your phone's location. All Might explained. It's halted traffic to a standstill. Do you think there's any way you could take care of it by yourself? Izuku sighed, looking back to the hallways, where he heard the giggles of his adopted daughter and girlfriend. This was his first day with her. He couldn't just abandon her, could he? Somehow, All Might seemed to sense his apprehension. Young Midoriya, I understand your concern, but as your mother once explained so brilliantly, heroes don't get to choose when they are needed. Izuku shook his head. It's just a traffic jam, right? It's not like the gate's gonna break open any moment. The nearest raid team that can handle it is at least 2 hours away from being able to reach it. By that time, the city's traffic will come to a standstill. It'll be a far bigger problem than just a traffic jam. Besides, with your strength, it should only take you an hour or so. Izuku sighed once more and gave in. All right, but you owe me for this. I'm gonna have to go tell the girls why I have to disappoint them. All Might sounded a little guilty by then. I understand. I apologize. Izuku ended the call, getting the distinct feeling like this wasn't going to be the last time he'd have to apologize to Eri or Hirozu for leaving on short notice. Izuku told the girls he'd be an hour at most, and Hirozu's expression had instantly brightened. To her, that meant opportunity. In her head, she had this perfect vision of teaching Eri to swim and then having her help her daddy learn the same thing when he got back. And so, as quickly as he could, Izuku sprinted through the apartment, leaping off the balcony and onto the head of Kakino's, who had halted his search of the city to assist his liege in a speedy gate job. 𝐿 and Igris had gotten home moments earlier, but 𝐿 was the designated bodyguard of Eri, so for now, Izuku had only his trusty dragon and knight. They were only 2 out of his 500-strong army, but they were also 2 of the strongest, so he'd finish it quickly, right? This feels like a red gate, Izuku muttered forlornly to himself and his 2 shadows as they floated on the rocky terrain of what appeared to be a volcano. He sighed bitterly. I thought I was making the correct decision. I thought if it was only an hour or so that I had to spend clearing an A-rank dungeon, then Eri and Hirozu could handle it. Well, it looks like the universe is slapping me in the face for choosing hero work over family, but I suppose there's nothing left for me to do now. I just have to throw my all into this and clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. As he finished his thought, the ground erupted, spewing forth dozens of lava golems, their glowing red eyes locking onto Izuku. The rest of my army is stuck outside the gate looking for Bakugo, but I did upgrade my intelligence to the point where I can save 672 shadows and extract 851, which means... Izuku smiled, reaching out and crushing one of the golems with Dominator's touch, which means I'll just have to start a new army with you guys. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Time wore on too quickly. With each passing rise, Izuku was increasing his forces and speeding up the completion of the dungeon, but he also drew ever closer to the 2-hour mark, in turn, only making him more frantic. 68 lava golems, elite grade, 40 obsidian beetles, elite grade, 34 greater fire spirits, night grade, and 20 lava titans. Elite night grade had joined Izuku's fight against their own kin and they slaughtered them with brutal efficiency. All things considered, it was a pretty easy dungeon. Though it was an A rank that had been boosted by the effects of a red gate and was likely at a low S ranking, Izuku's only trouble with it was time. After slaying the 21st lava titan he received a message. You have obtained ingredient item, lava heart. Another crafting item, am I going to receive a new recipe soon? Item, lava heart item class, S item type, ingredient a living beating heart extracted from one of the Ilian volcano's titans. It contains unbearable heat and unfathomable strength within itself. It's way too powerful to be part of something as simple as a consumable potion or something. Is it going to be part of a weapon, armor? Or will it serve me no purpose other than selling it off for a huge chunk of change? He shrugged, wondering what he should do for the girls to make it up to them as he shoved the item back into his inventory. You have entered the boss room. Izuku was struck with an intense wave of hot steam as the lava spewed up from inside the volcano. He was lucky that the Olympian armor seemed to resist the heat well, otherwise he would have been burnt to a crisp by now. The hottest existence, fire spirit Ifrit. Like the lava golems and titans, Ifrit appeared to be a being made out of molten rock and obsidian. But unlike them, it had not taken on a humanoid appearance. Instead, it emerged from the lava as nothing more than a blob, 8 limbs and mandibles taking form as it began exerting its shape-shifting powers. Ooh, I hate spiders. Krah! Skill, infinite strength has activated. Ifrit didn't even have the time to recognize that Izuku was in its face before he blew it off with one punch. Unfortunately, while this stumbled the fiery arachnid, it didn't seem to do anything more than superficial damage and its face was reformed within a few seconds. So I guess this is what it feels like to fight my shadows. Of course, Ifrit wasn't the same perfect soldier that Izuku's were. It had a weakness, like all monsters. Kakino's, aim for the abdomen. Skill, divine retribution has activated. Kakino's beam of pure energy tore through the spider's backside and slammed into the mountain under it, decimating everything in his path and melting it more than it was already melted. The real target had been the villain's magic core, which controlled its entire being. If it was destroyed, there was no way it could survive. You have slain the dungeon's boss. You have leveled up. You have obtained enhancement item, Ifrit's BLD. You have obtained ingredient item, malleable obsidian. Another ingredient and even a new type of item. Secret crafting recipe discovered. Item, Evolution Core. Item class, SSS item type. Magic item triples the strength of all magic abilities. If this item is held while the Shadow Monarch uses shadow extraction, there is a 100% chance that the target will evolve into its next species rank. Ingredients, 1x portion of Seraph's Blessed Ashes, 1x portion of Ifrit's BLD Malleable Obsidian Lava Heart World Trees Fragment Orb of Avarice Shadow Steel Fragments Sis. A guaranteed evolution. Like what happened with Esil evolving from an angel noble to a seraph and Baru to a high-end Nomu. There's no way I can miss out on this. Izuku quickly scanned over the ingredient list before realizing he was only wasting more time in here. SHT. I've got to get going. He ran over to Ifrit's body, arise. Would you like to use Seraph's Blessed Ashes to enhance the extraction? Would you like to use Ifrit's BLD to enhance the extraction? Two different enhancements at the same time. How strong would this guy become? It says I only need 1 portion of each to make the evolution core, and I've still got 2 portions of the Seraph Ashes and 3 of Ifrit's BLD. Izuku hesitated for just a moment before answering yes to both. Greater Shadow Spirit, Fire type Elite Knight grade has evolved into Shadow God of Fire Commander grade. Just 1 grade below Baru. My liege, the fiery red shadow took on the appearance of a human and knelt before Izuku. It is my honor to join your ranks. Please, give me a name. He speaks too. I was right. Commander grade and up allow shadows to speak. I don't see anything wrong with Ifrit, do you? If it is your will, my liege, then I will gladly accept any name you assign. His voice was surprisingly heavenly. I don't want a yes man for this part. I want to know if you like the name or not. Izuku sighed inwardly. Ifrit it is. Ifrit LV 10 Commander Grade. I look forward to serving you. Izuku nodded, and I'm excited to see what you can do, but for now, I'm afraid we've got no time for experiments. He called Ifrit and the other 163 new shadows back as himself and Igris-boarded Kakino's, who shot forwards, heading straight for the exit. If there was one thing Izuku was grateful for in this situation aside from the items, shadows, and such that he had obtained from the gate, it was that the villains from that gate didn't have BLD. Or rather, they didn't have BLD that stained clothes. Their BLD was closer to lava, so thankfully, Izuku only had a few burn holes in his clothes instead of a hoodie stained red or green or purple from BLD. It wouldn't do good to apologize to his new family with BLD stained clothes. As he got closer to his penthouse door, he began hearing a lot of commotion from the inside and for a moment, he panicked, but the loud voices were not distraught or angry. If anything, it sounded like a bevy of laughs. But it sounds like there's more than dash. Izuku chuckled lightly as his sense stat picked up the other presences, telling him exactly who was inside. He opened the door, hearing his mother's high-pitched voice of excitement coming from the kitchen. Looks like he's back, Miruko said, her ears picking up the door. Right on cue, Izuku strutted into the dining room, Sakura, his mother, Miruko, Eri, Momo, and Nejaya sitting at the table, a wonderful smell emanating from the plates. Sorry I'm late everyone. Daddy! Eri hopped out of her seat and into Izuku's arms, allowing him a sigh of relief. She didn't hate him for what he had done. Mommy taught me how to swim today. Did she? That's awesome. You'll have to show me tomorrow. Izuku looked back to the table, absolutely shocked to see his upperclassman and agency partner there. His mother and sister weren't that much of a surprise, after all. Yorozu did say she wanted to invite them over for dinner one night. Miruko. Nejaya waved him off before he could finish the honorific. UA is shut down, so for now, I'm just Nejaya, not your senior. Okay. So, what brought you guys here today? Izuku fumbled his words for a minute, worried that the question would come off as offensive, but neither seemed to mind. Your girlfriend did, Miruko answered. She invited us and your family. You did? Yorozu nodded. Miruko's going to be our partner for the foreseeable future and Heido called the agency number earlier asking if she could apply, so I invited them both and said we could talk about it over dinner. Izuku's eyes widened. So the agency is ready then? Miruko nodded. Everything's worked out. Until you're 18, I'm the agency president, you're the vice president, and Yorozu is our necessary third member. I've also gone to the trouble of hiring a secretary to handle the business side of things. Although, even I didn't expect anyone to try and join the agency so soon. Aside from Bubbly here, we've got about 30 other applicants, most of them from UA, but we've also got some pros looking to join. T30. Pros. The names of Miruko and Izuku Midoriya attract a lot of attention, especially when that involves an agency, Yorozu answered. I invited Heido because she was the first to seek out an application. It's just Nejaya, Yomomo. Nejaya exclaimed cheerfully, already choosing her own friendly nickname for Yorozu. Izuku sat down, Eri taking her place on his lap. It seems like a lot happened while I was gone. A lot can happen in 2 hours, sweetie, Inko said with a smile. Sakura finally burst out, having held it in long enough for the adults to get through their business. Aizu. This place is humongous. You can get me a place like this, right? Inko saved him. Nope. You're staying with your mother until you graduate. Or. Yorozu handed Izuku a plate piled high with food. Here, I figured you must be hungry. Thank you. Izuku couldn't find a trace of disappointment in her eyes at his failure to return in time, but he still felt a pang of guilt and vowed to talk to her later about it. You're welcome. Miruko barked out as he began digging in, slightly confusing him. As he swallowed his mouthful, he asked, You made all of this? She nodded proudly and Yorozu backed it up. As much as I hate to admit it, she's a much better cook than I expected her to be. What do you mean you hate to admit it? Yorozu only offered a small smile in return. So I heard that All Might is finally going to officially announce you as an S rank. 𝐼𝐴 excitedly clapped her hands together. Izuku nodded. People have been basically just assuming up until this point since I was able to beat something the other S ranks couldn't, but it was never official. Making it so will definitely help with the reputation of our agency. Speaking of which, Miruko raised 2 fingers, there are 2 issues still regarding said agency. And since we've got the first applicant right here, it'll be best to establish a standard for the first issue right now. What are our terms for accepting a hero into our agency? We could base it off of their amount of gates cleared, or maybe what school they came from. Miruko shook her head. Gates cleared is stupid, since people get carried through gates all the time just to fill the necessary 10-men requirement, and with UA closed, the only other hero schools are for rank BS and below. We need something practical to test them. Why doesn't Daddy just fight them? Then he knows for sure if they're strong. Miruko once again turned down the idea. Sorry kid, but your dad is way too strong to test anyone other than the top heroes of this world. Actually, Yorozu said, beaming at Eri, it's perfect. Did you not just hear me? He can't fight them because they'll be like flies next to him, it wouldn't be an accurate assessment of their power. He can't fight them, but he's got an army of summons all at different rankings. If we can estimate their strength compared to the person applying, then we can give them a fair enemy. Since they regenerate, we'd have to say that any strike that would be fatal would count as a win. Makes sense. The only real trouble would be making sure the summon and the applicant are fairly matched, Izuku added. After dinner, we should all head down to our agency's gym and test out what would be a good opponent for someone of her caliber. We have a gym. Miruko smirked. I had the feeling you'd need a lot of space to test out your new summons, so I made sure to request it. It did take up quite a pretty penny though, so I hope you don't mind. Izuku shook his head. Not at all, in fact, I'm glad that you made that decision. Well then, 𝐼𝐴 began, I suppose we should get started on the dishes so you can all get to work. But before she could stand, a shadow snatched the plate from in front of her. In this house, I refuse to let you do any LBR, Izuku declared jokingly. Besides, it's not that late, we can stay and chat for a while longer before leaving. Is that okay with you, Nejiya? And so, as Nomu that once attempted to kill as many humans as possible did the dishes, Izuku caught up with his mother and sister, while Nejiya and Eri laughed back and forth with each other. It took another 2 hours before 𝐼𝐴 genuinely excused herself and her daughter, as it was getting late and the latter had school the next day. All right little one, Izuku said, picking up Eri from his lap, it's long past your bedtime. What? No. I wanna see Nejiya-chan fight. She's already taken up that Nejiya-chan nickname, here. It's Lardish, Miruko interrupted Yozu. You should probably let her come along. After all, if you put her to bed, she's just gonna lay there, thinking about the exciting thing we're about to go do. Yeah. Auntie Miruko is right. Miruko's bunny ears folded down happily as she heard the title of endearment. Izuku sighed, but decided that Miruko was right. Besides, once they left, what was going to keep her in bed? Well, I could always just have Esil watching her to make sure she didn't try to go and play, but still, I suppose it's better this way. He changed direction from Eri's bedroom to the balcony. You're lucky that you both are hard to resist, he said to the rabbit girl and his daughter. Kakino's works pretty well for transport, but I do have someone new amongst my ranks that might have some potential. Come forth. Ifrit rose from the shadows, his red accent standing out in the darkness of the night. My liege. Another one that talks. Yorozu said with surprise, I guess taking that gate was worth it. Izuku shook his head. I shouldn't have left you two for it though. I am sorry about that. I understand why you did it, and as long as it's not hurting then never I'll hate you for something like that. It is our job after all. He nodded, tears nearly rushing up alongside his emotions. I really did get so lucky, didn't I? Turning his attention back to Ifrit, he asked, you shape-shifted back inside the gate. Do you think you could do that again, but as something that flew and could carry all of us? It would be my honor. His nondescript humanoid shape disappeared as he stood and backed away from the 5 on the massive balcony. His arms stretched wider and wider, a thin membrane beginning to emerge from the top of it and spread down. He got down to all fours, his head and neck extending out to form a more draconic and defined head as a tail sprouted from his backside. Within no time, they had their very own wyvern, one with far more room for passengers than even Kakino's. All right, pile on everyone. Ecil, you're on airy duty. The seraph emerged from the darkness and scooped up the girl, wrapping her in two of her wings. Any one of the people here could survive a fall from terminal velocity, but only 𝐒𝐲 could fly, so even if Eri fell off Ifrit and they dove after her, it would be a rough landing for the girl. Ecil, on the other hand, was perfectly suited for safely carrying the VIP on board the wyvern. Wait. Your species name was the god of fire. Aren't you going to burn us if we sit on you? Ifrit's dragon head shook and a voice escaped his throat. As the god of fire, I can exhibit perfect control over my own body heat. You do not need to fear for yourself or anyone else, my liege. Well, in that case, let's get going. Their agency's gym was much like the one at the association, weapons locker and all, though it was currently empty. Oh, I nearly forgot, Izuku said, turning to Miruko. You said there were two issues to still take care of. One was the entrance exam, what was the other? It appeared Miruko was in the same boat, as it took her a moment to recall the issue. The second issue is what we're going to name the agency. People are already applying despite it not having a name, but a name is definitely important. Ryukyu's name for hers is the Dragon Agency, which is pretty simple, but it's effective. We could always do something similar. Like the Shadow Agency. Could be, but I think people might enjoy something a bit more complex. My liege, Baru spoke out, suddenly appearing from Izuku's shadow. What? Did you find Bakugo? We have a few leads, but I actually arrived to give an idea for a name. Izuku tilted his head, kind of weirded out by the situation, but also curious. What might that be? The Thanatos Agency. The Greek god of death. Yorozu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too on the nose? Izuku smiled. I kinda like it. Baru bowed. I am honored that you enjoy the name. I will depart once more to continue the search if you allow it. Actually, would you mind sticking around for a minute? As the highest-ranking shadow in the army, you are acquainted with the strength of all of my soldiers, right? Oh yes, my liege. Then do you think you could assign an equal opponent for her? He said, pointing at 𝐒𝐲. Baru stroked his chin with one of his hands as he examined her aura. She is on the lower end of what humans consider S-rank. That would mean a high-level Night Shadow or low-level Elite Knight would match up to her quite well. Wow, I think I've been greatly underestimating just how strong my Elite Knight and up shadows are. If the 6 heroes you took were any lower of a level 1 would recommend them, but they hold a substantial edge at their strength. Smokey, Tank, HYO, and Tusk, as well as your 3 high orc bodyguards, are also too high. Of a level to be considered an equal opponent for her. In fact, Tusk and HYO are on the verge of captain grade. All of the Shadow Nomu from my nest are knight grades, but are too low level to handle her one-on-one. Which leaves your options at one of the normal high orcs, a lava titan, an angel knight, or one of your magicians. 𝐒𝐲 is a magic type, so high orcs, lava titans, and angel knights are out. In Izuku's mind, the high orcs and lava titans would become easy targets for 𝐒𝐲's airborne energy attacks, and the angel knights were too good at getting up close and personal. With their wings they would shred her too easily. My magicians finally reached Elite Knight grade, so I suppose this would be the opportune time to test them out. Come forth. A robed figure emerged, floating just above the ground, fire magic dancing around in its palm. Its robe seemed longer than when it had been Knight grade, and as Izuku knew personally, it had acquired some new skills. 𝐒𝐲 was thankfully dressed in some pretty casual clothes, so they wouldn't impede her movement too much. As she stepped onto the wide reinforced platform, the magician followed suit on the opposite side. 𝐒𝐲, if you can knock my summon out of bounds, or destroy a part of his body that would be considered a fatal blow, then you will be accepted into the Thanatos Agency. Oh, so it's decided already? Miruko asked, somewhat peeved he hadn't checked with her on the outside, but on the inside, she had to admit that she liked the name. If my summon appears to be about to land a fatal blow on you, I will interrupt it and it will be declared your loss. Just like your rules for him, If he knocks you out of bounds, you lose. Flight is allowed, just so long as you don't fly over the boundaries of the platform. The others retreated to a railing on the second floor that overlooked the battle area as Izuku asked one final question: are the rules clear to both parties? Yep. 𝐿𝐽𝐺 exclaimed, clearly excited to get this started. The magician nodded to his liege. Then on my marks. Begin. Simultaneously, the two parties conjured their most basic attack. 𝐿𝐽𝐺 calling up her spiral yellow energy and the magician creating a condensed ball of fire in both hands. Their magics discharged simultaneously, the magicians traveling significantly faster as the two projectiles collided on 𝐿𝐽𝐺's side of the field. The winds from the explosion lightly brushed Izuku's hair as the first exchange concluded. Whoa! 𝐿𝐽𝐺 exclaimed, so cool. Miruko chuckled, you ain't seen nothing, kid. I might lose out in firepower, but just floating around like that makes you an easy target. 𝐿𝐽𝐺's body charged through the smoke and dust kicked up by the explosion. As the spiral energy of her quirk propelled her forwards, originating from her feet, she charged up another attack with both her hands. The magician threw another fireball, which she easily dodged by lurching to the right. He continued to lob his attacks, but within no time, she was too close for him to hit without hurting himself. All done. 𝐿𝐽𝐺's building energy blasted outwards, slamming into the wall behind the magician as he disappeared. What? Shadow Magician is using skill, Shift. The skill Shift allowed the user to teleport a short distance instantaneously. It couldn't take people with it, but it was a great tool to prevent the magician from being struck while conjuring up a spell. Ranking up to Elite Knight had granted him this unique skill. Shadow Magician is using skill, Detection. Izuku had originally thought the detection skill was for nothing more than detecting enemies cloaked with camouflage or stealth, but as it turned out, it served a much deadlier purpose. In targeting someone with the skill, the magician became perfectly locked onto their three-dimensional position in space and had no trouble predicting their movements or throwing attacks. Baru said one of these magicians was an even match, but I'm starting to think this thing is way too strong for something I got as one of my first summons. Of course, 𝐿𝐽𝐺 was no pushover and had quickly ascertained that her opponent teleported away. Using her propulsion, she shot straight up into the air, just barely avoiding a fireball. As she spun around to locate the magician, she was greeted by the sight of him creating some sort of fire lance. Shadow Magician is using fire magic, Sun Javelin. Coil! 𝐿𝐽𝐺 shouted, the spiral energy emerging from her hands turning into a spring of sorts that wrapped around the javelin as it rocketed towards her. The magician tilted its head, seemingly impressed by the use of her powers to rob the kinetic energy from his attack. Those weren't the only tricks up his sleeve, however. He had used both of his skills already, but his proficiency in fire magic allowed him to conjure up plenty of varied attacks, and thanks to Tusk, who had trained all of the magic-type shadows personally, this magician had a whole host of attacks prepared. Shadow Magician is using fire magic, Sun Spots. Half a dozen yellow circles appeared behind the magician and they began rapidly spitting out low-intensity fireballs. 𝐿𝐽𝐺 was just barely able to keep up with dodging and countering them by spreading her attacks wider than before. Stick to the attacks you've used so far. You're getting too varied for her to keep up, Izuku directed to the shadow telepathically. He knew that restricting his shadow meant that if 𝐿𝐽𝐺 won, then technically, she could still be weaker than the shadow itself. Unfortunately, his shadows were simply on another level with their variety and ability to adapt. Baru, who had been sticking around so far, felt a pang of pride as he watched one of his liege's shadows fend off the woman, who this world considered strong, with relative ease. Fine. I'll go all out too. Izuku cringed inwardly at that statement. You're going to be the only one going all out. Up on the second floor overlook, a cheery voice interrupted the group's focus on the fight. Hiya, boss. I didn't expect you guys this late. A woman, maybe 20 years in age with a business suit and shoulder-length fawn-colored hair walked up to them. I didn't expect you this late, Cammy, Miruko said, addressing the Thanatos agency's secretary and business manager. Well, I've been busy sorting through all the applicants and putting them into piles according to their ranks and potential. She giggled. You know me, I can't rest until everything's perfectly organized. Well, That is why I hired you. Oh my gosh. Cammy rushed over to 𝐿, who was holding up 𝐼 to see the fight. Aren't you just the cutest thing ever? Both 𝐿 and 𝐼 were slightly taken back by the woman's excitable and hyper personality. This is Cammy Tsushimi. She's a C rank, but she's got no interest in the fighting part of a hero life, so she got a business degree. She seems kinda ditzy, but she's surprisingly capable. Hey, that's not that nice, boss. Calling me ditzy. Cammy pouted, but no one could tell if it was a teasing pout or not. Changing the topic like a flip of the SWC, Cammy directed her attention to the fight. So is that like the other boss's strongest summon or something? I didn't watch much of the Jeju Island broadcast. Orozu shook her head. Compared to some of his other summons, that shadow is weak. Seriously. But it's like fighting the Nejiya Heido like it's no big deal. Cammy leaned on the railing. She's considered one of the most promising up-and-coming heroes in the entirety of Japan. She was expected to become a top 10 hero almost immediately out of high school. Yeah. Well, Izuku's summons aren't exactly normal. One of the sunspot shots grazed Nejia's side, scorching straight through her clothing and burning her flesh. Her mid-eye balance faltered, and seeing the opening, the magician conjured another sun javelin, throwing it with all of his force. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly what she had been waiting for. The last time the magician threw his javelin, Nejiya noticed a small break between his next attack. She assumed correctly that condensing that much fire magic into one spear forced even this illogically strong summon to take a breath. Instead of stopping the javelin with her own power, Nejiya used the power built up in her hands, the power that the magician had assumed was for an attack, and propelled herself forwards. Her intense velocity just barely scraped by the javelin, its yellow flaming body cutting a small nick on her cheek. Landing just behind the magician, she spun around, full output. She had landed too quickly for the magician to even consider his shift skill, and before he knew it, the yellow energy was slamming him into a wall on the opposite side of the gym. Knowing that she had won, Nejiya collapsed to her knees, sweat pouring down her face like a river. She would have fallen onto her face, but Izuku was there to catch her, pouring a stamina recovery potion into her mouth. Drink this, you'll feel better. Nejiya gratefully downed the liquid, expecting it to be some sort of energy drink, but instead of taking a moment to pick her up, she felt like all the exertion of her previous fight was gone. It was magical to say the least. Nejiya smiled as she collapsed back onto her butt. She was no longer fatigued in any way, but it just felt good to sit. Well, she was sitting until Baru walked up to heal her burn mark and scratch on her cheek. Eek! Baru responded to the shriek the only way he knew how. 𝐭𝐲. Izuku just facepalmed as he pulled a potion from the store and sent Baru to search for Bakugo once more. Then, in a more dignified manner, he offered her the potion and said, "You did good. Welcome to the Thanatos agency." The 7-day mark had finally been reached and Bakugo was still nowhere to be found. By now, it was likely that Baron had broken through the gap between dimensions and entered the realm of Earth. Izuku wasn't sure what the process was for a monarch taking over their host, but he doubted that it would be something that a human could resist. The hunt spanned across most of the country, with heroes across Japan searching for the perpetrators. It included hundreds of law enforcement agents, every hero that wasn't occupied with a gate, and most of Izuku's 668 shadow soldiers. And yet, despite being one of the most exhaustive rescue missions in Japan's history, they turned up exactly nothing. Every lead they had disappeared like a puff of smoke into the night sky. And then, as the 7th day passed, 2 gates appeared in the world. In Japan, what was estimated to be a low S-rank portal appeared in a popular public park. The S-ranks currently searching for Bakugo were recalled in order to handle the potential disaster. Meanwhile, in Korea, despair echoed throughout the hearts of their citizens. A gate the size of a skyscraper popped into existence, covering half of Seoul with its shadow. When measured, it was estimated to be one of the highest-ranking gates ever seen. It felt like a slap in the face to Korea. They had finally defeated the S-rank raid of Jeju Island, a raid that came at a heavy cost, and once again, they were beset by something they could not face alone. Unfortunately, while Japan still owed them for Endeavor's betrayal, Korea couldn't just ask for help, as they were facing their own S-rank gate troubles. The other countries of the world would begin looking down on them if they tried to relocate Japan's S-ranks away from their own S-rank problems. They had beef with their heroes, not their citizens, and no matter how much they disliked each other, they'd never wish for a repeat of Jeju Island anywhere. To the shock of no one, Izuku was requested at this S-rank gate. Located at a green and luscious park, the gate appeared surprisingly small. In fact, it looked just barely wide enough to accommodate someone above 6 foot, like Endeavor. As the S-ranks gathered, most, if not all of them, shot Endeavor glares of disdain. Miruko, Ryukyu, Darby, and Edge shot disapprovingly gazed at their fellow S-rank, who despite his normally composed demeanor was beginning to grow uncomfortable in the environment. Izuku was the only one too distracted to be busy glaring at him. Item: Evolution Core. Item class: SSS. Item type: Magic. Item triples the strength of all magic abilities. If this item is held while the Shadow Monarch uses Shadow Extraction, there is a 100% chance that the target will evolve into its next species rank. Ingredients: 1x portion of Seraph's Blessed Ashes, 1x portion of Ifrit's BLD Malleable Obsidian Lava Heart World Trees Fragment Orb of Avarice Shadow Steel Fragments Shadow Steel Fragments. Izuku shook his head. The only items I had that were made out of shadow steel crumbled to dust months ago. And I haven't seen anything of the same material since then. My Doria, Ryukyu said, strutting over to him, thank you for agreeing to come along. He waved away her concern. No problem. This is my job after all, he joked lightly, trying to distract himself from the overwhelming anxiety that another monarch had been breathed into the world. We'll be starting now, Endeavor declared to the group. He may have been publicly outed, but he was still the highest-ranking hero there, so by default, he was considered in charge. Of course, that didn't mean that everyone would so easily go along with his commands though. Darby bumped into his father as he proceeded past him, purposely making sure to put an extra amount of force behind it, like I'll listen to anything you have to say, old man. Ryukyu and Edge Shot nodded. You may be appointed by the association by default, but while we're in there, we'll take orders from anyone but you. I'm just not taking orders, Miruko joked with her trademark smirk. Izuku couldn't help but smile at that and look to the crowds behind them. The first line of which was waves of A-ranks, basically anyone they could scrounge together in the event that the S-ranks failed. Even Yorozu and Nejaya were there. Behind them stood hundreds of reporters and even civilians. You better be careful in there, Yorozu said, herself and Esil walking up to him, Eri walking beside them. I'm gonna be hard-pressed to find another father for this one. He chuckled. It's got a lower mana measurement than what Jeju had, so I'm sure there'll be no problems. Don't jinx it. Let's do this already. Miruko shouted, wrapping her arm around Ryukyu's shoulders and dragging her through the portal with her. One last thing, Izuku said as Yorozu prepared to SAE back to safety. Why'd you invite Miruko to that dinner? I thought you said you wouldn't let her win. A twinkle of mischief hid itself in her dark irises. I didn't say I was going to win with underhanded tactics. If she wants to try for your love, then I'll face her head on and win. Izuku was speechless for a moment, a grin stretching across his face. Love you. See? I'm already winning, she jested. Come on, kid. Stop being lovey-dovey and help us get this SHT over with. Darby called out. Izuku nodded. Yeah, let's finish this. Behind him, an army waited in his shadows, desperate to be let loose. The first thing Izuku noticed was that it was cold as hell. Snow covered the ground of the mountainous terrain, reminding him quite a bit of his first experience with a red gate. Almost immediately, a bevy of roars assaulted their ears. Miruko sniffed the air and stuck out her tongue. Smells like Yeti. Izuku triggered his armor, covering him in its warm embrace. Darby and Endeavor turned up their heat. Miruko began hopping in place, getting her BLD flowing. Ryukyu was cold-belted, so she was forced to lean closer to Darby, and Edgeshot just stood there, his ninja stoicism showing no concern for the elements. Come forth. All 668 shadows emerged onto the snowy mountaintop, each broken into their respective squads. They kneeled in unison, creating a clank as their knees hit the rocky terrain. My liege, Baru and Ifrit said in unison next to the other generals, Igris, Hyo, and Tusk, who were all silent. It's a simple raid. Take your 5 squads and kill everything in sight. Preserve the corpses, and if you find any particularly strong ones, bring them to me. Yes, my liege. All shadows with fire potential, you're gonna be the heavy hitters here, so feel free to turn up the heat. Ifrit nodded, it would be my pleasure. The army rose to its feet as the god of fire shapeshifted to what looked like a massive tiger mixed with elements of a shark and dragonic wings. They moved out with scary efficiency, brushing past the other 5S ranks, who stared in wonder. This was the very first time they had seen his full army working at full tilt. Well, we could wait here until they've cleared out everything but the boss room, but something tells me Darby cut off Izuku, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. As if we'd let some summons show us up. Izuku smirked, he knew that they would absolutely show them up. After all, he'd gotten another 24 stat points over the past few days for his daily quest, and he plugged it all into intelligence. Level, 108 strength, 262 vitality, 199 agility, 250 intelligence, 338 sense, 176 mana, 32773, 32773 HP, 4814547395 shadows able to be extracted, 1338 shadows able to be saved, 669 836. Though Izuku typically used the number 668 to define his number of troops, he also had Esil, but she was on family guard duty, so he rarely counted her in his estimates. That exponential growth is really starting to kick in now. I can have 836 saved shadows in total. Maybe I should spend some more time leveling up my other stats from here on out. Everything else has begun falling behind. Like Miruko expected, the mountain was filled with yetis and other ice-type villains, such as golems, white foxes, the occasional ice elf, and so on. While the 5S ranks did their best to keep up with the shadows, they barely had anything to prey on, as the army was far too perfect in its execution of, well, everything. There were barely any villains to worry about. Why were we worried about an S-rank gate again? Ryukyu asked herself, in awe of Kakino's flying through the sky and blasting the mountain with AoE beams. I asked it on that destroyer as a joke, but seriously, do I need to worry about that dragon becoming my romantic rival? Darby said, tracking her enraptured gaze too. The dragon. She elbowed him in the side. You have leveled up. It seems like my generals are all reporting the same thing, they've cleared out most of the mountain. Already? We've been here like an hour maximum. Izuku nodded as he noticed Ifrit walking back, bigger than before, with dozens of corpses slung over his back and carried under his wings. The lava golems and titans were behind him as well, carrying just as many. It seemed that the fire squad had volunteered for corpse retrieval. Arise. Aside from Endeavor, everyone already knew of Izuku's power to bring back the dead, and both Endeavor and Izuku knew he could make the fiery hero's life far worse than it already was, so Izuku didn't feel any apprehension in revealing the power to him. 33 night-grade yetis, 15 night-grade ice golems, and 6 elite night-grade ice foxes. Though ice foxes sounded considerably less intimidating than the other two species, they had considerable talent when it came to magic. With those extractions, Izuku's ranks had risen to not only that, but several of his shadows were ready for rank-ups. Tusk, Tank, and HYO stood before him. These shadows have reached the required level for a promotion. The shadows will be promoted to captain grade if the monarch's permission is given. Permission granted. And just like that, shadows blanketed the area for a moment as Tusk, Tank, and HYO's aura expanded rapidly, making them far stronger than any S-rank in all of Asia, save for Izuku himself, and maybe one other. What was it? Izuku interrupted the question from Edgeshot, whose unflappable expression was broken. The only place my shadows haven't cleared yet is a door to the inside of the mountain. It's almost certainly the boss room. It's at the base of the mountain. They were near the peak of the mountain. Would you care for a ride, my liege? Ifrit lowered its tiger-like body to the ground, allowing Izuku to climb on its back. Darby looked at him expectantly. What? Didn't you say you weren't going to let my shadows show you up? Let's go. Ifrit leapt off the nearest cliff, his wings spreading wide. Miruko leapt off after him, not so fast. Her legs were capable of withstanding insane pressure, so jumping off a mountain was actually an acceptable strategy for her. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 and 𝐸𝐴 were next. With 𝐻𝐸𝐵's quirk, which allowed him to make his body into incredibly thin and sharp string with elastic properties, he was able to leap from cliff to cliff. 𝐸𝐴 just used his flames to slow himself down midair. That left only 𝐷𝐵 and �ryukyū at the top of the mountain. Okay, I can't do that hover thing he does, so I'm gonna need a ride. Ryukyū feigned a sigh. Fine, but if you make any jokes about riding me, I'm gonna throw you off. Her body grew scaly and began enlarging to a ridiculous degree. Eventually, she was a 15-foot-tall Western-style dragon that 𝐷𝐵 happily clambered onto. Hold tight. Her voice had become deeper and gravely as she followed her co-workers off the cliff. 𝐷𝐵 nearly lost his grip from the get-go, as Ryukyū put them into a nearly straight-down dive, quickly diving past 𝐻𝐸𝐵 and 𝐸𝐴. Within seconds, they were gaining on Miruko and Izuku. Neither failed to notice this, causing Miruko to increase the distance between her jumps and Izuku to yell to Ifrit, "Let's show them a real dragon." "Yes, my liege." Ifrit began morphing, mirroring Ryukyū's shape, its wings large enough to blow away a sailboat. Diving more fiercely than before, Ifrit and his liege accelerated nearly to terminal velocity, the base of the mountain coming up quickly. At the last moment, his wings snapped out, catching the wind just in time to slow their descent into a rather rough landing. Miruko and Ryukyū landed in the same way, essentially at the exact same time, and as soon as the dragon woman shrunk down, Miruko began arguing with her, attempting to claim the title of second place. As the two girls smiled and bantered back and forth, Ryukyū realized something shocking. "Am I having fun inside an S-rank gate?" She glanced over to Izuku, who was dutifully waiting by the boss room door for the others. "Is it because of him? Is it because I feel safe now?" Unbeknownst to anyone, Ryukyū suffered from the same type of anxiety as Miruko. Thanks to her status as one of Japan's strongest, she felt the need to constantly be a calming force that her team could always rely on. She never felt like she had the luxury to relax. Even when she was with other S-ranks, she couldn't loosen up the slightest amount. Yet, in Izuku's presence, it was like she felt that nothing could hurt her. "Sorry for keeping you all waiting," 𝐻𝐸𝐵 said as himself and 𝐸𝐴 lowered onto the ground. "Does anyone need to take a break?" Ryukyū asked good-naturedly, but she only received a couple of smirks. "Right." Izuku dismounted Ifrit and called out Igris, handing him the Genesis blade. Igris then holstered his WHP and Shadow Sword. Izuku decided that it was better for him to have them both in case he needed them. Besides, it wasn't like Izuku had learned to use the WHP yet. Izuku then pulled out Day and Nightbringer as he approached the 25-foot-tall boss room door. "Come actually," Ryukyū interrupted, "we've felt pretty useless since entering this gate. If you don't mind, could we kill it?" Izuku tilted his head and Ryukyū immediately added on, "We'll still leave you the corpse for you to do your thing." He relaxed noticeably and gestured towards the door. "It's all yours." Ryukyū nodded gratefully and the 5 S-ranks lined up in front of the door, pushing it open as Izuku hung back. The circular room lit up as torches lining the side ignited with a blue flame one by one. Ryukyū gasped as the back was finally covered with light. Curled up on the floor was a bright blue dragon, its scales shimmering in the fire's radiance. The measurement of this gate was relatively low for an S-rank, 𝐸𝐴 said, so there's no way this thing is a proper dragon boss. No one had to ask what he meant by that. After the first S-rank gate had opened in America, releasing 𝐭𝐚𝐲, an ancient dragon that was considered the worst of humanity's disasters, dragons became known for being exceptionally strong. After all, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 had destroyed the western half of America all by himself. "My liege," Baru said, his mandibles clicking as he emerged from Izuku's shadow, "do you sense that? I've been trying to pin down exactly what it was since we entered this gate. It feels familiar, but I can't place that aura." Baru sent a chill down his spine as he said, "It reminds me of that monarch's presence, but far weaker and more human." OSHT. At the same time, the dragon gave a massive roar, waking up as the 5 S-ranks got closer. Looking around the room, Izuku spotted a small tunnel, leading away from the boss room. Activating Quicksilver, he rushed forwards, past the heroes and dragon. Where are you going? To check something out. Be on your guard. That dragon might not be the real boss after all. Diving into the darkness of the tunnel, Baru, Igris, and Ifrit behind him, he saw clear as day that there was some sort of light coming from the next turn. He picked up the pace, coming to the turn and gazing upon another, smaller chamber. However, in this one, instead of a dragon at the center, there was Bakugo's prone body. His eyes were glazed over and drool fell out of his mouth. He was comatose for certain. Behind him stood a misty figure. Greetings, Shadow Monarch. Iruit. Izuku raised his maces and his shadows went to flank the monarch. He bowed. It shall be my pleasure to keep you entertained until Baron can find a proper host in one of your friends. The wall behind Izuku slammed shut, rock harder than diamond, cutting him off from the S-ranks. Don't worry, it won't take more than 10 minutes. Outside Japan's S-rank gate, association agents got a sudden chill down their spines. They had no idea why. The portal did not change color from blue to red. It did not grow bigger or glow brighter. What it did do was start putting off an intensely higher aura than before. Get the measurement device. What? The agent grabbed his underling by the scruff of his neck. I said, grab the measurement device. The younger man nodded and went sprinting off, returning moments later with the machine, a purple crystal resting on top. His boss snatched away the device and held it up to the gate, his face paling considerably. What? What did it say? The agent swallowed dryly. It says that this gate is at least 5 times stronger than the Jeju Island gate. Where'd that boy go? Endeavor shouted, launching pillars of flames at the dragon who had suddenly grown stronger. This beastie must have been hiding its mana to trick us. Compared to 𝐒𝐻𝐽, this dragon was pretty small, about the same size as Ryukyu when she transformed, but like 𝐒𝐻𝐽, its power was almost unfathomable. Darby and Endeavor's flames together did next to nothing to hurt it, and the dragon's own frost breath was enough to utterly obliterate their flames. Thankfully, Ryukyu was holding its attention for now with her equal size. Unfortunately, just because they were in the same weight class didn't mean they were in the same class. Ryukyu slashed at the villain's neck as she saw an opening, her metal claws scraping against its scales, but doing nothing more than pushing its head to the side. When the dragon turned back to look at her, its eyes spoke volumes about the situation. It was like he was saying, really? That's all you have? A blur was Ryukyu's indication of an attack, followed by intense pain in her side. Looking over, she saw the frost dragon's claws buried into the space just under her wings. Hey! But... The dragon stumbled noticeably as Miruko's foot slammed into its head, delivering a far stronger impact over a smaller area than anything Ryukyu could do. Edgeshot was busy doing his best to find a check in the villain's armor, but even when he found a gap in the scales on its back, his razor-sharp quirk couldn't penetrate it. Turn up the heat, you two. If we don't take this thing down, it'll kill Ryukyu. Don't tell me what to do. Despite his shout of defiance, Darby raised both hands to one of the legs, narrowing his eyes as more condensed flames began spewing from his palms. Endeavor did the same, aiming for relatively the same area. But before they could reach their target, the flames simply dispersed into nothing. What? The frost dragon roared, its wings snapping out rapidly, catching Miruko and Edgeshot on the chin and sending them flying. Then, it suddenly charged forwards, slamming its chest into Ryukyu's. Her feet dug into the icy rock floor as her left side crashed into the wall and the dragon crashed into her right side, painfully pressing down on the claw wound. However, it didn't seem like he was going for a killing blow, instead intending on keeping her pinned there. Thank you, Freak. An echoing voice said, emerging from seemingly nowhere. Miruko pushed herself to her feet and spun around, looking for the source of a voice. Before she could find it, a massive hand wrapped around her skull, lifting her into the air. Not you. The hand flung her to the edge of the room, right next to Ryukyu, strong enough to embed her in the wall. Edgeshot, Darby, and Endeavor turned to face off with this new threat, their bodies practically quaking as they laid eyes on a demon with gray skin, glowing red eyes, 2 long ram-like horns, and an aura to surpass that of anything they had ever felt before. If Bakugo had been there to see it, he would say that it looked exactly like the demon in his dreams. The same demon that had called himself the monarch of white flames, Baron. What did you do to him? Izuku asked cautiously, not taking his eyes off of Iruit. The frost monarch looked down at Bakugo's comatose body, a hint of disgust entering his eyes. He resisted. Shaking his head, practically in disbelief, in all my millennia of taking hosts and mangling worlds, I've never seen someone deny a monarch. We're pure energy, so it should be impossible, but this one, he fought so hard that he broke. He broke his own mind so that we could not take him over. Izuku scowled. Can they not take over a body that is comatose? Then to Iruit, I can't feel my shadows hiding inside Miruko or any of the other S ranks. I assume that's your doing. Iruit shook his head. Baron has manifested his spiritual body. It'll drain him until he is forced to return to the gap between dimension, but for the next 10 minutes, he is as strong as ever and has decided to cut off that room from the rest of this world. Izuku caught the hidden implication in that sentence. If he didn't find a host in those 5 S ranks, he'd likely kill them all out of spite before returning to the gap between dimensions, otherwise, he'd remain permanently as the 4th monarch to earn a host. Then, I guess I have no choice but to kill you to get to them. Ifrit, Igris, and Baru began spreading out, flanking the monarch from all sides within the wide room. Iruit scowled. Unbeknownst to Izuku, he was actually helping Baron maintain his form and as such, was expending far too much energy to freeze and bind Izuku's shadows like before. Fine. I'll hold your interest until this is all over. Dozens of razor-sharp, magically reinforced icicles formed in the air, aiming straight for Izuku. Hyo jumped from Izuku's shadow, turning about a fourth of them into nothing. Ifrit sprayed them with his flames, getting another half of them, and Izuku bashed aside the remaining ones with ease. If that Stellian friend of yours isn't here, hiding in wait to strike, then you've underestimated me. Without any physical type guards, a mage is helpless. Iruit growled, You dare. You dare. His body began glowing with magical energy. So long as I am a monarch, I will never be helpless in front of a lesser species like you. Triggering his own spiritual body manifestation, Iruit cut down both his and Baron's time to 5 minutes, but without it, he knew this human would be able to kill him, Diminu Ashborn. If I have to kill this human host of yours, then I will. Grasping tendrils of mist spread out and hundreds of icicles formed above his head. Endeavor and Darby shot another stream of flames at the monarch, but like before, they dissipated into thin air. Baron laughed maniacally. I'm the monarch of white flames. Your puny candle flames can't harm me. Edge shot launched forwards, his body separating into a dozen sharp points. All of them glanced off of Baron's demonic and silver armor. His hand snapped out, grabbing multiple of Edgeshot's strings and somehow suddenly holding him by the head, the same way he had thrown Miruko aside. Him, not you either. Edgeshot went flying, but unlike Miruko, he was able to slow himself using his quirk, stopping completely unharmed. He continued launching his string points at Baron, desperately praying for some sort of breakthrough. Baron simply smiled and turned around to face him once more. Disappear. Baron's jaw unhinged and a purely concentrated blast of white flames blasted outwards, making Endeavor and Darby's indeed look like candles. Edgeshot tried to pull away before it was too late, but the attack was too wide and moving too fast. The bottom half of his body was obliterated in seconds and he fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Baron turned back to the remaining 3 possibilities, surprised to see one of them soaring through the air, intending to completely crush him with her massive body. Seeing that her comrades were helpless against the new threat, Ryukyu had stopped struggling against the frost dragon and shrunk down to her human form, escaping under the villain's legs as she ran for the monarch, leaping high, transforming to her dragon form as she came crashing down on him. Or at least, she thought she would crash down on him. Instead, the monarch caught her with one hand, causing the wind to rush out of her lungs as she lost focus and shrunk back down to human. Baron snatched her up and sneered, being tainted by the mark of the rulers. I'll make sure to kill you slowly. He threw her next to Miruko and, realizing that he was expending energy far quicker than before, exerted his full strength, darting forwards to Endeavor, sneering once more, you as well. His fist was driven into the gut of the fiery hero, a blast of fire digging a hole into his stomach. Then, he finally turned his attention to Darby, smiling, "I detest your physical appearance, but your mind, very impure. Perfect for discouraging a ruler." To the credit of Darby, he stopped trying to throw flames at the monarch and rushed forwards, his fist ped back. Baron obviously caught the punch and pulled the hero closer to him, this time, convinced that he was a compatible host. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he gently pressed his wrinkled and awful forehead to Darby's. The S-Rank's eyes went blank and he felt himself drawn to a dark place, the world around him disappearing. Before long, the only thing Darby could see was darkness. Nothing, not even Baron, stood in that darkness with him. Where is this? Square boxes began appearing, each showing a memory of Darby's, like a television broadcasting the news. Private moments, like when he cried for the first time in years after learning that his brother had been killed, or his gentler moments with Ryukyu, like their nights of passion. Baron's voice suddenly emerged from all directions in the darkness, "You are a softer being than I thought." Another square appeared. This one was bigger than the others. It showed an urban house on fire. One of Antari's dragonutes broke free of a gate. This was 𝐔𝐬𝐽. A Darby, unmarked by scars, stood next to his father, Endeavor, who stared at the burning building with a complete lack of empathy. Darby tugged at his arm. "Come on. We've got to help them." Endeavor scowled down at his son and showed him his singed palm. "This was from merely touching that beast. Those flames will cook us alive. We'll need to wait for the water mags to clear this. They'll all be dead by then. As a hero, it is important to know when you are beaten." Darby looked up at his father in disbelief. He knew he was a cruel man, only taking his son on patrol with him to see if he was worthy of joining his agency, but he also thought him to be a real hero. He always did his best to save people, didn't he? Endeavor turned away from the building and the screams coming from it. At that motion, resolve hardened in the younger, more naive Darby's eyes, and he sprinted away from his father, charging into the fire before he could second-guess himself. The Darby in the present looked away as his younger self screamed out in pain, his flesh being seared by the flames as he pulled that young boy out of the house, using all of his magical energy to shield the boy instead of himself. "Ah, so that is why you are so repulsive to look at," Baron muttered. "Look who's talking." Darby shot back. "You look like a dash." Baron manifested himself in front of Darby, who had already gathered that this was some sort of mental mindscape. Scars are the most disgusting attribute of any living creature. They show off their weakness, their inability to recover from a simple wound. Darby smirked. "Ryukyu says they are appealing, and my girlfriend outranks anything you say in my mind." "What a wonderful sentiment," Baron said sarcastically. "They are still a concern of yours, are they not?" "I don't think they are appealing. They're ugly marks on my skin," Baron nodded, satisfied, but Darby didn't stop. "But I don't regret them at all." Darby's hands burst into flames. "They're my mark of pride. Thanks to them, I'll never forget the face of that boy I saved and how grateful his parents looked when I carried him out of that house. After that act, I didn't do much good with my life, up until Ryukyu convinced me to be me again. I don't think they are appealing, but I love them." Baron frowned deeply, his own hands catching alight with flames. "Then I'll take those marks of pride away from you." His hands wrapped around Darby's throat and threw him to the ground. Even in his own mind, it seemed that he was weaker. "You can try, but they'll always be here. Scars don't heal. They'll remain right here, until the day I die." Darby pointed at his head. "You can't win this fight," Baron shouted, as if he was trying to reinforce his own belief. "I know, but Ryukyu says I'm a stubborn pain in the butt. You'll never erase me from my own mind. I'll stay here, bugging the CRP out of you until someone comes along and kills us." Baron's white light began eclipsing the world of darkness as he succeeded in taking over Darby's body. "The monarchs are destruction incarnate. Nothing will stop us." Darby shrugged. "I don't know about that. After all, that one kid seems pretty strong. He'll die just like the rest of your pitiful race. We'll see." As the white light finally filled up the entire space, Darby shook his head. "Ah geez. I'm sorry for leaving you so soon, Kyu." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 felt his energy wane and knew that if he tried to keep up his spiritual body manifestation any longer, he would be caught helpless in front of this human. Of course, while he now felt the urge to kill this human, he knew he would not be disheartened retreating at this point. After all, they had succeeded. His glowing body wrapped mist around all the shadows and slammed them into the ground, a gate forming behind him. Know this, Ashbourne. The next time you or your host oppose us, we will not hesitate to strike it down. You can try. Izuku knew that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was not speaking directly to him, but he couldn't help but respond to such a brazen threat. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said nothing more and slipped into the depths of his gate, disappearing from this icy world. Once Izuku was certain he was gone, he turned around, seeing that the tunnel was now open. Grab him! Izuku shouted to 𝐒𝐽𝐽, pointing at Bakugo's limp body as he went sprinting off, Baru and Ifrit close behind. As he neared the dragon's chamber, his sense stat picked up on one word uttered weakly by Ryukyu: no. Emerging into the huge circular room, Izuku was beset by two rather horrific sights. 4 of the 5 S-ranks were on the ground, either unconscious and bleeding out, or heavily wounded and barely awake. The 5th of those S-ranks, Darby, was the only one standing, but as everyone deduced almost immediately, it was no longer Darby. The large and grotesque burn marks on his body faded to nothing and were replaced by perfectly smooth skin. His hair grew longer, turning from its deep black to a literally glowing white. And finally, he was overtaken by a silver and demonic armor, completing his transformation into the monarch of white flames, Baron. Ah! Baron sighed, it's good to be back in a physical body. The frost dragon walked away from the other heroes, going to stand behind the monarch. I suppose I owe 𝐒𝐬𝐽 quite a debt for this. He even loaned me the marshal of his army. Mustering the last of her strength, Ryukyu pushed herself up to her knees. You beaty. I'll kill you. No matter what it takes, to tear you out of that body. I'll do it, and I'll kill you. Baron chuckled happily, a human defeating a monarch. That's a rich concept. Skill, infinite strength has activated. Izuku swung Nightbringer with both hands, aiming to knock Baron's head right off his shoulder. No! Ryukyu shouted. Monarch of White Flames, Baron is activating skill, White Flames of Hell. Nightbringer and the immense amount of mana pouring from Baron's mouth clashed, spreading out the impact so that it didn't hit Izuku, only push him backwards, far out of melee range. Then, as if he could read Izuku's mind, the monarch smiled. I may be the weakest monarch, but I still am a monarch. Energies began swirling behind him, the signature sign of a gate being formed. For today, however, I am weary of this encounter and your friends fare far worse, so I'll take my leave and allow 𝐼𝐺 to keep you company. Izuku wanted to leap forwards and take advantage of his apparent weakness, but he knew that if he tried it, there was a high chance that Baron's wide-range flame attack would kill everyone else there. So, Izuku waited, glaring at the back of Baron's head as he strode under the legs of the frost dragon, disappearing just as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had. Baru, 𝐒𝐽, get everyone on Kakino's and get them out of here. Heal who you can. Then, facing off with the frost dragon, who Izuku could have sworn was wearing a smile, he called upon the rest of his army, causing 𝐺 to balk. He hadn't expected the Shadow Monarch to already have so many forces after such a short time on Earth. Especially not a general and commander grade. Perched on the head of Kakino's, his hands over the dying heroes, Baru shouted, I will return as soon as possible, my liege. 𝐒𝐽 hauled Bakugo onto the WM before joining Ifrit at Izuku's side. I wouldn't worry about it, Baru. After all, he addressed the dragon, how long do you think you can last against an army? 𝐺 shoved down his fear. He was a dragon, damn it. The humans were supposed to fear him, not the other way around. He opened his maw, intending to roar what could possibly be his very last battle cry, but the shadow soldiers wouldn't even give him that. Fire from Tusk's magic, Ifrit's dragon breath, and 𝐒𝐽's Genesis blade poured down his throat, scorching the flesh meant for handling extreme cold. He stumbled back, coughing and choking as Izuku leapt for his head, swinging both of his maces like wrecking ball, denting the dragon's skull. 𝐺 desperately tried conjuring up that same devastating frost breath that had turned him into the marshal of 𝐒𝐽's army, but nothing would escape his burning lungs. He had no chance to formulate a physical response either, As mere moments after 𝐒𝐿𝐴's attacks, the lava titans, at least twice as tall as him, dogpiled him, tearing off his wings and pinning him down as the knights, angels, 𝐻𝐼𝐽, and dozens of other shadow soldiers stabbed into him and tore away at his flesh. You have slain the dungeon boss. You have slain the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss was the marshal of the Monarch of Frost, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽's army. Calculating the total amount of experience earned. Due to the enormous amount of experience, the process will take some time. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looked over at the corpse of the dragon, torn to bits by his hundreds of shadows. Was he really that strong? He didn't seem like it. Of course, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was proven wrong as messages filled his view. You have leveled up. 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 6 times. Level, 114 strength, 268 vitality, 205 agility, 256 intelligence, 344 sense, 182 mana, 35649, 35649 HP, 49734 49734 shadows able to be extracted, 1538 shadows able to be saved, 723. 913. The insane boost was almost enough to make him forget the loss of today. Another monarch entering the world, and more of the heroes being lost and injured was nothing good. On top of that, he had to worry about whatever to do with Bakugo's comatose state. When Igris had been carrying him, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had picked up on a faint heartbeat, so he wasn't dead, but who knew how long his stability would last. You have obtained Frig's stash. It seemed like the dragon had a hidden treasure trove in his abode. You have obtained a mountain of gold, 50 billion gold. It was a hell of a lot of gold to use in the store, but it still wasn't enough to buy the top items, which were listed at hundreds of billions. Next, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looked over the loot of Frig's corpse. You have obtained ingredient item, Frost Dragon Scales. You have obtained ingredient item, Frost Dragon BLD. You have obtained ingredient items, Frost Dragon Bones. You have obtained instance dungeon key, Dragon's Domain. That's a lot of ingredient items. It's a shame I didn't get the shadow steel fragments that I needed for the evolution core, but at least I got a new key. I haven't seen a key in some time. In fact, now that I think about it, the last key I got was that one with no description. Pulling that pure black key from his inventory, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was disappointed to see that he still didn't meet its requirements. Well, maybe if I take on the Dragon's Domain dungeon, then I'll meet its requirements. Looking back to the corpse of the dragon, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 raised his hand, Arise. Extraction has failed. 2 attempts remaining. Your MSTR is gone, he abandoned you to die here. Arise. Extraction has failed. 1 attempts remaining. Is it because he was stronger than me? The Shadow Army killed him easily, but that was only because they were all working together to kill him. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shook his head, gathering the last of his longing, knowing that it impacted the summoning to some degree. Arise. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the shadows rose up, gathering above Frig's head, and then vanishing. Extraction has failed. The shadow will no longer be extractable. Damn it! 𝐒𝐿𝐴 cursed, stomping his foot on the ground, cracking it in his anger. My liege. Baru said, flying back, I have returned for battle. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 called back his army, leaving only Baru and Ifrit, who formed a dragon, preparing to lift him back to the gate's exit. Sorry Baru, you missed the massacre. How are the heroes doing? 3 are recovering well, but the 4th, the one you call Edshot, appears to be close to oblivion. And the annoying blonde one, he has yet to wake up, but the other healers decided he was stable. Burr faltered for a moment, attempting to recall the word. All of them were flown to a hospital in a helicopter. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed, well, good job saving the others. Thank you, my liege. Baru bowed and placed a hand over his chest as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 climbed aboard Ifrit. Now, let's get out of here. Getting back to the gate took only a few minutes on the back of Ifrit, Baru flying beside him, but since the gate's exit was too small, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 couldn't emerge on a flaming shadow dragon like he had planned. So Ifrit and Baru followed close behind him as he stepped through, a roar greeting him. It was so loud 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could have sworn that it was another dragon greeting him. In fact, he nearly readied himself into a defensive stance, he was so taken back by it. But it was not a dragon. It was a crowd of thousands. Reporters, civilians, other heroes. Everyone was cheering with all of their might, some throwing their fists into the air. Izuku looked to his right, at one of the association men named Hajime. "What's going on?" 20 minutes after you entered the gate, the measurements changed drastically. It was so powerful that we could only measure it as an SSS rank. Hajime adjusted his tie somewhat awkwardly. The mana coming off of it was so intense that none of us was strong enough to pass through the gate to come warn you. When the news broke of Japan's first SSS rank, people dropped everything and came running. It seems that nobody had any doubt about you clearing it, although when that dragon and came out with those 5, people started getting a little worried. Hajime suddenly squinted, counting in his head quickly. "Wait, is Darby not with you?" Izuku shook his head. "Then, he's dead." Izuku paused, completely unsure of how to answer. He wasn't sure how much of the host's consciousness remained when they were taken over by a monarch, but he was sure of the fact that Darby's body was completely lost to Baron. Yes. I'm afraid to say that he's dead. We just keep losing these guys." Hajime turned to report to one of his superiors as Baru and Ifrit both spoke to Izuku. "Oh my liege. What a joyous moment. The peasants of this world are finally acknowledging you in full." "Yes, my liege. Give them a wave, it'll send them into hysterics." Izuku gave Baru a cautious gaze at his use of the word peasant. "There's not much left to do here. Let's go check on the others in the hospital." Ifrit nodded and stepped forwards, awing the crowd, which cheered even louder as he shifted to a more aerodynamic shape than any other he had taken before. It still had his draconic head at the front and 4 scaly legs holding him up, but his body was wider and his wings looked rigid, with little flaps at the back, much like an airplane's wings. In fact, as Izuku continued to stare at the new shape, he realized that it was meant to mimic a jet fighter of sorts, with 2 circular ports at the back of his body, red flames escaping from them. Izuku chuckled, instantly understanding where this had come from. One night, after an exhausting day of searching, he had come home to Yorozu with a bowl of popcorn, waiting for him on the couch. Eri was already asleep and she wanted to watch a movie. Somehow, they had settled on a subbed version of Top Gun. Apparently, Ifrit found the fighter jets deeply intriguing. Taking his place on the draconic jet plane that was Ifrit, Izuku followed his advice and raised his hand up to head height. As the port on Ifrit's stomach began spewing fire, lifting them into the air, similar to how a VTOL would work, the crowd went wild, screams of gratitude, a few expletives levied against the villains, and Izuku swore he could pick out a few guys and girls begging him to marry them. Once Ifrit was high enough to avoid roasting any of the nearby association agents, the thrusters on his back kicked in, sending them flying forwards. Any normal human would have been thrown off instantly, but Izuku stuck to the back of the massive fighter jet with ease, looking calm as winds tore at his clothes. At this rate, it would only take a few minutes to reach the hospital. He could already hear Miruko complaining about the doctors letting her out of bed. "You dumbass. I'm fine. Let me up." The female doctor in charge of her care balked as the rabbit hero shoved away her covers. "Miss Usajiyama. You broke 20 bones and ruptured a few organs." "I know, I was there." Miruko swung her legs over the bed and stood. "Come get me when it's something serious." She walked out of the room, completely stunning her doctors and completely unconcerned with the fact that her butt was hanging out of the hospital gown. "Hey you!" Miruko shouted at one of the nurses at the nurses' station. They froze, a little scared of the loud bunny girl. "Where's the flaming button, Ryukyu?" F451. Miruko wasted no time making her way there, not in the least bit worried about her clothing. Shoving open the door with a severe lack of concern for the rest of those inside, she burst into the room, surprised to already see Izuku there, standing over Ryukyu's bed. He said that. It seemed that he was too engrossed in his conversation to even notice Miruko. Ryukyu's eyes darted over to the unconscious Endeavor, then Miruko, then back to Izuku, something about being tainted by the mark of a ruler. And he said something like, "You as well." When he grabbed Endeavor. Izuku glanced at Endeavor skeptically. "Him? You choose him of all people." "Yo!" Miruko announced her presence with a shout. "What's going on here?" Izuku's eyes snapped up to Miruko, finally noticing her presence. "Oh, sorry, I was just kinda rambling to myself." He nodded dismissively. "I'm glad to see you both are all right. You'll have to excuse me though, I need to go take care of something else." He squeezed past Miruko, who made sure the back of her gown was fully pulled open, but Izuku didn't even glance on his way out. Ryukyu laughed loudly as she noticed her friend's expression droop. "What? Oh, it's nothing. I just never thought I'd see you of all people fall this hard." Izuku could have sworn he heard Ryukyu give a shrill scream as Miruko jumped onto her bed, threatening her vugally. "My liege," Baru said, standing next to Izuku, who sat on one of the chairs next to Bakugo's bed. "Forgive me, but you realized something while in the room with the weaklings, didn't you?" Izuku turned a glass bottle in his hand over and over, gazing into the crystal-clear liquid inside. "I could be wrong, but what Baron said, it makes me think that we've got not one, but two potential ruler hosts in this hospital." Baru nodded. "Perhaps my liege should talk with the one they call All Might. He might have some ideas as to how to convert them." Izuku nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. Then there's only one thing left to decide. He raised the bottle of the holy water of life up to eye level, its glass distorting Bakugo's limp form on the bed. "Do I waste one of these things to save him?" In the background, the news played clips of the skyscraper-sized gate in Korea, and the newscaster made one very important thing clear: no one is coming to help Korea, they are on their own. Earlier today, it was confirmed that Korea reached out for help to several countries, such as America, Germany, Russia, China, Japan, and many more. All refused to aid the Koreans, who finally succeeded in their raid of Jeju Island just a month ago with the help of Japan's newest S-rank, Izuku Midoriya. Thankfully, evacuations are already underway and all of Korea's strongest heroes are at the scene, willing and able to fight to the bitter end. Izuku looked up from the holy water of life, seeing footage of a smartphone sweeping across the area under the gate with shaking hands. He recognized Sidehen, Choi Jong-in, Baek Yo-hoon, Ma Dong-wook, and Lim Taeju and ranks as far as the eye could see. It's not gonna be enough. Izuku looked up to see Miruko, dressed in more fashionable clothing than her hospital gown. It depends, a gate size doesn't always match up to its strength. So it could be weaker than expected. Miruko smirked. "You're still gonna go?" It wasn't a question. Izuku nodded. "I've got nothing else planned." "Then give the brat his medicine and let's get to work." "Hey. That thing's gonna heal him, ain't it?" "It's either that or your personal stash, but I don't take you to be a drinker." Izuku scoffed and shook his head with a grin. "It's not alcohol." "Then why are you waiting to give it to him?" Izuku lifted the bottle up, displaying its ornate design. "There are 5 of these left and once they're gone forever." So. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he decided to let slip a little more than he usually did. "They're the only things that can cure the eternal slumber. If my mother, or Sakura started slipping into an eternal slumber, or anyone else I knew that developed the sickness, then I need to be ready and have as many of these saved up as possible. So if they're the only things that can cure eternal slumber, I bet they're also the only things that can cure this guy's coma, or the only thing that can cure cancer, or the only thing that can cure a million different untreatable diseases around the world." Miruko sighed. "There's never going to be enough of those, regardless of how many you save up, so you might as well use them where it matters." She gestured roughly to Bakugo. "Yorozu told me a bit about him and your relationship with him." She smiled. "He sounds like a PP. Izuku couldn't argue with that, but you've also known him since you were kids. Regardless of how much of an butt he is, you care about him, because you're a good person." Miruko turned around to leave, prepared to leave the decision in his hands. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she said, "If you don't give it to him, you're probably going to regret it for a long time. I'll be at the agency when you're done here. We've got a bunch of applicants arriving in a couple of hours." Izuku nodded, his eyes still trained on the bottle. "I'll see you there." Miruko gave him a concerned glance, but shrugged and walked out of the room, leaving Izuku with only the company of his shadows and a comatose bully. "Shouldn't we reschedule this for the boss?" Cammy asked, walking through the agency hallways as they headed for the main office. Isn't he heading to Korea after all? Miruko handed the secretary a thick folder, filled with the resumes. The gate doesn't open for another like 6 days. Before he leaves we need to get this agency up and running with some actual raids. Since he's the test, we need to do it now. 3 new platforms had been added to the sparring building so that 4 people could be tested at once, speeding up the process. It was still a few hours until everyone was scheduled to arrive, but Miruko and Cammy had a few other bits of paperwork to take care of, so they swayed on the TV, intending to get to work, but an urgent broadcast from the agency association interrupted them. All Might, who was barely skin and bones, stood at a podium, in front of several dozen reporters. They all whispered amongst themselves as the public was finally shown skinny All Might, confirming their suspicions that something had happened to him before Jeju Island, preventing him from participating. He had shown himself a few times in public, but no one truly recognized him as All Might, supposedly Japan's strongest hero. I understand that these are confusing times, so, before I can address the issue of Korea, I would like to address the issue of All Might. Camera clicks and flashes accompanied each word. My name is Toshinori Yagi, most of you know me as All Might. Years ago, I was grievously wounded in an intense battle with a villain. That wound has been draining my power since that day, and just over a month ago, that power disappeared completely. Of course, that wasn't the whole truth, but All Might doubted the world would believe him if he spoke of rulers and monarchs. For that reason, I was absent at the Jeju Island raid, and for that reason, I will not be able to lend my own strength to Korea, nor will the association. Cries of despair echoed throughout Korea. All of the countries had turned them down, so their sole hope had rested in Japan, the country that arguably owed them the most, but even they still turned them down. We've already lost too many heroes to recent S-rank raids. Nobody had trouble guessing about the raid he was talking about. Jeju Island had taken too much from both sides. That is the official association position, but... The reporters from Korea perked up. We will not stop any individual who wishes to help. And one hero is indeed willing. Just as he took my place at the Shai Hasaikai incident, he will take my place in Korea. The crowd held their breath. 3 days from now, he will board a plane and be flown to Korea, where he will stand alongside the other heroes of Korea. His name is Izuku Midoriya. I think it's a bit dramatic, but I guess subtlety isn't one of All Might's more prominent characteristics. Cammy looked away from the TV. Hey boss. Izuku looked like he had showered off before coming here from the hospital. Dressed in a brand new hoodie, and his disheveled hair cleaned up, he looked like a new man. But it wasn't just his clothes that made Miruko think that, it was that gleam of relief in his eyes. So, did you stick around for the brat to wake up? Izuku shook his head. He'd probably end up mad if he realized that I was responsible for saving him. But Kirishima was on his way to visit him, so he gets to deal with Bakugo for now. Kirishima. A hero Kirishima? Cammy asked. Him. Yeah, why? Her glossy lips upturned into a smile as she lifted one of the resume sheets, the picture on the front showing off the redhead's smiling face. He's applying here. It looks like half of your entire school is applying. In fact, we've gotten at least 50 more applications since this morning's raid. We're fast-tracking all the strongest applicants and your classmates to arrive today. Izuku nodded. Speaking of this morning's raid, are you okay? Miruko rolled her eyes. Your time would be better spent worrying about Ryukyu. She that bad? She's great at hiding stuff on the outside, but on the inside, I can tell she's trying not to break down. I didn't think they were that serious. Miruko shrugged. They had a lot of history. Can you think of anything that we could do to help her? Short of tracking down Darby and saving him from whatever that barren thing was, then I think the best thing we can do for her is leave her alone and let her do a few low-level raids to get everything out of her system. Miruko frowned, her bunny ears drooping a bit, but it'll take her a while to be back to any semblance of normal. Izuku had no idea what to say to that, so instead he sat down at his desk and pulled out his phone, scrolling through forums about All Might's recent announcement. It's about time the Japanese helped out. Especially after that stunt Endeavor pulled. I'll never forgive the Japanese. Is he even going to be any help with a gate that big? I feel like everyone's overhyping this guy. If we really wanted to close it, then get the Americans involved. Nah, his OP, people just don't really recognize it yet. I mean, he cleared an SSS rank gate basically by himself. Midoriya for Smash. I'd still body him with Link. Myfa best girl. What the hell is this comment thread? Izuku scoffed. Why do I ever bother looking at places like this? It's completely useless. You nervous at all, boss? Cammy asked as they walked to the sparring center. They were on the second floor, so when they emerged into the building, they would be overlooking the group on the first floor. Izuku would have to address them all. He scratched at the back of his neck, a little bit to be honest. How many people did you say were going to be here? We've got about 40 applicants for today, mostly high-ranking. How do you think I should open it? Miruko shrugged. She wasn't typically one for public speaking. She was blunt and honest, something that could be a good or bad thing. However you want to, you're the boss after all. They're here for your publicity and power, probably not your leadership. Izuku frowned at this, but before he could say anything more, the doors in front of them slid open, allowing them onto the overlooking balcony and greeting them with the loud din of chattering hopefuls. Izuku gave Miruko a look. They hadn't noticed him yet and he was still unsure of how to start. She just gestured out to the 40-some people, offering no advice. He sighed and stepped forwards, pressing almost up against the railing. He thought about yelling, but that seemed unprofessional. He could use his shadows to line the room and draw their attention, but that seemed contrived, so instead, he simply cleared his throat, raised both hands into the air and slammed them together just once. Using a bit of his superhuman strength, the clap became just barely quieter than a gunshot and many of the applicants flinched. Everyone looked for the source of the sound, finally settling on Izuku as they all grew quiet. Welcome to the Thanatos Agency. Izuku spread his arms wide. We appreciate you placing your interest in us and we will do our best not to fail you. However, before you get the opportunity to work for and with us, you'll need to prove your worth. Izuku was thankful that Baru had been obsessed with mythological literature as of late. He'd gotten great at public speaking. He still included the occasional peasant here and there, but Izuku made sure to filter that bit out of their telepathic conversation. This will not be like your average interview, however. Instead of a test of magical energy and a spoken portion, we will only be focusing on your practical abilities. Izuku was surprised as he picked out a few familiar faces in the crowd. Kaminari, Shoto, Ida, Uraraka, and many more. Izuku called up Igris just to the right of him, fitting in between him and Miruko. After determining your magical energy, I will assign an equal opponent for you from one of my summons. Izuku went on to explain the same rules he had given to Nejiya when she was first applying. Deal what would be a fatal blow to the shadow or push them out of the ring. The shadows would stop just short of dealing a fatal blow to the applicants, or could push them out much in the same way. They will not be holding back, they will be fighting with their all, as anything less would not accurately emulate the actions of real villains. Technically this wasn't true, as Izuku had purposely held back his magician's magic from becoming too varied against Nejiya, but they didn't need to know that. Similarly, you will be allowed to use your own weapons, so if you brought something just in case, you made the right choice. We'll be calling 4 at a time so that you're not here all day. Those not participating at the time will have the opportunity to observe their enemies. I'll start with those names now, so listen up. Cammy handed him the folder and the first name shocked him to near silence. Shota Aizawa. The tired teacher stepped forwards, taking his place on one of the sparring platforms. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? The exchange was less than professional, but Izuku's curiosity outweighed his concern for his appearance. Aizawa shrugged, his movements slow and lethargic. UA's closed until further notice, but I have a duty to go where my students go, and most of them came here. Brief as always. Izuku nodded. I'd be happy to have you join us. Come forth. One of the Nomyu from Jeju Island appeared. It looked more like Baru than Izuku had expected it to. After all, Baru was the result of Overhaul's experimentation to create the perfect being. This one was probably a failed subject. Aizawa was a C rank by awakening standards, but with his quirk compounded on top of that, his true worth was hard to calculate. Being able to restrict mana flow was an amazing ability, so 𝐒𝐿 had given him a far tougher opponent than any normal C rank would receive. The 𝐿𝐵 was a Knight grade, making him a mid-tiered A rank. 𝐒𝐿 planned on accepting in Aizawa regardless of what happened. He was too valuable to lose, but he also wanted to test his limits as a C rank. Kira Chuhu. 𝐒𝐿 called out a name he had never heard before. Apparently she was an A rank, but could, in particular situations, be evaluated as an S rank. Unlike with Aizawa, he simply called forth his shadow, one of the angel knights that had recently achieved the elite knight grade. The girl, looking to be in her 20s, stepped forwards. She had waist-long black hair, deep red eyes, and some sort of symbol tattooed on the right side of her face. Her top was close to that of a business suit, with a coat over a white dress shirt, golden strings pulling the coat together over her voluptuous chest. Her bottom was a black skirt and thigh-high boots. She smiled with excitement as she eyed the angel knight, resting her hand on the black pommel of a thicker katana resting in its sheath on her belt. A hero Kirishima. 𝐒𝐿 paused, but he didn't see the redhead step forwards. Did he forget, or is he simply late? The universe was apparently listening to that last thought because Kirishima came bursting through the doors seconds later, slightly out of breath. Sorry. I was busy dragging this guy over here. He nodded over his shoulder, Bakugo's wrist grasped in his hardened hand. Give it up, shitty hair. I don't wanna reply to Deku's stupid dash. Kirishima's hand was removed from Bakugo's wrist as 𝐒𝐿 got between the two of them, his green eyes glowing as he stared into his old bully's soul. I tolerated that name up till high school for one reason. We were equals. Both of us were students, at the same level. I had no right to demand any more respect from you than you could from me. But now, we are not equals. I own an agency and am being considered for a position on the top 10. In here, he pointed to the group behind him, they will refer to me as Midoriya, respectfully. I will allow you to call me by my first name, only because we are childhood friends, but I'm through tolerating your garbage. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't a huge fan of this sort of cocky and brash persona, but he knew it was the only way to get through to Bakugo. Unfortunately, he just scoffed and began walking away. Like I said, I didn't want to join your shitty agency anyways. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled, if you think it's so shitty, then why don't you prove it? Take the test. I'll put you up against one of my shadows. If you win, you get to do whatever you want and continue calling me Deku, but if you lose, you have to join my agency and drop that bullshit attitude. And if I don't take that challenge? 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, then you're a hypocrite. When we were younger, you told me I'd be nothing because I had no power and power was everything. If it really is everything, then why don't you show us? Bakugo growled for a moment, his back to the gym. But no matter how much he detested the idea of working for 𝐒𝐿, he couldn't refuse a challenge like that. He turned around and stomped back over to one of the platforms. Kirishima wasn't there for the announcement of his name, so he just looked around, confused, until 𝐒𝐿 pointed out his platform where a shadow ice golem was waiting for him. It was Knight grade, perfect for an A rank like Kirishima. 𝐒𝐿 leapt back up to the second floor, looking over the 4 sparring areas once more as he considered who he should assign to Bakugo. It took only a moment of debate before he decided, Igris. The knight nodded and jumped off the balcony, landing nimbly on the other side of Bakugo's platform. The blonde squinted, getting an intense aura off of Igris. It was a shadow that certainly surpassed S rank and anything Bakugo could do. Despite this, he still got into a fighting position. Oh my liege. It does my heart good to see you putting that insolent creature against one of your strongest. He deserves every bit of the beating that is about to come to him. 𝐒𝐿 smirked and nodded, are all parties ready? The shadows let out growls of acknowledgement and the heroes nodded. Begin. As soon as he shouted, the battles kicked off and almost immediately, he felt like barking out a laugh. In a mere 10 seconds, Aizawa restricted the 𝐿𝐵's mana, wrapped his capture device around its neck and swung. Using his body as a lever, Aizawa flung the 𝐿𝐵 out of bounds, showing off his incredible skills. He couldn't fully cut off the mana in stronger beings like he could with weaker villains or heroes, but he knew how to take down an opponent quickly and efficiently. Of course, this easy victory for Aizawa made the others assume their bouts might not be as difficult. Unfortunately for them, They simply couldn't see the skill gap between them and the teacher. Kirishima was the next to finish his sparring match, though it took considerably longer, 5 minutes, in fact, to wear down the outer armor of the shadow enough to punch a hole straight through its head, dealing a fatal blow and winning his match. It was pretty boring compared to Aizawa's, but gave them something more to look at. 5 more minutes passed, and by then Kira had gone from being pushed back repeatedly to equal footing with the angel. It was an astonishing thing to watch, an A rank fighting equally with a low S rank, but Izuku knew the true cause of this phenomenon, and it wasn't willpower. Kira's quirk was called trance. The longer she did something, the more skill and power she had with that one thing. For example, her current fighting style, that of dodging and making quick nicks at the angel's weak points, got progressively faster and more advanced. It reminded Izuku a lot of his own growth, but unfortunately for Kira, hers was a temporary boost, but that was all she needed to carve a neat line through the angel's neck. She had finally built up enough speed to surpass it, pushing her golden blade through its shadowy flesh. And then, there was Bakugo. From the moment the battle started, the winner was clear. Every time he got close to throwing an explosion in Igris's face, the knight moved faster than most eyes could track and batted aside his hand, avoiding the explosion completely. The Genesis blade sat idly on Igris's hip. After all, it was far too powerful to use. It would cause some serious burns, even to the S-rank Bakugo. As Bakugo attempted to land his next explosion, Igris rushed forwards, getting too close for one of Bakugo's explosions to be effective, and jabbed his outstretched fingers into multiple pressure points on Bakugo's arm in quick succession. The arm instantly went limp and Igris backed up to his side of the platform, showing off his more chivalrous nature as he allowed Bakugo to process his new temporary disability. "Piece of a," Bakugo yelled, gripping at his immobile and pained arm. "I bet you're regretting healing him now, ____." Miruko asked, abhorred by Bakugo's earlier behavior. Like she said, Yorozu told her about their relationship, but the rabbit hero didn't expect Bakugo to really be that much of an butt. But Izuku shook his head. "If I didn't revive him, then I wouldn't get to watch Igris beat him up like this." Miruko expected there was more to it than that, but left it where it was. "Damn it, Deku!" Bakugo yelled as he lost another 3 engagements with Igris. "You worthless piece of dash!" Igris swung a devastating right hook, crashing into the left side of Bakugo's face, fracturing his cheekbone and causing him to spit up a globule of blood as he fell to the ground, his vision dizzy from the punch. Izuku didn't know it at the time, but the 600+ shadows resting within him were practically roaring in approval. It almost physically hurt them to hear anyone speak about their liege that way, so to see Igris abandon all his gracefulness for that one punch was pure joy. Bakugo was still for a few moments. Izuku began to wonder if he had been knocked out, but he soon stirred, attempting to use his one good arm to push himself up. He got to his knees, but he felt too weak to push himself any further. Igris's shadow looming over him was even more incentive to give up. But he couldn't do that. Even if he had to kill himself, he wouldn't let Izuku win another battle with him. Then, that sensitive and annoying voice filled his ears. "Do you know the state you were in when you were recovered from the villains who kidnapped you? Who gives a dash? You were comatose, your mind broken by the resistance against a foreign creature trying to take over your body." Izuku crouched down, right in front of Bakugo, so that no one else there could hear him. "You were not going to wake up. You were not going to recover. And then, I walked into your room and healed you, at quite an impressive personal cost." Bakugo's eyes widened. He had not been told that he was expected to remain comatose forever after waking. He walked out of that hospital, dragged away by Kirishima like nothing bad had ever happened to him. "What?" he whispered, too quiet for anyone to hear, or at least he thought. "That's right. So for once in your goddamn life, Katsuki Bakugo, show some respect and gratitude, or get the hell out of my agency." He wanted to respond, to tell him to PSS off in the most vulgar way possible, but the pain of his left cheek was still fresh. Instead, he remained silent and agonizingly attempted to get up. Izuku scoffed, "I would have had Baru heal you, but I think I'll leave those wounds to heal on their own." He called up 2 angel archers. "Take him back to his house, safely." Izuku was slightly afraid the shadows would try to figure out a way to accidentally kill the teen on their way to his parents' home. As Bakugo was carried outside, nearly unconscious, Izuku bowed to the remainder of the group, who was still mostly unaware of the beef between the two. "I apologize for that display, but I believe it was a necessary evil." Straightening out, he nodded solemnly to the group. "Now, I believe we should get back to the examinations." Upon climbing back over the railing of the balcony, Izuku found Miruko smirking at him. "What? When you were considering whether or not you should give him that bottle, you weren't considering if it was the right choice to save it for your family, you were considering if it was the wrong choice to wake him with it so you could teach him a lesson." A blinding smile overtook Izuku's face and he had trouble not laughing. "Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting to be able to do something like that? To finally show him the other side of the coin without being looked down on by authority figures. It may have been Igris that punched him, but it felt just as cathartic." Miruko nodded, satisfied. "Then I suppose it's about demon time. The only question then, is he actually going to learn from this?" Ida, Todoroki, Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B, and Uraraka were up next. Their opponents were one of the Shadow Infantry, Elite Grade, HYO, Captain Grade, one of the Angel Mags, Knight Grade, and one of the Obsidian Beetles, Elite Grade respectively. The Shadow Infantry were a low enough grade that it didn't completely outpace Ida, whose rank had seemingly increased to a very low A rank after improving his quirk, but they were still fast enough to keep up with him. Todoroki would be completely outpaced when it came to HYO however. Even against the lower Elite Knight grade, someone like Nejaya had struggled to defeat one of them even when they were holding back, so a captain grade would be a near impossible task for Todoroki. Especially when that captain grade was HYO. He could perfectly manipulate any ice that was thrown at him and his physical skills far outpaced Todoroki by now. So then why did Izuku choose him? Well, it was because Izuku wanted to test out Hyo's new power as a captain grade. He gave him the command that he was able to deflect and counter with ice in any way he wanted, so long as he didn't overuse his physical advantage, and gave him the command to allow himself to be thrown out of bounds if a fire attack from Todoroki hit him. Izuku did say that these matches would be fair, so even if his shadows were overpowered, he'd give them some restrictions to make it an even match. Ibara had the most intriguing reaction to her opponent. The Angel Mags looked very similar to the Angel Knights, black shadows with white highlights over their body instead of the typical blue, and two sets of blinding white wings. But instead of the sword and thick armor of the knights, they wore robe-like garments and wielded a tome in one of their hands. As the angel spread its wings and opened its tome, preparing for battle, Ibara's eyes went wide with horror. "How have you corrupted this being of light?" Izuku froze. Did she just say that? There's no way she can actually sense that it used to be a real angel, right? But much to the contrary of Izuku's thoughts, Ibara had fully realized the shadow's origins, somehow, and her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Do not fret, child of God, I shall free you from this slavery. I'm just gonna ignore that and hope it goes nowhere." Izuku hadn't really been sure what to put up against Uraraka. After all, she could make basically anything completely weightless, so anything that didn't have wings would be helpless, but anything with wings would almost completely invalidate her quirk's power. So in the end, he settled on one of the Obsidian Beetles. Like Baru, they were humanoid versions of their insectoid counterparts, with rhinoceros beetle horns emerging from their foreheads. They were bulkier than some of the more ant-like Nomu and Baru, but they still had a decent amount of power when it came to agility. The beetle also had wings, but like with HYO, Izuku imposed it with the restriction that if Uraraka managed to activate her quirk on him, then he would not use said wings. "Begin." Ida, to the surprise of no one, engaged his opponent the fastest, using his special skill right of the bat. Hero Ida is using skill, Reciproburst. Movement speed increased by 500% for 30 seconds. Will reduce speed by 100% once 30 seconds have elapsed. 500%. For a low A rank, a boost like that is insane. I'm pretty sure only someone like Igris or Baru could keep up with that. The 30-second limit and following debuff made it seem like a bit of a glass cannon skill, but it was hard to argue that it wasn't effective. Of course, the infantry wasn't helpless. As Ida blurred forwards, his first kick coming down in an arc towards the infantry's head, the knight raised his forearms into an X shape. The two forces collided, creating a small shockwave of force. With such intense speed, Ida had obtained a similarly substantial boost in his power, and the knight's gauntlets dented inwards, collapsing him to one knee. Izuku began reconsidering his belief that the knight wasn't helpless as Ida kicked once more in midair, the engines on his calf propelling his leg like a rocket. It slammed into the side of his head, denting it drastically and knocking him back to just the edge of the platform. It started to get back up, but Izuku's hand cut through the air. Tenya Ida wins his match. That dent would have crushed the skull of any normal living being. Todoroki, meanwhile, was having a great deal of trouble with HYO. Each burst of ice was practically dismantled at an atomic level, dissipating into thin air before it even reached him. After a few minutes of HYO nonchalantly dispersing the ice attacks, Todoroki finally gave in and started blasting off waves of heat from his left side. That's when HYO got, at least somewhat, serious. The ice that Todoroki had just sent charging after him was morphed, jutting out to the side to block the fire. At the same time, he sent another wave of ice rushing right back at Todoroki, and the teen had no choice but to completely ignite his left side to hold back the wave, as any ice he constructed would just be used against him. As those two exchanged ice and fire, Ibara was busy trying to wrap up the mage in her green vines. Apparently, those vines were actually just her hair, extending outwards to capture their prey like thorny tentacles. The mage, however, wasn't letting anything get even remotely close. It specialized in light magic, so every time a vine shot up from the ground, a bright white sword materialized and slashed it in two. Do not fret, child of God, I will free you from your corruption and allow the fires of hell to relieve you of your sins. By this point, Izuku wasn't the only one a little creeped out by Ibara's religious declarations. The mage began throwing his spells more vehemently as the threat of being separated from his liege was thrown out by the seemingly delusional girl. Both himself and Izuku doubted she could really do something like that, but when it came to heroes and their powers, you could never be certain. Angel Mage is using light magic, flashbang. Half a dozen orbs flew from his fingers, landing in a semicircle around Ibara, who held her hands clasped in concentration. She opened her eyes just in time to be blinded by the insane flash of light and to be slapped with their minor explosive force. Angel Mage is using light magic, Heaven's Prison. As Ibara stumbled backwards, falling onto her rear, a solid box of light surrounded her, trapping her inside. Izuku counted to 30, waiting to see if she could escape, but when no progress was made, he announced, "Ibara Shiozaki has been incapacitated, she has lost." The mage released his hold on her and quickly slunk back into Izuku's shadow, not wanting to deal with the crazy girl any longer. Ibara stood, disappointment clear on her face as she looked up to Izuku. "I will return. And next time, I will succeed in freeing God's children." She quickly exited the building, leaving those who were not currently engaged in battle utterly confused. "Hey!" A voice uttered from behind Izuku as two slender arms wrapped around his chest. "Yoirozu." He spun around, a smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" "Nejiya insisted I should come over here while Esil and herself watched over Eri." Izuku quickly used his Share Senses skill, the level 2 effect of his Shadow Save skill. It allowed him to, share the senses of any shadow he chose. He picked out Esil, who appeared to be sitting on the couch of his apartment with Nejiya and Eri as they watched a Disney movie. Eri was leaning on Nejiya's arm tiredly. They must have gone swimming or something. At the same time he thought that, he got a strange sense of jealousy from Esil. Why is she choosing her and not me? Esil thought to herself bitterly as sweet little Eri's head fell into Nejiya's lap. Izuku smiled strangely and shook his head, confusing Yorozu for a moment. "Ah, well then I'm glad you could get here. Wait, how did you get here?" "I rode your motorcycle." Realization, alongside a sudden longing, blossomed inside Izuku's heart. Yorozu riding a motorcycle by herself. I need to see that. He imagined her wearing a leather jacket as she took the helmet off of her head, whipping out her luscious hair. It was quite the badass sight. "Hey! Lover boy!" Miruko shouted, "You might wanna declare that fight a win." She pointed out to Uraraka's platform, where the obsidian beetle floated in midair, its arms crossed in frustration at not being able to use its wings. Oh! Okiko Uraraka has incapacitated her opponent. She wins her match. By that point, only Todoroki was left and it did not look like he was faring well. Sweat poured off him in buckets as he dashed around the battlefield, throwing waves of fire and ice at a rapid pace. 𝐻YO had now become completely bored with the affair and decided to simply stand there, manipulating the ice to defend and attack, but maybe he had gotten a little too bored. Todoroki came to a halt and roared as he poured out as much ice as possible, completely obscuring Hyo's vision as he forced it to make its way around him, forming a bubble of air inside the mountain of ice. Unfortunately for him, that was Todoroki's plan. Light began shining through the clear ice and 𝐻YO recognized his mistake as he desperately worked to form a tunnel outside of the mountain, but it was too little too late and the fire finished melting through the ice, slamming into 𝐻YO. It barely damaged him in the slightest, but in line with the rules Izuku had given him, he allowed himself to be pushed out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki has won his match, Izuku declared, and the three winners, Ida, Todoroki, and Uraraka took their place over at the winner's corner, where Aizawa, Kira, and Kirishima waited. 𝐻YO retreated back to Izuku, but instead of fading into his shadow, he kneeled beside him, as if apologizing for his failure, but Izuku simply shook his head. You performed exactly as I wanted you to. You have nothing to apologize for. 𝐻YO swiftly nodded and disappeared. All right. Who's next? By the end of the day, 30 of the 40 applicants had been accepted. Among their number were some impressive pros like Aizawa, Midnight, Snatch, who was someone who could basically turn parts of his body into an extremely powerful force of sand, and even Burnin, who was once Endeavor's right-hand man, but left his agency after hearing what he had done. Among the younger candidates were most of UA's hero courses. Kaminari, Gyro, Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, Mina, and Tokoyami from Class A, Kamakiri, Jirota, Kendo, Setsuna, Tetsu, and a few others from Class B. Nejaya had assured Izuku that Tamaki would be applying soon, but since he was too shy it was taking a while to convince him. The 30 remaining heroes stood in front of the platforms once more, waiting as Izuku addressed them once more. Congratulations. All of you who still stand here are now part of the Thanatos agency. He smiled wryly. Unfortunately, you are currently only a part of it in name alone. Kami here will help you take care of the necessary paperwork to make sure you become a full-fledged mem-. An explosive force broke down the door to the gymnasium and association agents rushed in, their fists clenched tightly for a fight. Okiko Uraraka. One of the voices bellowed, you are under arrest for the terrorism committed against UA and her students. Come with us quietly or we will use force. Aizawa was about to speak up, but Izuku beat him to it. Appearing in between the two groups in the blink of an eye, he met the eyes of the man who had spoken. Uraraka is one of ours now. I'm gonna need a bit more to go off of than just that. Well, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said, walking through the destroyed doors, we have the best proof anyone could ask for. His small frame walked up to Izuku, handing him a smartphone. My liege, we should just kill them all for their insolence, Baru suggested ruthlessly, mildly terrifying the agents, but not Nezu, who seemed entirely unfazed by the proposition. Izuku brushed him off and looked down at Nezu while gesturing with the phone. What is this? Ever since UA was attacked, we've been attempting to deduce how the explosives were planted without our knowledge. Unfortunately, most of the cameras were destroyed, but 2 days ago, we found one that gave us just what we needed. Izuku pursed his lips, but brought the screen up to his face regardless, playing the clip. In any other situation, the association, their agents, and Nezu would disregard Izuku and simply take away Uraraka, but as Japan's current strongest, they could not ignore him. The video loaded for just a moment before playing out a figure, shrouded in darkness, pressing a small clay package up against one of the building's pillars, hidden just out of sight. For just a moment, her face brushed past the camera, illuminated by the natural moonlight and further enhanced by switching to night vision. Izuku scowled as the face became impossible to miss. It was Uraraka without a doubt. No. Uraraka said, her hand moving to cover her mouth as her legs shakily carried her backwards. The association agents began moving forwards, intending to grab her, but Baru, Igris, Hyo, Tank, and others popped up to interrupt them. They glared and scowled at Izuku, but he didn't falter. More noticeable was Nezu, whose smile never faded in the slightest. Izuku addressed his agency, everyone but Uraraka. Leave. A few looked like they wanted to protest, specifically Midnight and Aizawa, as they had taught this girl and never once gotten any dangerous intent off of her, but Izuku's gaze was enough to tell them he'd handle this. Even Miruko made certain that herself and Yorozu left the room. Once the gym was empty except for the agents, Nezu, Uraraka, and the shadows, Izuku stared directly into his new employee's tearful eyes. Uraraka, did you have anything to do with the villain attack committed on UA High? She shook her head lightly, still disturbed by the footage she had been shown after Izuku handed the phone to her. I would never do something like that to my friends. Her heartbeat, her breathing, every twitch of her muscles. Izuku smiled, I believe you. His sense stat had become useful for more than just detecting danger. While he couldn't specifically sense lies like Tsukochi's quirk, he could detect emotions and intentions. Uraraka was being honest. And I believe you as well. Nezu chimed in. Hope glimmered in Uraraka's eyes alongside confusion, but Izuku was the first to ask, you do? Then why come to accuse her at all? Nezu raised one finger into the air. Technically, they were accusing her, he pointed at the lead agent, however, I went along with their accusations because I wanted to see your honest reaction to her. Now that you have sided with her, I'm an additional 5% certain that she is innocent. As such, I am now here as a helpful principal, ready to do whatever necessary to clear her name. I wanted to ensure that everyone remained calm and level-headed to achieve that goal. So then what do I need to do? Uraraka asked. Unfortunately, for now, you must go with them and answer their questions. But you just said Nezu interrupted Izuku. While shapeshifting and mind control are nearly unheard of awakened powers, there are plenty of examples of them within quirks. That alone was enough to convince me that it was probable that she was innocent, however, it is not concrete proof. The authorities will not accept evidence like that, so her only option is to go with them and answer their questions. Izuku stood on the clear side of one-way glass, looking inwards at Uraraka handcuffed to a table. Were the cuffs really necessary? He growled to a man in a business suit and slicked back hair. Surprisingly, he was an active hero named Night Eye. His quirk allowed him to see possible futures just by touching someone. Unfortunately, he couldn't see their past. Don't be illogical, Mr. Midoriya. She is a suspected terrorist. Night Eye pushed up his glasses, not to mention her possible motives. As someone of her economic stature, enough money will convince her to do anything. Was there any stretch of time before or after the attack on UA that was lost to your memory? The interrogator asked her. She shook her head, prompting Nezu to say, that rules out mind control, unless the user was skilled enough to implant new memories in place of the missing time. Did you come into physical contact with any suspicious characters anytime before the attack? Or did anyone attempt to steal something that would contain bits of your DNA, hair, nail clippings, etc.? Uraraka began to shake her head, but quickly stopped and reversed the action, nodding fiercely. I was walking to school when a man tripped and caught himself on my shoulder. He apologized and brushed off the spot. She narrowed her eyes, trying to recall any more details. It looked like a clump of mud, which I remember thinking was odd since there wasn't any stain on my uniform. Then he picked it up off the ground and rushed away. Nezu beamed. That could signify the formation of some sort of copy. Could you please describe that man? The interrogator asked as another man entered the room with a sketchpad. He was blonde, had grayish-blue eyes, some stubble. The rest of Uraraka's explanation was drowned out as Izuku began sensing something. His mana was dropping. That meant one or more of his shadows were being destroyed. But right now, the only shadows hidden with a person were the shadow Nomu stationed on Miruko, Yorozu, his mother, Sakura, Ryukyu, and Endeavor, as well as Esil, who was with a skill, Share Senses has activated. Izuku first looked through Esil, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then his mother, she was just watching TV. Then his sister. Night Eye felt the temperature of the room drop by several degrees as Izuku's bloodlust leaked out in tsunamis of rage, piercing through into the interrogation room and freezing everyone in place. Mr. Midoriya. What are you doing? Night Eye croaked out. Izuku responded with only one word, exchange. 20 minutes earlier, in an unused classroom at Sakura's middle school, a blue gate swirling with dangerous energies appeared. It did not obey the law of 7 days before breaking open, and instead, it immediately released its predator. A single creature, a human, with a black and white bodysuit. Why the hell do we have to clean this room? A male voice asked as the door opened. Because you thought it was a smart idea to place that thing on Miss Higueri's chair. It's totally unfair that the two of us have to join you. We just laughed. How on earth can they d-dash? The first boy grew silent as his eyes tracked to the back of the room. Through the pile of chairs, he could have sworn he saw someone moving. I'm sorry about this, someone said from behind him. No, we're not. He flicked his wrist and a sharp, WHP-like object snapped outwards, cutting through their flesh and bone no different than how it cut through air. The three boys fell to the ground, dead heaps of BLD and flesh. No time to waste. The man shouted cheerfully, we've got plenty of time to relax. He contradicted himself, a sort of split personality showing itself. His hand slapped down on his chest and a small pile of mud fell off of him, growing quickly in size until it formed a perfect replica of himself, bodysuit, weapons and all. That duplicate and the original repeated the action, and another 2 clones were made, then again and another 4, then again. The process repeated until 128 duplicates began spilling out of the classroom, their sharp WHPs at the ready and the children in the halls completely unprepared. Hello. A tearful voice asked, is this the agency association? Yes, that is correct, the woman responded calmly, as she had been taught. She used to be a 119 dispatch operator and had handled dozens if not hundreds of calls that would make most normal people want to curl up into a ball and cry. AN 119 is the 911 emergency number of Japan according to Google. Eventually, she transitioned to helping with emergency hero calls as there didn't seem to be many qualified for the role of managing hero teams for dispatching. There's villains at our school. He's everywhere. He just appeared in one of our classrooms. The woman immediately began directing a team of standby heroes to the origin of the call. Where are you calling from? I'm in the bathroom. Her voice shuddered as salty tears streaked down her face. I was with my friend, but what do the villains look like? It was an important question. Depending on what type they were, it would require far more effort to kill them. He looks like a man. Every time his hand touches his body, another one of himself pops out. The woman's eyes widened. That's a quirk, he's not from a gate. Then how did he get inside the school? She took a swift breath. Are any of them nearby? I don't know. We have several hero teams currently being dispatched to your location, so for now, I just need you to remain calm and as quiet as po-ik. The dispatcher's BLD turned to ice as the phone picked up another voice. Are you the Shadow's sister? Silence held for a moment. Nope. The woman had heard many atrocities committed before as she was forced to remain helpless on the phone. All that time spent listening had taught her a few things, but one in particular stuck out to her right now. The slicing of metal through flesh. Sakura huddled against a wall, clutching one of her friends in her arms as they shook with fear. They had barricaded the room with all of their desks and chairs. Against a school shooter, it would have been an excellent defense, but against a villain, it was hopeless. The pitter-patter of footsteps drew closer, and before long, a dozen figures stood outside their doors. The blockade was smashed like it wasn't there, and one of the identical villains strode inside, causing one of the braver, or perhaps dumber, boys to rush him, wielding a chair like a weapon. He was cut down with no problem. At the same time, another boy sprinted over to the classroom's other exit, but before he could begin clearing the barricade they had set up, another silver WHP sliced through the wall from the other side, cutting him in half, and even more of the villains began pouring in from that way. Looks like this is my lucky classroom. He shouted too cheerfully, his attention focused only on Sakura. I've found my prey. Not even his split personality would argue with that statement. He swung his arm, his metal WHP moving to cut through all 17 of the students at once, but just before it could reach the first girl, a shadow stood up from the darkness and took the blow head-on. The students gasped as they recognized the ant-like 𝐒𝐿 of Jeju Island. Another 4 stood alongside their brother as he pulled the WHP from his body. It had cut halfway through before stopping. Well. Let's have some fun. Keek! The 𝐒𝐿 shrieked back as the dozens of copies began rushing into the room. Forming a semicircle around the students, the shadows did their best to hold back the storm of WHPs or rush of bodies, but the villains seemed indomitable. They were high-level knight grades, making them nearly worthy of the S-rank title, but against an endless sea of clones, even they were to be pushed back. Every time they jabbed their claws into a heart, or punched off a head, 2 more duplicates appeared to take their place. Eventually, the swings of their WHPs grew stronger and it no longer just bit into their side, it cut them clean in half, slowing them as their regeneration tried to keep up. The way this villain fought, his powers and strengths, it was enough to remind the shadow 𝐒𝐿 of their own MSTR. The original villain cracked his WHP one more time, cutting off all the heads of the 𝐒𝐿 at once and completely incapacitating them for a few moments as they regenerated. He stalked forwards and grabbed Sakura by the throat, choking her as he lifted her into the air. Her hands helplessly clawed at his arm as her feet dangled in the air, growing weaker and weaker. The villain smiled underneath his mask. I have fulfilled you. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 impact separated him from Sakura, sending him crashing back into his own army and even destroying a few as he passed through them, turning them back to a wet mud. Sakura's savior caught her in his arms before she could fully fall to the ground. Hacking and coughing, she attempted to look up to see who had rescued her at the last moment, but the calming hand that cradled her head told her all she needed to know. "You're safe now," Izuku said. The villain swiftly recovered, pulling himself up off the ground and walking back to the classroom. "I gotta say, Dave." Izuku spun around, one finger levied at the man as his aura distorted the very space around him. "Shut up and wait. Shut up and wait." Skill, Dominator's touch has activated. Izuku flung the original villain into a wall, completely breaking it as he flew through. "Are you injured?" he asked his sister as tears built up in her eyes and she began crying into his hoodie. She didn't say anything, but Izuku could see her neck was already severely bruised. "Baru, take care of my sister." "Yes, my liege." Baru walked over to the windows and punched, opening the entire wall with his insane strength. Then, ever so gently, he picked up Sakura and his wings lifted them outside as he lowered them from the 3rd floor. "The rest of you," another 17 angel knights appeared, "take them down." They held a hand over their chest before grabbing each and every student, leaving just Izuku, his shadows, and this villain. There were still over 100 duplicates filling the room and the hallway, so Izuku called upon Igris. "I'll be borrowing your sword." Igris knelt, offering the Genesis blade high above his head for Izuku to grab. Wrapping his fingers around the white hilt, Izuku hauled the blade back as the duplicates began rushing forwards, realizing that they were about to be destroyed. But it was too late. With a single horizontal swipe, Izuku blanked the room in cleansing fire, burning every last copy into a pile of muddy sludge. The original pulled himself back into the room from the hole in the blackboard, his bodysuit torn in a dozen different places. "Well, this is going well." He looked over the room of mud. "No, it's no 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽." Izuku snatched him by the neck with Dominator's touch and yanked him over, right into his awaiting hand, choking him much like he had done to his sister. "Why did you do all of this?" he shouted as his sense stat informed him of the dozens, if not hundreds of student bodies that laid dead on the floors of the school. "You're the one who imitated Uraraka, weren't you?" "Why?" he roared as the villain didn't answer. "My MSR. Who are they?" "The most appealing schoolgirl you could imagine." Izuku scowled and tightened his grip. "I want a name. Are they a monarch?" "He told us that she'd give us a reward if we took everyone from you." Izuku dropped him and swallowed nervously. "We. Mana, 23562-32773." His mana had gone down again. "She told us that Ashbourne was hers and hers alone, that she needed to dash. Izuku stabbed him through the chest with the massive broadsword. You have leveled up. Taking his shadow as he began looking through the shadows of his family and friends, Izuku felt a sudden bout of helplessness coursing through his veins. It wasn't just Nejiya and Eri under attack, or Yorozu and Miruko. It was Ryukyu, his mother, Endeavor. Anyone who Izuku had placed a shadow on was under attack. This villain who could create doubles was nothing more than the initial attack, a distraction to make him waste his shadow exchange. Now, there was another 2 hours before he could teleport again, and 4 different attacks going on simultaneously. Ifrit. Izuku leapt out of the school's side, emerging into open air as the fire god formed his draconic jet shape beneath him. My liege. Baru cried telepathically, I will no. Stay with Sakura. This could just be another distraction. My liege, Ifrit growled, where are we to go first? I don't know. Esil had been busy watching Nejiya and Eri play with her toys when a man came crashing through their balcony windows, a long katana in one hand and a shorter one in the other. He had no nose and an extremely hunched posture. Esil immediately emerged from Eri's shadow and got between the two, her wings spreading wide as she summoned her new weapon. Item, Spear of Longinus. Item class, S. Item type, Spear plus 222 attack, a holy lance that can pierce any defense. Will return to the user's hand on command. Can only be wielded by heavenly beings. Izuku had made this pure black spear for Esil after discovering the recipe hidden among the many materials he had obtained from killing angels in the Heavenly Palace. It was perfect for someone like her, who had become adept with wielding spears. The villain seemed to be human, but his power was far above anything else Esil had felt before. Well, that wasn't exactly true. Are you a monarch? The man scowled. No, the true monarch has merely gifted me part of her power so that I could kill the trash in her way. Energy fizzled in his hands. If he has the power of a monarch, does that mean he can kill us shadows? Like what Stellion tried to do to Baru. Esil returned his glare, her feathers falling away to form black daggers aimed at his face. I refuse to allow that. Nejiya had already scooped up Eri and was making for the door when Esil came to a sudden realization. This man has no wings. Even with monarch strength, jumping this high into the air is almost impossible. Just then, another villain came crashing through the glass, getting between Nejiya and her escape. His head was that of a wolf, though his body was humanoid. Massive feathery wings sprung from his back and huge talons erupted from his fingertips. Now, there was a villain on either side of them. Nejiya and Esil stood back to back, Eri doing her best to hold back her fear as she pressed her face up against Nejiya's chest. On my mark, take her and run as fast as you can. She's our top priority, Esil whispered. Nejiya didn't like the idea of abandoning the Seraph, but she also couldn't imagine keeping Eri safe while fighting these guys off with her full power. I'll come back for you. No, just go as far as you can. I'm not even sure if I can kill them. The two stalked closer, their respective weapons ready. Now! Esil spun on her heel, using her momentum from the turn to throw Longinus straight at the beastman's chest. He leaned to the side at the last moment, saving his heart but taking the blow to his shoulder. At the same time, the man with the swords leapt at her back, katanas at the ready, but Esil's black daggers flew through the air, aiming to pierce him through. He met them head-on with his sword, however, it was enough to throw him off to the side, leaving the hole in the windows completely unguarded. Esil wrapped her arms around Nejiya and Eri and threw them straight through that hole, into the open air. To any outsider, it would have looked like Esil was trying to kill them both, but in reality, she was saving them. Nejiya was an extremely adept flyer and Esil wouldn't allow her to be chased. How foolish, the man with the sword said, throwing away your only help. It would have been smarter to let the kid die so you two could fight us together. The beast man grunted in pain as Esil called back her spear, pulling it out of his shoulder. My job is to ensure their safety above all else, it is what my liege wills. So, if I have to fight alone to protect them, then so be it. I'm enough on my own, she declared defiantly. And, with the threat of complete erasure at the hands of these monarch-boosted villains, Esil steeled herself. She had been brought back to serve her eternal liege. Two villains wouldn't take that away from her. The Beastman roared as he charged alongside his partner, determined to destroy this impudent shadow. 𝐿 said nothing, and merely readied her weapons. 𝐼𝐭 Midoriya was thrown out of her small apartment's open window by a shadow she hadn't even had the chance to see. She expected herself to hit the pavement any moment as she let out a shrill scream. But instead, her body slid down a perfectly made slide of ice. She came to a calm stop right next to the sidewalk as passerbys looked on in confusement and swiftly helped her up from her prone position on the slide. Just then, the wall of her apartment exploded outwards and a shadow elf wielding multiple floating icicles was flung outwards, chased by a woman with red hair. In fact, her hair was the most notable thing about her. Not because of its brilliance or color, but because it was shaped into long blades of crimson. The shadow elf, 𝐻𝑦O, landed next to 𝐼𝐭 and pointed to their nearby park. Thankfully, she got the idea pretty quickly. She was under attack and 𝐻𝑦O needed her to hide. The park was pretty massive and had plenty of lush forest-y areas to hide in. As she got running, the woman called out to 𝐻𝑦O. "Come now, Shadow, let the woman die and I'll spare you. After all, my MSTR merely wants those close to Ashbourne dead. Compared to that shadow angel, you mean almost nothing to your MSTR, so why not just let that?" 𝐻𝑦O shot forwards, slamming walls of ice and his many blades into the surrounding area in his rage. No one insulted his liege and got away with it. 𝐻𝑦O knew that he wasn't his liege's favorite or strongest, but Izuku was not one to disregard his shadows as nothing. He cared about them all. The woman sliced through all of the attacks and smiled. "Fine, I like it better this way anyways." Ryukyu and Endeavor got to spend about 30 seconds of peace as they strolled out of the hospital before villains crashed down in front of them. It was two Nomyu, both with 4 arms carrying blades of all types. As Endeavor readied himself, he noticed a massive aura coming off of Ryukyu. It was pure rage, simple as that. Even the Angel Knights and Mags hiding in the shadows were unsure if they would need to intervene, it was so strong. The ground began to tremble as Ryukyu transformed, growing larger and larger, until Endeavor had to begin taking steps back. Could she always grow this big? While, before now she could grow to maybe 15 feet, she was now easily clearing 30 feet. Where did this power come from? Ryukyu roared loud enough to shatter glass as she charged the two Nomyu, who were now completely outmatched by the Dragon Lady. Where the hell did these assholes come from? Miruko asked as she drop-kicked another of the demons that was attempting to assault her agency. With their grey or red skin, deformed bodies, and bone protrusions they had appeared en masse in front of the gymnasium's doors. Some walked upright, some walked on all fours, and some dive-bombed with bat-like wings. Each one of the several hundred was around B to A rank. Their numbers alone would have made it a difficult battle, had their agency not just recruited 30 of Japan's brightest and had 2 lava titans not been resting in the shadows of Yorozu and Miruko. As it stood, Miruko and Yorozu likely had the safest predicaments. With Miruko able to kick away several of the demons with one blow and Yorozu able to shear through their numbers with her antimaterial rifle, as well as Todoroki's wide-range ice and fire attacks, the demons stood no chance. Even the much larger ones, which bordered on S rank, were slapped aside or crushed underfoot with ease by the lava titans. If anything, this was merely an opening test for the Thanato's agency. 𝐿's spear batted aside the would-be assassin's katana as the Beastman went to full-body tackle her. At the last minute, her wings opened up and lurched her backwards, the Beastman stumbling through the space where she used to be. He swiftly regained his balance, but kept charging, heading for the windows. "I'll hold this one off, Chimera. You get those other brats." 𝐿 is using skill, Heavenly Barrage. As 𝐿 used her spear like a staff, deflecting each and every blow as she telekinetically sent her razor-sharp feathers into the side of the assassin, piercing his side and shoving him away from 𝐿 just long enough for her to dart forwards. Noticing that Chimera was on the edge of the balcony, some sort of energy building up in his throat, 𝐿 realized he was aiming for Nejaya. With her own wings extended, she sped up, slamming her entire body into Chimera and knocking them both off of the balcony. As they began falling through the air, 𝐿 could have opened up her wings and safely drifted back to the ground, but she wanted to kill this villain good and proper. He flexed the muscles on his back and sprouted wings once more. Unfortunately for him, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 wasn't in a merciful mood. The tip of her spear flashed forwards, completely severing the membrane of his left wing. Now with barely any maneuverability mid-air and mere moments from hitting the ground, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 could only watch as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 hauled back her arm, ready to throw her spear at him once more. This time, it wouldn't just hit his shoulder. Her wings fanned out, catching the wind and providing her the leverage needed to throw the heavenly lance. But when she went to throw it, 𝐒𝐿 found that there was only a stump in place of where her arm should have been. Someone slammed their feet into her back, causing her to lose all stability and slam into the ground right next to where 𝐒𝐻𝐿 had landed. The beastman, having already recovered from the fall, stomped over to where 𝐒𝐿 lay, her non-damaged arm outstretched, Longinus flying into her grasp. Unfortunately, she didn't get the chance to use it, as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 released a red beam of energy from his mouth, burning her arm into nothingness. 𝐒𝐿's wings flapped violently, lifting her away from the magical attack just in time to be sheared off her back by the assassin's katana. It had been him who landed on 𝐒𝐿's back and cut off her arm, saving his partner. 𝐒𝐿 fell back into the center of the road just outside their apartment building, wings and arms gone. They're not regenerating fast enough. Why am I not regenerating faster? Shadows felt pain, but not in the same way humans did, so 𝐒𝐿 was able to retain some of her clear thinking. It must be the powers their monarch gifted them. 𝐒𝐿 scowled and began sprinting away, surprising the two villains, who leapt forwards, over cars and pedestrians alike. I just need to wait until my arms or wings are back, then I can keep fighting. The villains had no plans of letting that happen, and the assassin flung over half a dozen daggers at her legs, stabbing into various spots and tripping her up, sending her crashing face first into the sidewalk's pavement. Her arm was now back to about wrist length, but her hand had yet to form. Too late, little angel. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said, grabbing the shadow by the head and lifting her off the ground. Time for you to die. He began pouring insane amounts of mana into her frame, slowly dissolving her from the legs up. She struggled valiantly, punching 𝐒𝐻𝐿 in the face with her stump of an arm, but it barely fazed him. The assassin caught up and stabbed his blade into her sternum, pouring in his own mana and increasing the speed of the process. Is this it? My true death? She smiled. Oh well. I did my best to serve him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has activated skill, Divine Retribution. A beam large enough to swallow a semi-truck passed just above 𝐿's head, slamming into the upper half of 𝐒𝐻𝐿's body, searing his flesh to a crisp as he dropped 𝐿. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cut off his breath attack as a form jumped from its head and sliced at the assassin, whose blade was still in 𝐿, forcing him to let go of the katana as he lurched backwards, just narrowly avoiding 𝐒𝐻𝐿 cutting off his arms with the Genesis blade. As 𝐿 fell backwards, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 caught her, pulling the sword and daggers out of her body, finally allowing her to recover. Her wings were still missing, but now she had use of her arms again. With the speed of a bullet, her spear flew back into her hands, and suddenly, the odds had shifted in their favor. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was still screaming, clutching at his burning flesh, and the assassin had used up many of his blades. 𝐿, 𝐒𝐻𝐿, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 on the other hand, were pain-free and incapable of feeling exhaustion. 𝐿 gave a sigh of relief as she smiled up at the taller knight. I owe you one. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 roared as if feeling left out, causing 𝐿 to chuckle lightly. You too. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 nodded solemnly before facing off with his opponents once more, leveling the Genesis blade in their direction. His message was clear: no mercy. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was beginning to struggle. Not with defending himself, but defending 𝐿 as she ran through the tree cover. The woman, who declared herself as Slice, completely ignored the shadow and instead raced forwards, dead set on killing 𝐿. No matter how many barrages of ice he threw at her, her hair sliced it away without even looking. Even trying to directly freeze her failed, as if she was simply too warm. 𝐻𝐿 took this to mean that some sort of power was protecting her from his strongest method of incapacitation. So, without many other options, 𝐻𝐿 formed two ice longswords in his hands and rushed Slice. Running across the grass, he began forming small steps of ice beneath him, elevating him above Slice. With all his might he swung both swords down at her head, his entire weight falling through the air. Before he could reach her, however, an extra long piece of hair snapped out, cutting him straight down the middle, his two halves falling to either side of her as she stepped over him and continued her pursuit. Unlike those who attacked 𝐿, Slice was apparently lacking in the ability to slow his regeneration, and within moments, 𝐒𝐻𝑦𝐻 was up again, attacking her with ice, but she only continued to get closer and closer to 𝐭𝐻𝐽. Eventually, Slice was in striking range and her hair whipped forwards to sever her head from her body. 𝐻𝐻𝑦𝐻 knew that his ice wasn't strong enough to stop the blow, so instead, he did the only thing he could: he tripped 𝐭𝐻𝐽 over a piece of ice. Her foot stubbed against the chunk in her path and she fell forwards, the blade of hair just barely passing overhead, allowing 𝐻𝐻𝑦𝐻 just enough time to tackle Slice away. She growled, slicing him up as she threw him off. "You demon summon. You've thoroughly managed to annoy me, so I think I'll kill you first." Slice went to move forwards, but only managed to take a single step before a chilly aura began assaulting her, and it wasn't coming from 𝐻𝐻𝑦𝐻. "You're not killing anyone." Slice spun around, her wrist caught in a grip that was too tight for any human, S rank or otherwise, to produce. She looked up from the hand wrapped around her arm, landing on two eyes glowing with murderous intent. "The only one dying here today is you." Slice was forced to her knees as Izuku tightened his grip on her wrist, the bone creaking under the insane pressure. The only comparison would be the pressure felt at the bottom of the ocean. "Explain everything, now." Slice's wrist fractured as he continued increasing his strength. "Why is a monarch targeting my friends and family? From a human standpoint, kidnapping family members and using them as hostages was a viable strategy to incapacitate or weaken a hero. But from the monarch's point of view, killing a few humans that were far weaker than them made no sense. 𝐿 said you and her used to have HH history together." Slice was desperately fighting off the pain, so when Izuku adjusted his grip, sending a lance of pain through her body, her hair instinctively reacted, stabbing forwards at his gut, but bouncing off the Olympian armor. That was a mistake. He snapped her wrist like a twig, causing her to fall backwards, roaring in pain. "I think I'd remember meeting a being who wants to destroy all life." 𝐿 said that, "Your love WW was hers and HH hers alone." Izuku's eyes narrowed. "Did she call me Ashbourne?" Slice nodded vigorously. "Does that mean Ashbourne was dating this monarch?" "What's her name?" he demanded. "A monarch of transfiguration, 𝐒𝐿. What's her host's name?" I don't know." Izuku sneered and pulled Daybringer from his inventory, stalking towards her. "I swear. She rarely ever showed us her face and she never gave us her host's name." Knowing that she was perhaps moments from death, Slice began shouting out a description of the girl. Maybe 16 or 17, always wore a schoolgirl outfit, blonde hair, yellow eyes, and almost fang-like teeth. Izuku mumbled to himself, "Where'd you see her last?" She teleports to a warehouse where we meet her." She gave the address, causing Izuku to nod as he turned away and walked over to where his mother was waiting, hiding partially behind a tree. "Are you okay?" Izuku took her by the shoulders and looked her over, his hands trembling. "She didn't hurt you, did she?" No, 𝐭𝐻𝐽 muttered, relief beginning to fill her heart as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Izuku. "Oh, Izuku. I was so worried." He nodded and returned the gesture. "I know, it's okay now." "To that summon of yours sure is determined," she joked, trying to release some of the tension built up inside of her. "He saved me more than a few times." Izuku looked over to 𝐻𝐻𝑦𝐻, who was watching over Slice with Ifrit, making sure she wasn't going anywhere. He seemed to notice that his liege's gaze was on him, and when turning to face him, the only thing he could see in those emerald eyes was unfathomable gratitude. "I should make something to thank 𝐻𝐻𝑦𝐻." Izuku thought to himself as he began guiding his mother out of the park and away from the villain. As soon as Izuku disappeared out of sight, Slice finally let out the pent-up breath she had been holding. If he was walking away, that meant he was going to let the authorities take care of her, right? But then Ifrit's dragon snout appeared right next to her face. "Our MSTR does not wish to trouble his mother with the sight of your death. No. Please. I promise. I'll be bet dash." Her head disappeared in one swift motion, Ifrit cutting through her neck with his talons. Against a captain grade, she could hold her own and maybe even win, but before a commander grade like Ifrit, she stood no chance. Someone like you is too dangerous to be left alive and, well, your debt had to be paid. Ryukyu stomped down on the 𝐻𝐼, crushing it into a thick slimy paste as she roared, her tail stabbing forwards into the second creature, piercing a cannon-sized hole in its torso. Endeavor, and the civilians, who were still standing around them for some reason, looked on with shock as she glowed with a golden aura, continuing to tear apart the already dead 𝐻𝐼. Ryukyu! Endeavor shouted as her tail slapped absent-mindedly against the side of a building, cracking its exterior. That's enough. He was granted his wish and her attention shifted to him, eyes burning with rage. You! Endeavor was overcome with the feeling that he was looking once more at a being like Baron. You're the reason they're dead. What dash? Her dragon paw cut through the air, slamming into his side with enough force to shatter his right forearm and send him flying into the hospital walls. DMN. He cursed as he pulled himself out of the brick and ignited his body with bright red flames. If you hadn't let your ego be the only thing that guided you, the others might still be alive. Ryukyu pounced forwards, her entire body, now the size of a smaller apartment complex, ready to crash down on him. Endeavor's left side lit up with energy and pushed him to the side, out of the range of her body slam. Firing off his own attacks, white-hot blasts of fire, Endeavor was reminded of the dragon from the Frost Dungeon. His fire simply warmed up her scales, leaving no mark. What is happening to this world? He thought to himself as the fire at the bottom of his feet lifted him into the air, narrowly avoiding a swipe of her tail. There was a time when only one other man in this country could match me. He fell back to the ground, stumbling as Ryukyu rushed forwards, shaking the ground enough to trip over himself and fall on his broken arm. Endeavor roared in pain, completely helpless as Ryukyu's paw once more came to crash down on him. This time, it wouldn't just break a few bones. In fact, it didn't break any bones, because it never reached its mark. Endeavor finally forced himself up onto his knees as he looked over his shoulder, wondering if he could believe his eyes. Just behind him, holding up Ryukyu's attack with just one hand, was Tsukochi, his own golden aura surrounding him. Granthold, Tsukochi called out, his voice calm and almost emotionless, this rage does not benefit your host any longer. She is safe. You can reel Ua. Tsukochi's second hand came up to resist the fall of Ryukyu's. It appeared that the dragon lady was in no mood to calm down. Get out of here! Tsukochi shouted to Endeavor, bits of worry now entering his voice. Endeavor was apparently a little too shocked by Tsukochi's appearance, and made no attempt to move, forcing the ex-association agent to kick him away, accidentally breaking a rib in the process. Brother! Tsukochi shouted, his aura growing bigger to match Ryukyu's. It's me. Pulra! You're safe. You need to dash. Ryukyu slammed her tail into his side, causing him to tumble head over heels over the pavement of the road as he slammed into a nearby car. He held a hand to his head, but didn't seem that hurt from an attack that would have crushed someone like Endeavor. Ua! I forgot how much I disliked the dragon's kind. He stood and nonchalantly shook the dust off of his torn-up clothes, no weak points to exploit. Well, except for that one. He seemed not the least bit bothered by the fact that Ryukyu was soaring through the air, her talons outstretched to pierce his stomach. Just before she could fully reach him, Tsukochi snapped his fingers and the space in front of him distorted, forming a gate that swallowed Ryukyu whole. It closed moments later, plunging the street that had once been alive with screams and terror, into a dead silence. Well, silent except for Endeavor, who grunted painfully as he made his way over to the man. What did you do with her? Tsukochi nodded, sorry. Granthold tends to have some pretty fierce temper tantrums inside his hosts. I just sent him to the Arctic to cool down. Told. His. I'd forgotten. Razor had yet to take hold. He waved away Endeavor's concerns, it'll all make sense soon. That's not good enough. Endeavor trailed off as space distorted once more and Tsukochi vanished, leaving the fiery man confused as the shadows that had once rested in Ryukyu's shade recovered after being ejected just before she entered the portal. What's happening to this world? Izuku got his mother squared away with an ambulance just in time to see Kakino's swirling down from the sky, Igris and 𝐻𝐿 atop his head. Next to them were 4 more people that allowed Izuku to breathe a firm sigh of relief. 𝐿, carrying Eri, Yorozu, and Miruko were all there, not a scratch on them. He had also been looking through the eyes of the soldiers in Endeavor's and Ryukyu's shadows and seen some weird things, but Tsukochi had intervened. If he was really a ruler as all might suspected, then it should be alright to trust him with Ryukyu's safety. The 4 girls disembarked the dragon, finding that as soon as all of them were on solid ground, Izuku was wrapping his arms around them. Yorozu returned the gesture with no hesitation and Eri followed suit, screaming, "Daddy!" As she did so. 𝐿 and Miruko meanwhile were too busy blushing to enjoy the group hug, but even they noticed the slight shaking in Izuku's frame as he pulled them close to himself. "I'm sorry," he said, pulling away and bowing low. "I'm sorry that I could not protect you all." "Hey," Miruko said, her cheeks red, "we're not helpless, you know. It's not your responsibility to be with us every second of the day to make sure we don't get a boo-boo." "No. But I fear that I've taken the threat of the monarchs too lightly. The protection I gave you all was not nearly enough. 𝐻𝐿 was nearly destroyed, my mother nearly killed. That sort of thing, it can't be ignored." Izuku clutched a key in his hand, "And I won't let it happen again. No matter how large I have to grow my army to keep them safe. And it starts with this. Item, Instance Dungeon Key, Dragon's Domain. Item Class, SSS Item Type, Key. This key leads to the hellish landscape of some of the most powerful beings in the world. They know no equal. They are dragons. This key can be used at the entrance to Tokyo's Disneyland amusement park." "Alright, before we leave," Izuku said, standing in his living room, "come forth." Baru emerged, "My liege. Since I only have 2 days to raid this gate before I leave for Korea, I won't be gone that long. But, well, we both know what can happen during that time." Izuku looked his strongest servant dead in the eyes. "Protect them all at any costs." While he was gone at the dragon's domain, all of the girls were to stay at his apartment, with Baru as their guard dog. Miruko obviously refused, declaring that she had an agency to run for them and that she wasn't some damsel to be saved. Izuku couldn't exactly argue with that logic, seeing that she took care of her attackers without much trouble, but he couldn't help wanting them to all stay together for safety. Yorozu sighed at his orders for Baru. "You know, I'm still not happy about how strongly you feel about this." Izuku pursed his lips. "I know. I don't want you to think that I think you're weak, but the monarchs," Yorozu finished, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning close for a kiss. "We can handle ourselves, but I understand that when you and I go to Korea, it'll be much better for us to know that everyone's safe." Wait. You and I." Izuku gave her a funny glance as she looked off to the side abashedly. "I'm coming with you to Korea," she declared. "What?" There's no dash." She cut him off by placing a finger against his lips. "I'm not as strong as you, there's no denying that. But I'm also your girlfriend and—" She fidgeted for a moment before saying, "Never mind. Regardless, I want to go where you go. Because I love you and I want to be there for the moments that will cement you in history as one of the world's greatest heroes. I want to see everyone else recognize and admire the same things I do." She grinned. "Besides, I can't leave you in Korea alone, especially not with a young and appealing woman like 𝐒𝐭𝐻. Hey." As Izuku flew through the air, stood upon the massive, almost platform-like, back of Ifrit, taking care of just a few more matters of business. 4 new shadows were kneeling before him. The woman who had attacked his mother, the 2 men who had attacked 𝐻𝐿, Eri, and 𝐿, and the man who had attacked his sister Chimera LV Captain Grade. Slice LV Captain Grade. Twice LV Captain Grade. Shadow Human LV Elite Knight Grade. 2 of the names, Slice and Chimera, were taken directly from their real names, and Twice was an easy one to come up with considering his power set, but now he was left with the weakest one, the assassin type that Izuku had given the juggled blades. "May I suggest something, my liege?" 𝐻𝐿 asked through telepathic communication as she continued watching over Eri and Yorozu, who were busy baking cookies. "By all means." When fighting him, Kakino's crushed him with his body, leaving a huge bloody stain on the pavement and just barely enough for you to extract his shadow from. Izuku smirked, laughing at the ridiculous reason for such a name. Well, I can't say I hate it. Stain LV Elite Knight grade. Maybe I should have given you a more serious name, especially considering you gave me these. Izuku pulled the fragment of Stain's sword out of his inventory, but you did attack my family, so you'll have to deal with it. Ingredient item, Shadow Steel fragments. I guess there's nothing left to do, but craft it. 1x portion of Seraph's Blessed Ashes. 1x portion of Ifrit's BLD Malleable Obsidian. Lava Heart. World Trees Fragment. Orb of Avarice. Shadow Steel fragments. Would you like to craft consumable, Evolution Core? Yes. Crafting Evolution Core. The success rate and number of items crafted will be dependent on the crafter's intelligence stat 109876543221. Crafting successful. Crafted item, Evolution Core X22. He looked over the 2 perfectly black orbs, smooth lines filling the empty space. Tusk will be happy to learn that he doesn't have to keep handing over the orb to me in order to make my extractions. Don't you think? He asked, looking over at the Shadow Knight standing at his side. Yes, my liege, Ygritte said, one hand over his heart. This has been quite the fortuitous turn of events. Ygritte LV Commander grade.